Hello from Anglesey Circuit and welcome to this race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club. Hello from Anglesey Circuit and welcome to this race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club. The event proceeds in accordance with Motorsport UK guidance, but both today and tomorrow competitors, teams and officials will unite in 2 minutes silence in remembrance of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, who died on Thursday. Motorsport continues, however, and this weekend's event caters for 9 different categories and 21 races in total, 12 of which take place today. Those coming up are the Welsh Racing Drivers Association Championship, guesting this weekend with the 750 Motor Club, plus the regular 750 Motor Club categories. The RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship, they have 2 races today. The Kiwa Road Sports Series has a 45-minute race. The Carmel Porsche Trophy, a triple header for them this weekend, as it is for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship and the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. And completing the action today will be the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship and the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship as well. My name's Ian Soman, and alongside me this weekend is Josh Barrett. And Josh, the categories that we have racing this weekend are now at a crucial stage of the season.
Yeah, that's right, Ian. We've just one event for all the categories, I think, after this weekend. So therefore there's the opportunity for championships to be provisionally wrapped up over the course of either today or tomorrow. Either some class championships or some overall championships, club enduro and hot hatch, keeping an eye on those. But as you mentioned during the description of the meeting, a lot of categories have 3 races here, and that could be quite vital over those 3 races, what happens to what is going on, either concluding the championships this weekend at Anglesey or moving forwards to the events at Cadwell Park, at Alton Park, Snetterton and Mallory Park later this year.
Indeed, that's right. Lots still to happen in the 750 Motor Club Championships, but we're going to open the bill this weekend with the first of 2 races today for the Welsh Racing Drivers Association Sports and Saloon Car Championship. And the cars coming onto the grid for a 15-minute race, and it's going to be a rolling start for both of the Welsh Racing Drivers Association Sports and Saloon Car Championships today. A varied grid across multiple different classes. This is how it's going to line up. We have on pole position the number 17 Ariel Atom of Christian Douglas, and besides him is the Ginetta G55 of number 169 Chris Everell. Row 2, it's the treble 8 car, the grey Ginetta G55 of David Graham, and Wayne Spiller in his number 96 Mazda RX-8. On the third row, it's going to be number 5 Derry Davis in his Darien T90, and Gareth John in the Ginetta G40, number 49 will be beside him. On the fourth row, it's 62 Todd Garner's Renault Clio and the Vauxhall Tigra of the Invitation Class entrant, number 39 John Morris. On row 5, it's number 35 Allard Dark in the MGB GT, and another Clio, that of number 19 Colin Dunn. Rodney Teague is another Clio driver. He lines up on the inside of row 6 in car number 7, Besides him is the number 88 Honda Civic Type R of Andrew Williams. On the 7th row, it's 52 Mike Cook in his BMW 330 and 14 Tyrone Dowsell in his Renault Clio. And completing the field, row 8, 45 Neil Thomas and 53 Verity Banks in MGB and Ford Focus respectively. So 16 cars we should have on the grid for this first of two races today for the Welsh Racing Drivers Association Sports and Saloon Car Championship. It's their penultimate event of the season. Rounds 11 and 12 taking place today. They'll conclude their season at Pembrey, their home circuit, in October. And although this is the Welsh Racing Drivers Association Sports and Saloon Car Championship, it's the first time it's ever visited Anglesey Circuit here in North Wales, predominantly based in the past at Pembrey, down in Carmarthenshire, of course. This year, the circuit has also spread its wings to England with visits to Silverstone, Mallory Park, Castlecombe and Donington Park as well. Josh, we saw a double header for these cars at Castlecombe, didn't we? And it's striking the variety of cars you get in the WRDA Championship. That's
right. As you talk through the grid there, you've got the sports cars at the front, particularly a car we didn't see earlier in the year. It's an invitational entry. Christian Douglas's Ariel Atom's quite extraordinary, isn't it? With the big wings, front and rear. And then you can see on your screens there's some older cars. You've got the MGBs, and then there's production cars at the back, the Renault Clios. For example, there's some cars on slick, some cars on treaded tyres, for different classes for that. So around this Anglesey circuit, there's a variation of 20 seconds. So it's going to be quite a lot of lap traffic during the course of the 15-minute races. But it's good to have the Welsh Racing Drivers Association back with the 750 Motor Club after a little while away from our meetings. As you say, it's really good variation, so that should add some real interest in some nice cars as well out there. You were mentioned earlier. Some cars you don't see there very often too, like the Ariel Atom. You've got a Darien out there as well. So some cars you don't see at many meetings out there on circuit here at Anglesey. And 2x2 rolling start for this race. We're getting underway shortly, so the red lights have been turned on by our commentary books.
Yes, so 15-minute race ahead of us. Multiple different classes, with classes split as well between slick-tyred and treaded-tyred classes. Apart from that, they're based on the type of car and the engine capacity as well. We've got the cars coming through the final turn. The red lights go out, and the race gets underway then. And it wasn't a particularly organised rolling start, it has to be said, but nevertheless it is the Ariel Atom that has gone into the lead of the race then. That is the pole position car of Christian Douglas. There he is, and he's got the red Ginetta of number 169, Chris Everall, alongside him, and then it looks like it's Dave Graham's Ginetta G55, the grey car, that's still there in third position as we're watching some of the back markers make their way around the banking for the first time, Josh.
Yeah, that's right, getting refamiliarised with the Anglesey circuit myself. I've been here for a few years, and some different angles that we've been able to brought to you here on Alpha Live, and the leaders then making their way halfway round this first lap of the coastal circuit that is in use this weekend. And it's nose to tail for the lead. These two cars were only separated by 1600ths of a second in qualifying. To expect Christian Douglas's Ariel Atom and Chris Everall's Ginetta G55, which I think has the big block V8 in it, will have different advantages around this circuit, because there's quite a lot of slow corners you can see here through the corkscrew. Low gears used there, and then on the first part of the track, that's quite quick, isn't it, Ian?
Yep.
Particularly as they go uphill through school.
Yep, so lap one has just been completed then, and it is indeed Christian Douglas that has come through in the lead by 0.8 of a second from Chris Everall in second place, and they're about 3 seconds clear of Dave Graham in third place, who in turn has got ahead of Wayne Spiller's Mazda RX-8 in fourth position. You can see the timing tower there on the left-hand side of the screen with the different coloured squares on the background to the numbers representing the different classes that these drivers are competing in as well. And here's a good battle. This is for the class lead, isn't it? For 10th and 11th position overall between Rodney Teague and the Colin Dunn Clio, and they're side by side as they head down to church.
Colin Dunn, the championship leader, coming here to Anglesey. It's an important battle for him to try and come out on top of, but he is currently behind Rodney Teague. He was at the start of the lap, but the two Renaults are side by side there as they headed up through school. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead continues between Christian Douglas and Chris Everall. They're pooling clear of David Graham, who's out there in his Ginetta G55. But here's that Renault battle. Round the outside is attempting Colin Dunn there, I think, but they've been joined by the Honda Civic, which is also in the same class of Andrew Williams. So this is a freeway battle for the lead of the treaded tyre Class B battle, as they make their way there out of Peel, I think, and down towards the corkscrew.
Yes, Class B in the treaded tyre division, that is for saloons, road and sports and GT cars up to 2 litres, also kit cars up to 1600cc. So that battle is just about coming over the line now, and Teague actually has lost a little bit of ground to Colin Dunn as they came through to complete the second lap of the race.
Yes, Colin Dunn got that move completed up, I think, at Rocket. So he's now trying to pull clear of Rodney Teague. In qualifying, he was a second and a half or so quicker. Car number 14 isn't too far away either. That's another car within that class, which is Tyrone Dowsell's Renault Clio, and he's lapping quicker than the 2 cars in front of him, so he's catching them. Very wide there, out of the fast right-hander at Church Corner was the erstwhile leader within the class, Rodney Teague, but hasn't lost him too much momentum, I don't think, in heading uphill.
Doesn't look like it, although momentum is crucial at this circuit with this long back. Well, it's not really a straight, but it might as well be. It's a long right-hand curve past the racing school. It is important to take momentum with you as a general point out to Church Corner. And Teague there is coming under increasing pressure now, I would say, from Andrew Williams in that Civic Type R, and also Tyrone Dowsell as well in the next of the Clios. Of course, he qualified in 14th position. Up front, I should say, it's still Christian Douglas leading, and now at the end of 3 laps his lead is up to more than 3 seconds. Still this battle rages on for second place now within Class BT.
Yeah, that's right. I've noticed out the window as well there's a battle for the BS class lead as well, the slick tyre Class B, because Wayne Spiller's Mazda RX-8 under pressure from Gareth John's Ginetta G40, and they're also involved in the battle with Derry Davies in his Darien, who's in a different class, so we'll pick that up as the race goes on.
Yes, he's up to 4th place now, isn't he? Wayne Spiller was in 4th position initially, but Derry Davies now up into 4th place overall. We're watching, though, this battle within Class B. Out in front of that, you can see the blue Clio turning through Church a bit earlier. That's Colin Dunn, so he's now a couple of seconds or so clear in that class. He is, as Josh mentions, the championship lead coming into this weekend by 12 points over Todd Garner, who's currently only 3rd within his class, Class BS. That's a slick-tyred version of the class that we're watching here. And Tyrone Dowsell 3rd in the point standings. A big lock-up there by Andrew Williams as he goes under braking, and that costs him momentum at the first part of Rocket as they now turn through Rocket 2 and towards Peel once again.
Yeah, lots of tyre squill around that part of the track as well. Very slow corners up there, so you need good traction, you can turn in as well, and good braking obviously into the Rocket, particularly from the fastest part of the track to probably one of the slowest parts of the circuit up there. Here they come down into the corkscrew now, and they're being joined by the other Clio there, aren't they, the Tyrone Dowsell's car. You mentioned Christian Douglas still leading. He's going quicker than he went in qualifying this morning. He set a lap time 1 minute 11.82, and so that means he's pulling clear of Chris Everall at this stage of the race. But this battle continues here for 11th position.
And it's worth mentioning it is the first time these cars have been here to Anglesey. This championship's been here to Anglesey, so new lap records are being established today, and that lap of 1 minute 11.82 for guidance around this 1.55 mile circuit, 77.69 miles per hour, so very nearly a 78 mile per hour average. It is quite a sinuous course, lots of slower elements to the circuit, so it's one of the lower average lap speed circuits that we race at. Now here's a battle, and this is for 7th and 8th position overall. You've got the Vauxhall Tigra Silhouette battling with the car that's 3rd in Class BS at the moment, but the man that's 2nd in the championship, Todd Garner in the Mill Street Motors, entered Clio. Yeah,
that's right. He's been an overall race winner over the course of the season as well. 4 different winners so far this year. Todd Garner's won a couple. Damien Lonatano's won a couple. Royce Lloyd has won 1, and Chris Everall's took the most overall victories with 5. But today he is being headed, as we've mentioned, by Christian Douglas. But for Todd Garner, he's involved in this battle with the Silhouette Vauxhall Tigra, which is driven by John Morris, another of the invitational class entries as they head up there into Church Corner. The Tigra, the lower car gets a good run there, and the 2-litre Vauxhall motor there will pull up ahead of the 2-litre Clio. The Tigra, though, much lower car, so a bit more slippery through the air, goes through of the Generation 4 Clio Cup Cut, so into 7th position for John Morris, down to 8th position, but not a change in class position, importantly, for Todd Garner. He's still there 3rd within his class, and today he's a bit further back on Wayne Spiller and Gareth John, who are the class leaders there, although Gareth John fallen quite a long way behind Wayne Spiller now. They were involved in the battle, so that means Todd Garner is only, I think, a few seconds behind him.
Yes, I think that's right. We'll keep an eye on that. Gareth John in the Ginetta G40. You can just see that car just up ahead on the road. There it is, the black car with the white V on the bonnet. So Gareth John there is about 3 seconds clear now, I think, of John Morris, and then Todd Garner coming through next with about just over halfway through this race now, 6 3/4 minutes left to go. This is the Derry Davis number 5 car. He's in 4th position overall in this Darien. Always good to see the Darien out, and behind him you have Wayne Spiller, who's the BS class leader. Derry Davis competing within Class D here, and Class D is for what's defined as supercars. And you can see that Derry has the black cross on the yellow background on the wall of his car. Got a little bit unsettled there as it makes its way through Rocket, and as they drop now down towards the corkscrew, coming up to lap one of the MGBs. I think that must be the 45 car of Neil Thomas.
Darien is a Welsh-built sports car as well, so it's great to have that here in the Welsh Racing Drivers Association Championship. A manufacturer going for a few decades and still building cars now, I think, as well. So great to have that out there.
Most well known in rallying these days, I think, aren't they? Rather than circuit racing. So there is the 96 car, which is the Mazda RX-8 of Wayne Spiller. 5.5 minutes to go. They've put a lap on Neil Thomas, who's 2nd within his class in the 45 MGB. And is that an off for number 52, the BMW there? It looks like it is for Mike Cook in his BMW 330 Club Sport. Back up to speed now, though.
Yeah, you mentioning there Wayne Spiller leading his class. He's won his class 2 times this year. He's only 15 points behind Todd Garner, the championship leader within the class, who we've mentioned is only running 3rd today. So that could get interesting. Meanwhile, we watch Rodney Teague there, who's fallen 5 or so seconds behind Colin Dunn, who continues to lead Class BT. But Rodney Teague has pulled away from Andrew Williams, who is still involved in the battle with Tyrone Dowsall, and that group of cars are about to be lapped by David Cray, and the Civics made a bit of a mistake there, Ian. Yeah,
that's Andrew Williams, of course, so does that put him under a bit more pressure from Tyrone Dowsall as they come through the banking on lap 8 of the race for them? They're not too far away from being but lapped there by the David Craham Ginetta, so he's already on to lap 9. So he's now in the middle of the 2 cars there, disputing position, 3rd and 4th position within Class BT.
Yeah, David Craham, we haven't seen much of in this race. He's going a little bit quicker than he did in qualifying. He's done a 1 minute 15.6 in this race. That means he's clear of Derry Davis in the Darien, but he's not able to run with the pace of Christian Douglas and Chris Everell up front. Meanwhile, now he's got past that battle for 12th position. Andrew Williams and Tyrone Dowsall can continue their battle as they head up there into Peel Corner. And it's the Civic in front. The Clio got a bit sideways there, I think, of Dowsall, so he's dropped again a car led forward too. So at various parts of the lap, they've got different pace to one another. So they're going to come through to complete what is lap number 8 for those competitors.
Oh, as John Morris has been off in the Tigra, so he has lost some ground there. It must have been a bit of a spin possibly, or a half spin up at Rocket, the left-hander, slow left-hander at the end of the longest, fastest section of the circuit along the backstretch past School. Here's the 4th and 5th place battle coming through. Oh, and Morris looks like he might have to retire, I'm afraid. He's got a problem, hasn't he? So maybe it's actually a mechanical issue. Doesn't look like it's, or is it a tyre possibly?
The front left, there's a bit of smoke.
There's smoke off the front left now, isn't there?
Yeah.
So he's pulling off the circuit at Peel there. Marshall will And is right next to the steps down to the marshal's post, so he knows exactly where to put the car. But that smoke, a little worrying for John Morris, so he drops down the order. We see Todd Garner now move to 7th place, 2.5 minutes or so left to go.
Yeah, he'd been having a good race because he'd gone a second and a half quicker than he managed in qualifying this morning, but it doesn't look like he's going to make the completion of the race, unfortunately. And now there's problems for that Renault Clio driver we were watching earlier, Tyrone Dowsall. He's obviously outbraked himself down there. There's a slippery surface flag out, I noticed there, Ian.
That's probably not unrelated to what happened with John Morris, I would suspect.
So we've seen at least one, he's a bit sideways there too, one driver go off. So that's a problem spot up here at Rocket, possibly, where Todd Garner is currently heading his Clio. Does he get through the corner okay? I think he does. He's just lapped one of the MGBs, I think, there. So good to have a couple. But I think that's the MGB GT of Neil Thomas, isn't it? I think
yes.
Peter's lapped, who's in 14th position. There is Neil Thomas. Good to have those MGs here today. And now both of those cars are about to be lapped by our race leader, yes, Christian Douglas, in the Aerial Atom, who will probably have 2 laps to go.
Yes, I think he'll get 2 more laps in, won't he? Because there's a minute and a half or so left on the clock. His best lap time's a 1:11. His lap time is a 1:13. So we'll watch the 52 Mike Cook BMW that's in 15th position in this race.
Yeah, we saw him have that spin earlier in, but he's starting to recover now,
yes, and
is catching the MG we were just watching of Neil Thomas. So Mike
yes,
Cook could get a position before the end of the race. He's just a couple or so seconds behind the MG. There's the leader though, Christian Douglas, turning his way through Church, and then we'll accelerate up towards school. It's quite an extraordinary looking car, this, isn't it? With the big wings on it.
Yes, with those appendages front and rear, it gives it the look of a single seater, really, doesn't it? With those wings on there, but it is effectively a 2-seater car, the exoskeleton design, the Aerial Atom. There was at one point a series dedicated to Aerial Atoms racing, relatively short-lived.
Now, I wonder if Christian Douglas might have raced in that, but can't be overly sure on that one. But
yes, certainly in this race he's 10.5 seconds ahead of Chris Everall here, with about a lap to go. He's just about to come through Corkscrew to complete his penultimate lap then. I think the last lap board is about to be shown. Yep, Marshall on the finish line displays that to him now.
The Atom was first built in 1999, can you believe? That's longer than I realised. So, and like you say, we haven't seen that many racing. So, and this one, obviously, with a lot of modifications, it's got some mud guards, hasn't it, as well, to cover the wheels, and it gives it a much bigger look than what I think the standard car has.
Yes, it's quite a commanding presence on the circuit, isn't it? With that large wing, and it's obviously working pretty well. As I say, down to 1:11.82, about 6/10 of a second faster than he imagined in practice. This gives you a good impression of the gradient that we have here at Anglesey, doesn't it? The cars really do have to climb past the racing school and then up towards the left-hander at Rocket. Then they turn, and there's this plateau at the top of the circuit here, so through Rocket 2 and towards Peel. And there are some slower cars ahead of Christian Douglas here. They may well be lapped, and that includes Verity Banks, I think, in the Fiesta, who, yes, is going to be passed before the end, with yellow flags out as well for the John Morris car, but it's going to be Christian Douglas coming through the final turn now, and checker flag will be made ready, and Christian Douglas, the first winner of the day here at Anglesey Circuit in the WRDA Sports and Saloon Car Championship. He wins in the Aerial Atom, a convincing victory. Here's our second place driver, that's Chris Everall, and the gap between them at the end was 8.64 seconds, and then it's going to be quite a long gap back to Dave Craham in third position. He's still just making his way down through the So the second race of the day coming up here at Anglesey. It's the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship, and the cars already on their rolling lap, ready for the start of a 20-minute race, the first of 2 today in the championship, where we've got Alistair Smart leading the Class A standings and Simon Walker-Hansel leading the Class B standings. In terms of the grid for this race then, it is Simon Walker-Hansel on pole position in number 4, besides him is number 1, Leon Morel. The second row is 72, Tom Fleming, a newcomer to bike sports in number 73, Alistair Smart. The third row is 12, Andrew Fido, and 117, Miles Drew. On the fourth row, it's 11, Philip Brown, and 16, Ashley Hicklin. That's 16, Ashley Hicklin, and 5, Doug Carter. 92, Phil Nebb, and 7, Julian Griffiths on the fifth row. 60, Andrew Gordon, 11, Philip Brown on the sixth row. Then the seventh row is 86, Stephen Bell, and 30, Mark Gracie, with Ian MacDonald, a newcomer to the Bike Sports Championship as well. On the back of grid 13, alongside his namesake, number 24, Ian Childs. My name's Ian Soman, Josh Barrett is alongside me in the commentary box, and 20-minute race is ahead of us. It should be a cracker. Simon Ward cancelling qualifying this morning to 104.71. Not quite underneath the lap record pace overall, but he was within Class B, which is where he competes. It's going to be, or should be, a 2x2 rolling start. The red lights are on the gantry to our right in our commentary position here at Anglesey Circuit, and the lights go out and the race gets underway, and it's a good start there by Simon Walker-Hansel, and he slots into the lead with Leon Morel beside him. Tom Fleming, I notice, also made a pretty good getaway as well in the number 72 car, but he's tucked into third position, and it looks like Alistair Smart, who's the first of the Class A cars, and indeed the Class A Championship leader, he's in fourth position as they head down towards Church Corner here at Anglesey for the first time.
Yeah, that's right, Ian, and through Church itself, there's been a collision, hasn't there, further back, including number 12, Andrew Fido, who's been a multiple Class A race winner this season. There's a car in the middle of or on the edge of the circuit. Right, is that Ash Hicklin, who was quick last time out? Didn't qualify so well here, and Ash Hicklin's car still in the middle, or on the edge of the circuit up there at Church Corner. So that's cool. There he is. He's getting out of the car, so surely that's going to mean an interruption.
Yeah, safety car's already, board's already out, Josh, here on the start line, and so that car will need to be moved from the edge of the circuit. So the yellow flags are waving around the circuit, you can see. So hopefully the drivers will see that and will modify their driving accordingly. At the end of lap one, it is Simon Walker-Hansel that leads then in car number 4. From in second place, the number 1 car of Leon Morel, and third is number 72, Tom Fleming. But of course, these cars now will have to slow down behind the safety car, which has been released from the pit lane exit, and they will need to take good care, Josh, through Church Corner, where the Ash Hicklin car came to a halt after that incident at the third corner.
Yeah, I must say I didn't quite catch that because I was watching out the window as Leon Morel tried to challenge the race leader Simon Walker-Hansel. It didn't come to anything in the end. In the end, he was actually slower through the corner, but obviously a collision further back involving Ash Hicklin, who went really well at Silverstone last time out, where he got 3 second-place finishes, including 2 Class B wins, which was the best we've seen Hicklin go all season, running 4th in the championship. But a real shame for him there to get caught up in the incident where Andrew Fido continued and Miles Drew was the third driver involved. They were the drivers 5th, 6th and 8th on the grid. So the I think the one driver who... Oh no, sorry, they were together on the grid, weren't they? No, it was Doug Carter, wasn't it, who was amongst them. So yes. He managed to survive it, I presume.
He came through 8th at the end of the lap.
So he might have lost a couple of positions, mightn't he? Because Phil Nib, who started 10th, is up to 6th. So yeah, it's a real mix-up around that part of the track due to that incident. Ash Hicklin, though, out of the car. So that's good to see a new livery on that car nowadays.
Indeed. And the recovery truck heading round to the circuit to collect it. So while we have a moment to remind of the class structure within bike sports, there are 2 classes, and that is for tuned and production engines effectively. They use Hayabusa, Kawasaki engines predominantly, and these are all Radicals. Again, it's not a single make championship for Radicals. Ash Hicklin's car has now been released, by the way, so the recovery truck not required. I think we'll have therefore 1 more lap behind the safety car, because it was 2 laps for the safety car to pull in this time. But yes, these 2 classes, they're all Radicals, although they don't have to be, and we have seen other manufacturers such as Spire and Mattel and others race in bike sports throughout the season. You've got a mixture of the SR3s, including the RSs and the RSXs, and the single seat, central seated driving position cars, the PR6s, which are a little bit of a smaller presence on track as well. And as far as the points are concerned within the classes, well, as points are scored within your individual class, so based on your finishing position within that class. Class A is being led by Alistair Smart. He has 110 points coming into this weekend. Andrew Fido has 83. He's in second place. He was involved in that incident at the third corner. Julian Griffiths has 74, Doug Carter 67. In Class B, Simon Ward-Cancel has 112 points. Leon Morel has 110, but really does need to be finishing ahead of Simon Ward-Cancel now if he's to keep the Class B championship alive going to Snetterton. And obviously this is the overall championship to think about as well. Ashley Hicklin third on 92 points, Joe Locke 78, and Jack Lees 60 points. So that is the way of things. Ash Hicklin has made his way back to the pit lane, we can see there, in the number 16 car, so his race over. But I would think we should be able to go racing again this time, Josh.
Thinking about that overall championship, you mentioned obviously Alistair Smart equal second really with Leon Morel, just 2 points behind Simon Walker-Hansel, but I don't think we've got enough cars today in Class A for full points to be scored, just the 5 Class A cars I think, so, well you need more than that to score full points, so that could be a hindrance in the overall championship scheme I think for Alistair Smart this weekend.
Yes, if there are 6 or fewer starters within your class then your points haul is limited, so rather than 15 points you'll need 12 points for them in this situation, so that will hinder him certainly. And of course drop scores are taken into consideration as well. It is 2 drop scores that we have in bike sports, and we'll possibly contemplate the impact that has as we go through the day. But the safety car pulling in, and with just under 15 minutes to go, we're back to green flag running here at Anglesey Circuit. And you can see it's Simon Ward-Cancel leading in the number 4 car from Leon Morel, number 1 in second place, and Tom Fleming in third in number 72 as they head through the banking for the, what are we on, lap 4 of this race. Now a gap back to Alistair Smart in 4th, Julian Griffiths in 5th, and it's Phil Nibb racing the number 92 car this weekend, returning to bike sports. He's in 6th position.
Yeah, that's right, the leaders come through Church Corner there, really quick cars these. Bike Sports and F1000 this weekend will be contesting to be the fastest cars that go to Anglesey all season. And Simon Walker-Hansel there leads from Morel. Fleming in third. He's going to be a non-point scoring driver this weekend, making his debut. Someone that you would have seen regularly on Alpha live streams in the karts, going really well on the podium just earlier this month. Now in this radical SR3, and is able to go with the 2 much more experienced drivers in this type of car. Simon Walker-Hansel, who's won so many different types of races over the years, this year in the Radical for the first time for a full season and leading the championship after 4 overall victories this year. Leon Morel behind him in second place is the reigning champion. He won earlier on this season at Brands Hatch, and they're then turning their way down into the banking. Behind them it's the battle for the Class A lead, because Alistair Smart is under pressure from Julian Griffiths, who has won I think just the once this season within the class. That was last time out at Silverstone. Alistair Smart has took a couple of class wins over the course of the year, but he's certainly under pressure from the similar PR6 here as they go through school, uphill into towards Rocket, where they have to go down the sequential gearbox.
Yeah, they do. They turn their way through Rocket 1 towards Rocket 2, so it's the left and the right hand. It's a very technical, tricky, slower section of the circuit. We've got this plateau at the top of the hill at this former military base here at Anglesey. And this is an important battle within Class A. There's Doug Carter, number 5, just going through shot. He's third in Class A. The other Class A drivers a bit further back, Ian Charles and Andrew Fido, who's one to watch for in the number 12 car, as the leaders are side by side out of our window into turn 1, and there has been a change of lead. Through has gone Leon Morel there. You can see that on screen now. So number 1, the reigning champion Leon Morel, gets through into the lead ahead of number 4, Simon Ward-Cancel. And Ward-Cancel's in trouble, isn't he? He's got a problem with his car because he goes very slowly all of a sudden, and Tom Fleming goes through to second place. So possibly Ward-Cancel was already suffering with a bit of an issue, and that's what allowed Leon Morel to get alongside going into turn 1.
It looks like he's back up to speed now. I'm not sure if he's struggling for a gear. I'm not quite sure how that would come. Perhaps in this lower corner. The last lap were really slow in the 1 minute 8, which is over 3 seconds slower than qualifying this morning. So, as you suggested, Simon Walker-Hansel perhaps had an issue towards the end of the lap. That's allowed Leon Morel to get up the inside into turn 1. He made that move work, but then, as you say, it was a problem for Walker-Hansel because he's slow. Tom Fleming, though, doing a really good job. He's going with Leon Morel as they work their way down through the corkscrew in these low geared corners. Now, is Walker Hansel still there? He is. So he only lost whatever the time there really was at the bank-in, and then he's back up to speed. He's dropped 3 seconds away. The lap time's still some way away from what we saw this morning in qualifying. Lots of drivers telling me this morning the track is quite slippery, there's not much grip to be had, but perhaps there's even less grip than what there was this morning for qualifying for these drivers. So there's Walker Hansel in third. Fourth is the first of the Class A cars. That's Alistair Smart. Here's Andrew Fido. Remember, he was involved in the incident on the first lap. He's coming back through the field. He's in 12th position, just behind Stephen Bell.
Yeah, so trying to make up positions is Andrew Fido in the number 12 car. Stephen Bell, experienced racer with the 750 motor club just ahead of him, who raced for many years in RGB, for example. As they climb up the hill, and Fido is left room on the inside there, and he takes advantage of it, and he goes through to take 11th position away from Stephen Bell. So that was up at Rocket, and they will now filter through the second part of the corner. That's the 117 car of Miles Drew. You can see a little bit further back, just heading through Peel with the Irish Sea in the background. Spectacular views, of course, that we get here at Anglesey Circuit. There is Fido to 11th, dropping down through the corkscrew. So his next target is going to be the white and yellow car you can see on screen now, which is that of number 30, Mark Grayson, in his SR3 RS.
Yeah, that's right. And Fido knows it's important to gain positions because he is contesting the Class A Championship, really, although he is 27 points behind Alistair Smart. But with Smart leading the way, he's fourth at this present time. The Championship really is falling out of any kind of possibility for Andrew Fido here within the Class A Championship. Just behind them is Miles Drew, another of the drivers involved in that lap 1 incident coming through the field. He's just getting alongside the 86 car. Can't quite go through though on the way into Rocket, but has a look up the inside of Stephen Bell. Stephen Bell in Tim Gray Motorsport prepared Radical SR3 at the moment is hanging on in front.
Essentially, he didn't leave the room there for Miles Drew. He left for Andrew Fido. I noticed on the previous lap. So looked like Stephen Bell trying to drive very defensively to keep Miles Drew behind him. Also as well there is the number 13 car of Ian McDonough in the background. He's done some all-comers type races in this Radical in the past, but first time with bike sports.
Walker Hansel's dropped down to 6th. I don't think we've mentioned that. So another slow lap for the championship leader, Simon Walker Hansel. So these problems persist, and he's losing more positions on this lap, I think I can see out the window. Meanwhile, side by side through turn 1. And still Stephen Bell is batting away here with Miles Drew. Finally Drew makes the move around the outside into the bank-in, but dramas for the championship leader, Simon Walker Hansel, losing positions all the time here. Meanwhile, there's a battle for the lead of the race going on because Liam Morrell just 0.17 of a second ahead of Thomas Fleming as they work lap 9 of this race. There they are.
There they are on screen now. Yes, Simon Walker Hansel seems to be okay for straight line speed as Morrell is under pressure here from Fleming, who sort of fainted to the inside there through the final element of the corkscrew. The final corner of the lap, of course, it's fashioned after the famous corner at Laguna Seca, though it hasn't actually quite come out like that. But nevertheless, there's a very steep gradient through that sequence. Walker Hansel has just come through again as he lost more positions. It's yet not updated on our timing screen as yet. Yes, 7th place now behind Philip Brown, as we watch the two leaders make their way through the right-hand Kinkers School. This is really the only part of the existing circuit that they run very briefly, or the original circuit that they run very briefly here on the Anglesey Coastal Circuit, the old 1 mile circuit, which was oriented in the sort of 90 degrees to where the circuit is based now along the coastline.
Interesting situation here for Liam Morrell because he's obviously contesting the championship. His main championship rival's dropping down the order, and the car behind him is not contesting for points. Yes. Thomas Fleming. However, he's only won 1 race this year, Leon Morrell, so perhaps he would quite like to win another one. So he's got a really interesting situation. Fleming's got a good run down towards turn 1. He looks up the inside. There wasn't quite room for that. He's learning all the time about these quicker, bigger cars on a bigger circuit, what he's used to compared to the karts. But he's putting in a really good showing here. We're still lapping in the 1.7s, which is interesting. Yes. So we're, 3 seconds away from Joe Stables' lap record within Class B.
Yes.
So obviously for whatever reason, the track isn't providing the grip what perhaps it has done in the past, but nevertheless it's the same for everybody. We're having a cracking race out front between Leon Morel and Thomas Fleming. Up towards the left-handed rocket hairpin they go. With 6 minutes of the race to go, we're working lap number 11.
Round the right hand of these two go, and it is Morel who switched to Valor Motorsport midway through the season. He started the season with North Motorsport, but has switched camps and is going well. He's still relatively inexperienced, more experienced than Fleming, of course, but he's not done that many seasons of racing. He was the overall champion last year. That was all decided in a very tense climax at Snetterton last season. But there's a couple of other contenders from another class as well, Joe Stables and Scott Mittal, on that occasion. But here, it's Fleming out front with, Morel out front with Fleming behind him. About 8 seconds clear of Alistair Smart, who in the class battle is about 2 seconds behind or ahead of Julian Griffiths. Meanwhile, Philip Brown and Samuel Cancel, this is having a bit of a scrap now over 6th and 7th position. So Samuel Cancel possibly at least getting to some kind of reasonable speed, and he's still there lapping in the 1 minute 8s, 1 minute 9s.
Yeah, that's right. But then again, it's going through the banking where he seems to lose a lot of time. So not sure what's really going on there, but it's a real problem for Simon Walker-Hand. He's going to lose the championship lead in this race, therefore, to Leon Morel, assuming Leon Morel's race continues in the form it's currently going. He turns his way into the corkscrew with 4.5 minutes to go, so we're squeezing potentially another 5 laps of this race. So quick these cars are. 67 seconds is their lap times. In towards turn 1 they go. I don't think they're going to have to worry about lap traffic in this race because the whole field still separated by less than 40 seconds. They go down towards the banking. These two similar Radical SR3s. I think these are the RSX models, the latest Radical from Peterborough in Cambridgeshire. And they work their way through the fast right-hander there at Church Corner. Something through there, Tom Fleming, if we get in some understeer from the aero of the car in front, something he probably wouldn't have experienced before. But they work their way into the hairpin there at Rocket, and then through the right-hander, but staying ahead still is Leon Morel. He looks pretty keen here, Ian, to win the race overall, despite if he finishes first or second, the points don't really make a difference.
No, absolutely right. So watching them come through corkscrew now with 3.5 minutes to go. They're a long way clear of anybody else in this race. Class A is headed by Alistair Smart, still 2 seconds between him and Julian Griffiths. So Alistair Smart looks like he's going to pick up the most points he can from the race. I think that'll be 12 points for the win rather than 15 on this occasion because of the limited number of starters in Class A here today. Class B will get full points because there's 11 starters within that class today, although not all of them actually scoring points, including the man that's looking up the inside for the lead of the race at Church. And has he done it? He's got his nose in front, he's done it! Fleming has gone through. Tom Fleming, therefore, takes the lead of the race with 3 minutes left to go. Up the inside at Church Corner, Leon Morel down to second position. But as we said, Leon Morel is registered for points and Tom Fleming is not scoring points from this race.
Yeah, that's right. So Fleming goes through. The former Felton School student in Essex takes the lead of the race ahead of Leon Morel as they work their way up the top end of the circuit, the slower half of the track, where you can gain or lose a lot of lap time despite that case. And a lock up there for Morel. He's going off the road. Has he come through the corner? Well, he didn't really need to do that. He was pushing so hard he stayed on the tarmac. But a real problematic lap there for Leon Morel as he turns his way through with 2, possibly 3 laps to go. I think it'll be 2, won't it, with the lap times we're doing. The gap is 1.5 seconds between them. For third position now, is that gap coming down between Alistair Smart and Julian Griffiths? It's under a second, I think.
Yes, it looks
and Griffiths
like
is just done a PB, almost a full second quicker than Smart. So that's for the Class A lead. Meanwhile, battles further down the order, including Miles Drew, who's working his way back up after that first lap excursion. He's currently 11th, just behind Andrew Gorge, who I think is having quite a good race here. He's had 1 top 10 this year. He's currently sitting in 10th position again today.
A minute and a half left. Yes, Class A is a little bit closer now, I can say. Just looking out of the window, Julian Griffiths is within about 3/4 of a second now of Alistair Smart. So the Class A Championship leader will be feeling a bit of pressure now. I'll see if I can bring you that in a moment. But this is Gord versus Drew at the moment for 10th and 11th position. This is where you can get a tow, and it looks like Gord is going to take the defensive line, middle of the road, but that then opens up the opportunity on the second part of Rocket if the driver, in this case Miles Drew, can get up the inside, and he tried that and it didn't really work out for him, and he's lost a few car lengths as a result of that. Last lap board has been shown, Josh.
Simon Walker-Hansel out the window is going up the inside and ahead of Philip Brown, which is actually for the second point scorer within the class, because Phil Knibb is another non-point scorer within Class B. So actually this isn't going to work out as badly if here Walker-Hansel can stay ahead of Philip Brown for the points, but what it feels like it might have been. So they turn their way here up towards Church Corner.
Meanwhile, our leaders are at the top of the circuit. Tom Fleming it is that is still leading. He is about to head back down towards us at the corkscrew. Here he is for the final time. Checkered flag is made ready, and it's going to be Tom Fleming on his first bike sports appearance that takes the checkered flag to win. Yes, he's very happy with that. Tom Fleming takes victory in the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. Leon Morel takes second place in car number 1. And who is going to be third? Well, it is going to be Alistair Smart, number 73, that clings on to third place overall, and importantly, the Class A victory. So 12 points for him. He finishes about 0.8 of a second ahead of number 7, Julian Griffiths. Here's this battle we were watching, though, Josh, right down towards the wire.
Yeah, that's right. Around the outside comes Miles Drew here into the corkscrew. It's going to get very tight. It almost comes to a standstill. It got so tight. Walker-Hansel came home 6th, second of the Class B point scorers, but he got the fastest lap. Therefore, Morel and Walker-Hansel will be equal on points going into the race later on today.
Yes, of course, he got that fastest lap time in the first part of the race before he picked some kind of problems. Perhaps it will be interesting to find out what problems he had. Rest of the field coming through, that's Stephen Bell coming through. He's ahead of Mark Grays and Ian McDonald and Ian Charleston. They all came over in a bit of a rush together, 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th. They were our final finishes because, of course, Ash Hicklin was a retirement with the off at Church on the opening lap of the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship race. So there you see the victor, Tom Fleming, heading into Parc Fermé at the end of the race. Many congratulations to Tom on his victory, and Leon Morel on second place, and Alistair Smart third place overall, and victory in Class A of the championship race today. Let's take a look at the results as we look out over towards the mountains of Snowdonia and remind you of the finishing order. Victory it was for Tom Fleming in the number 72 car. In second place, number 1, Leon Morel. 2.04 seconds there was between them. In third place in winning Class A was number 73, Alistair Smart, in the Radical PR6, the first 2 in SR3s. Fourth to number 7, Julian Griffiths. Fifth to number 92, Phil Knibb. In sixth place was number 4, that was Simon Walker-Hansel, despite some issues during the course of that race. Don't know what those issues were. 7th was number 11, Philip Brown. 8th was number 5, Doug Carter. 3rd within Class A. Andrew Fido got himself back to 9th overall in number 12 after his spin on the first lap. And number 60, Andrew Gord, rounded out the top 10. Beyond that, it was in 11th place. The 117 car for Miles Drew from Stephen Bell, Mark Grayson, Ian McDonald and Ian Charles, with Ash Hicklin a non-finisher. We'll be back with you in a few moments' time for the Kiwa Road Sport Series race. So the next race is for the Kiwa Road Sport Series race. There's a 45-minute race with some driver changes, a non-championship event, and it is the final event of the season for this particular category. And there's a very good entry to represent the road sports here at Anglesey this weekend. So let's see if we can run you through the grid for this one. Quite a lot of cars. We should have, I think, 32 cars out there. There'll be a couple that have withdrawn. But on pole position, it's the number 49 car. That is Will Stacey in the Lotus. And beside him on the front row, the 127 car is the Seat that's going to be started, I think, by Will Beach. On the second row, it's going to be number 9 on the inside. That's Rob Boston, another Lotus. And the 53 car is going to be started by Andy Hiley. That's another Lotus. Third row is 15. That's Colin Gillespie starting that one. That's the Seat, and the 14 car of Chris Freeman. That's a Golf. On to the fourth row of the grid, and there we find the number 179 car. That's David Gooding starting that car. He's sharing it with Nigel Greensall. 51, Luke Handley alongside him. He's showing that car with Rob Baker today. Row 5 on the inside, you've got number 92, Phil Nibb, who we've just seen out actually in the bike sports race. So he's not starting that car, but Andrew Raff is. And next to him is number 2, that's Mike Rayner in the Lotus Elise. On the 6th row, number 8, Chris Webster starting the Ginetta G40 that he shares with Matthew Tidmarsh. And then 707 is the Jonathan Barrett BMW. On to row 7 of the grid, that's number 5, that is Jonathan Packer, and alongside him is the number 67 car of Julian McBride. On the 8th row, that car won't be there actually, the Browse BMW has withdrawn, so number 22 is not there, but 531 is there on the outside of row 8, and that is the BMW started by Joel Oswick. On the 9th row, it's going to be 153, Paul Bancroft, and the treble 6 car of Sammy Bowler. On the 10th row, it's going to be 100, Lewis Harrison starting the Lotus, and 76 is Michael Downey in the Porsche Boxster. The 11th row is number 19, that is the Honda Civic Type R started by Gavin Johnson, and besides him is number 48, the Mike Nash BMW 330ci. On row 12, it's number 3, Ben McCauley in another Lotus, and 98, Rory Baptiste in, actually Mark Lloyd Jones, I should say, starting the E46 330i. And then on to row 13, we have number 1. That's not going to be there, in fact. David Drinkwater has withdrawn that car after problems earlier on today. Important that from a whole hatch point of view. We'll perhaps pick that up later on. 129 is on the outside of row 13, and it's Philip Hadcock starting that one. The 14th row is 118, and it's Joseph Ritchie who's starting that car. Besides him is 166, started by Mark Colmer. On row 15, it's the 114 car, which is George Whitehouse's Mini, and the 27 car, Stephen Thompson, starting that Mini. And then we go on to the final couple of rows of the grid. We then have number 33, Pip Hammond is starting the Vauxhall Nova, handing over to his other half, Esther Quaintmere, for the second part of the race. Number 70, that is the BMW 325Ti of John Maddock Jones. And then it's 57, which is Keith Fryer in the Honda Civic Type R, and 88, starting from the pit lane, Sam Redrop. So that's the way the grid lines up for this 45-minute road sports race, Josh. Should be entertaining. Of course, we have, within this race, pit stops to be served as well.
Yeah, that's right, and with some success penalty as well to factor in, that could be an important part of this race, which will happen in the middle third of the 45-minute race that is coming up here for the Kiwa Road Sports Series. And we've had races this season at both Silverstone layouts, the national circuit and the international layout, Croft, Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit, and Snetterton on the 300 circuit. The only driver to have won twice has been Rob Boston, although in two different types of car. He's had his Class A and his Class B Lotus Elise out over the course of the season. He's back in his Class B car today, where he's won 3 times this season, Silverstone, Croft and Brands Hatch. So Rob Boston has been a winner. Also Matthew Weymouth, he was the winner on the Silverstone National Circuit in his BMW E36 M3. At Croft it was the Lotus Exige of Liam Bidgeway. At Brands Hatch it was the BMW E46 M3 of Ben and Adam Ewan. We mentioned Rob Boston's win at Snetterton. Then on the international circuit at Silverstone it was Will Stacey, and it's Will Stacey who will start from pole position today, and therefore here have the biggest success penalty out of the Class A cars. He did get a couple of lap times deleted during the course of qualifying due to taking the checkered flag twice, but if you took the actual best lap time, that was 2 seconds faster than anybody else. As you can see, the cars are lining up on the grid, so Will Stacey might be quite hard to beat here in that Lotus Elise, but he's got the Seat alongside him of Will Beach and Mark Grice, so they're in a different car to what we're used to seeing them in. The Capture Motorsport team, we usually see that pairing out in an Audi, but they've switched to a Seat today, and they've got a lot of little Lotuses around that car, that front-wheel drive Seat. So it does feel like this tight and twisty Anglesey circuit does perhaps favour those lighter machines. We've got Rob Boston there on pole, on the second row, I should say, alongside then the car of Andy Hiley.
Bit worried about Mike Rayner, number 2. It looked like there was a little bit of smoke pouring forth from his Lotus Elise that lines up on the outside of row 5 of the grid. Although, having said that, it looks like that might have cleared now. We've had the green flag waved at the back of the grid, which is around the corner, such is the size of this road sports grid. 34 cars slated to race, although we do have a couple of absentees that we're aware of.
As the green flag lap begins, we've seen how tricky it is to get a good 2x2 rolling start with smaller grids due to the nature of the short start and finish line and the corkscrew that completes the lap. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the start of this race goes. And Will Stacey, I suspect, will be keen to not allow the Seat through at the start, because he knows that's got more power and therefore might be difficult to come through. We've got 4 classes to watch out for based on power to weight ratios. So Class A pole is with Will Stacey, Class B with Rob Boston. We've mentioned those two already. The Class C pole sitter is Joel Oswick and Dan Osano's BMW 328i, who've been going so well this year in the Club Enduro Championship. And in Class D, with the withdrawal of David Drinkwater's BMW, it's a similar car, father and son, Philip and Matthew Adcock's BMW Compact, that starts on pole there.
Yes, indeed. Down beneath us in the pit lane, we can see Sam Radrock ready to start his race from the pit lane. Everyone else on their rolling lap. In terms of the success penalty, so this is an extra amount of time that you have to serve within your pit stops. That is going to be, well, it would have been 5 seconds for David Drinkwater, but he's not starting. 5 seconds for number 3, Ben McCauley. 5 seconds for number 9, Rob Boston. 15 seconds for number 14, Chris Freeman. 10 seconds for the 18 car of Simon Morger, although I've not seen him out there. No, he's not there, is he? 15 seconds for William Stacey, and 15 seconds for Philip Adcock as well, because that's based on success that drivers have had within their respective classes. There is the Red Drop car, which looks as if it has had some repaneling done on it during the course of the season. That will start the race from the pit lane. So 45 minutes, pit stops taken between 15 and 30 minutes of the race. They have to be 60 seconds in length at least, whether you're doing a driver change or not. Speaking to some of the drivers this morning, possibly it's not necessarily easy to change your drivers within 60 seconds. It might take a little bit longer than that. For the moment at least they're in good 2x2 order, but then they can get to the corkscrew and it gets a little bit more difficult to stay side by side through there, especially with such a big field of cars. But if the starter is happy with their formation as they come through the final turn and onto the start-finish straight, then the red light will go out and the 45-minute race will get underway here at Anglesey Circuit for the Kiwa Road Sports Series. And the light does go out and the race does get underway, and we can see the cars filtering through the first turn, and already 1 or 2 of them off the road. Just trying to pick up which one of that is. That is the Gillespie Seat that is off. You've got the Ginetta car of Chris Webster locking up a little bit as he went into the banking, possibly a little bit perturbed by what was going on around him. But out in front we do have Will Stacey leading the race, then number 49, from number 127 Will Beach in second place. In third place it is the number 9 car, which is Rob Boston, the second of those blue Lotuses. And they make their way up the hill, and there is a change of lead at the top of the hill, but only, I think, very briefly, because Will Beach did get through in that much bigger Seat, but the Lotus got back through, and now they're turning their way towards Peel, the right hand of the Seat's got the inside line here, the Leon TCR, and they are still alongside one another as they head down through the corkscrew. Surely they can't stay beside one another all the way through here. Well, possibly they can actually. No, the Lotus has got back through into the lead, Josh. So, and he's lost 2 places there. The Seat has he there door to door for second and third, and it's Rob Boston who was trying to get up on the inside for second place. He couldn't quite make that work, Josh.
No, that's right. A real opportunist moment from Rob Boston. A great big rear wing he's got on the back of that car now. I think Rob Boston won the race for Remembrance this year, last year in a very similar car, so he knows this Anglesey circuit well. There's Colin Gillespie, so he got back on and didn't really lose any positions, did he? Because he's just got 5th position there away from Chris Freeman. But and it's going off again, is Mark. Oh, Boston's gone off behind as well, so that's all very dramatic up there at Church Corner. So originally I thought the Seat was going off the road, the car driven by Will Beach, but he didn't. Rob Boston did behind him instead though, and he's lost positions to Andy Hiley and to Colin Gillespie's Seat. So, and behind him is Boston's main Class B rival in this race, which is Chris Freeman. So Boston was sort of outdoing himself in the first part of that race. The Class B car race against the Class A cars, but he's thrown that away a little bit there at Church Corner. An uncharacteristic mistake there, really, from Rob Boston, trying to gain a place but running off the road. Good battle for third here. Andy Hiley starting the Lotus Elite under pressure from Colin Gillespie. He looks up the inside in the final part of the corkscrew there, and that's going to allow Rob Boston to fight back on the exit of the corner, but he won't have the power being a Class B car. So really a lot of battling going on in the first just 2 laps of this race, and a lot seems to have happened.
Yes, it's very dramatic, isn't it? Will Stacey in the lead though, and surprisingly he's got the best lap of the race so far, 1:13.46. He said how fast he was in qualifying, Josh. He's already 3 seconds ahead of the Beach car in second place, and for third they're overlapping at Church, just about to come into shot here, and it's Hiley and Gillespie there, and they've not changed order. Boston there in third, and look at this as they go past the school building now, up towards Rocket. Yes, Gillespie goes through there ahead of Hiley, and that looks rather easy there, Josh.
Yeah, that's the difference, isn't it, between the touring cars that have got all the power in the straights and the light Lotuses. So through into third position goes Colin Gillespie. He changed to this in May. He said he almost... Oh, he's made a mistake there, though, hasn't he, through the tighter section. That means the Lotuses are coming back. That's Andy Hiley and Rob Boston. Then you've got Chris Freeman in the Gulf round the outside, way too late on the brakes over Hiley. Where's he ended up? On the grass, presumably. Perhaps not. He just ran a little while, allowed him Boston through into 4th position. Stacey in the 1:12, which is 2.5 seconds underneath the club enduro lap record. We've never had a road sports race here before, but that of enduro, which these cars are very similar to. Will Stacey will do that tomorrow. The lap record of 1:15 from when we last visited here, what shows the pace that Will Stacey has got around this Anglesey coastal circuit in that Lotus Elite. He's now 5 seconds ahead of anybody else.
Yes, and some of these drivers we'll see tomorrow as well in the Club Enduro race, which is a championship, for an ultimate round of that championship. But for the moment, let's focus on road sports. And again, here you're going to see that Lotus outclassed in a straight line. This time, that is by the 14 car, is a Class B car, Chris Freeman in the Golf. Meanwhile, that is Andrew Raff. Oh, well, Andy Hiley there was just ambushed on both sides, wasn't he, by Luke Handley and by Andrew Raff in the Golf and the Seat respectively. Must have been quite an intimidating moment in that little Lotus.
Yeah, those 2 cars were much bigger. I wonder if all is not well with Hiley's car, because it shouldn't be being passed like that by Class B cars in a straight line, that is for sure. So dramas for Hiley. We'll see if he makes his way into the pit lane this time, as he turns his way through the corkscrew currently.
Yes, he is into the pit lane, I can see. So there you can see him just on screen on the left-hand side of the shot briefly there. So Hiley into the pit lane. So this is too early as well for a scheduled stop, because we're only less than 6 minutes into this race, and stops can only be made after the 15-minute or mandatory stops that count to the one mandatory stop that you have to make can only be made in the middle 15 minutes.
Some battles here into the banking, including car number 2, Mike Rayner, who looks like he's out there in the British Sports Car Services Lotus Elise that had success in the past in the hands of Alan Henderson. So Mike Rayner racing that, I think, for the first time today, and he currently sits in 13th position, just ahead of Jonathan Barrett's BMW. There's a real battle going on there up here into Rocket, because there's what, half a dozen cars being headed by David Goodin. It's 5 cars actually. David Goodin's M3's at the front of it. Mike Rayner's going up the inside of the 5 car there of Jonathan Packer. You've also got the Ginetta G40 involved in all of that. That's the car that was started by Chris Webster in this race, and Webster under threat there from Rayner. They're all not that far behind. Julian McBride as well in his BMW M3. So a real mix of cars in this battle, and that really is what the Kiwa Road Sports Series is all about. A very good regulation set, which means it's competitive within the classes amongst a variation of cars. It's really an open regulation set with a power to weight ratio that splits the classes, and it works really well. Gets these big grids at every round, and there's always some really good racing within all the classes.
That's definitely the case, isn't it? So we're watching with 38 minutes of the race left to go. The little Ginetta being driven by Chris Webster at the moment, number 8, one of those Class B cars, and that's a car that's running in 10th position at the moment. And you can see there is cars all around him, including the 707 car of Jonathan Barrett. Now, he was 13th actually at the start of the lap, so he's made up a little bit of ground there, and he's going to make up more ground here up the inside of Jonathan Packer in that number 5 VW Golf. So Barrett here having a good few corners as round the outside tries to go Chris Webster in that Ginetta, but he couldn't make that work. It's difficult to do that up there at Rocket now through Peel. They go, named for John Peel, who was based here for a time, and down they go through the left-hander, then the right, then the left of the corkscrew. A dramatic end, this 1.55 mile lap of the coastal circuit.
Jonathan Barrett had his best race yet last time out at Silverstone, where he finished in 5th position in that Saxon Motorsport run BMW M3, and she said he gained position on the last lap. He's gone off the road here out of turn 1. He's going to come back on the circuit after a brief period on the grass, but he'll have lost that position once more to Jonathan Packer in that battle for his 11th position in this race. So they head off on lap 7, but this is the leader, is it not? Will Stacey with real dramas. Engine problems, you would think, as lots of smoke coming out of the exhaust. He had pulled out a 13-second lead. I think he still leads because he's so far ahead of everybody else, but he is going to be bound for the pit lane.
Yes.
And this could have big repercussions for Will Stacey, who was hoping for a good weekend here at Anglesey.
Yes, he's out of the race, it would seem, or at least temporarily. So new race leader then is the 127 car, Will Beach in the Seat. So he goes through into the lead of this race as we now watch this battle again between Packer and Barrett. And this is for 11th, well, it can have it for 10th and 11th position, won't it? Once all of this filters through.
Yeah, what it does mean, we've got a much more competitive race at the front of this one. Just having a look there, we'll give them a mention. The Class C leaders, 5:31. So a good drive here. It's Joel Oswick, isn't it?
Yes.
Who starts. It's the car that's won a number of times in the Club Enduro competition. They're out in their BMW 328i. But go back to this race. So we've got Will Beach leading, but now only by 2.3 seconds over Colin Gillespie, and then only another 3 seconds back to Rob Boston. So the top 3 separated by just 5 seconds in this, as battles continue uphill here involving David Goodin and Mike Rayner for what is 8th position, I think, in this race. And Mike Rayner breaks really late in the lighter Lotus and gets past David Goodin, but then slides a little wide. But that really gives him the inside line, doesn't it, for the next corner, which isn't the worst thing. So Mike Rayner has gained that position.
This is the first time that we've live streamed a 750 Motor Club meeting from Anglesey Circuit, and it's fascinating to see what's going on up at the top part of the track, because usually from our commentary position that's all a bit of a mystery what happens up there.
The Rob Boston Racing dramas continue because Rob Boston's had a slow lap and lost the lead of Class B. So Chris Freeman in the Volkswagen Golf takes the lead of Class B and third overall. Rob Boston is still going, unlike his other car, the car that was driven by Will Stacey, that was pit lane bound. But he's all well, I wonder, with Rob Boston's car now after losing about 5 seconds on that last lap.
Well, he's heading out of Church now, I can see. There is some smoke pouring from the back of that car as well, though. So the problem afflicting the RBR Lotus Elises this weekend, it would seem. So that one possibly bound for the pit lane as well. So we're watching.
Rob Boston managed to get a Lotus to go for 12 hours here in November. I know it's a bit warmer today, but those two cars haven't lasted 10 minutes, it seems.
Yes, so I'm just going to 12. So yes, disappointing day so far for the RBR team. Here's Barrett then, the number 707 in his BMW, coming up to lap there, the 57 Honda Civic, Keith Fryer car.
Well, Rob Boston's carrying on here, just to let you know, out of shot. I can see he's come through for another lap.
Okay, so we can see if he is able to. I mean, his pace is because he's not lost any ground really. So the class leader, Chris Freeman, on that lap did a 1:17.2. Assuming it was a 1:17.1, so very similar lap times that they managed. So if there is a problem, it's at this stage not a serious one that they have. Try and pick up that battle actually, because it is relatively close indeed. As they head through Church Corner, we can see Rob Boston is about to get the place back. Here he is from Chris Freeman. It was very close through Church. It closed up as they went through there. Let's see if he's able to do anything as they climb past the school building, up the hill towards Rocket 1. They've got the Mini to lap as well. That's the number 27 car of Stephen Thompson at this stage of the race. They've gone past that, but Boston, although I swear there was some smoke there, he is lapping it in reasonably quick order now, and he's pushing hard for the lead of Class B and third position overall, trying to get back ahead of number 14 Chris Freeman, who was, I think, a winner last time out in Club Enduro at Silverstone.
And Road Sports too. He had a really good weekend there. That means that he has got more success penalty than Rob Boston in this race. 15 seconds to the 5 of Boston, but they come up across the line. Here comes Boston, looking to the inside. There's more traffic to deal with, which is going to be the factor for the rest of the race. Great shot there with the sea in the background and the Snowdon Mountings too, and this really picturesque race circuit at Anglesey, which I haven't been to, I think, for something like 7 years. It's great to be here with these views, and no other race circuit comes anywhere close in the UK, that's for sure.
No, it's a unique venue, and this particular layout having been used for over a decade now. Originally the circuit was a different layout, using part of the service roads of the old military base here, but this was realigned, designed with a blank sheet of paper, this layout by Richard Peacock, and he has designed here a circuit that produces very good racing. It's a real challenge to the driver as well. So not only are the views great, it is a challenging circuit for the drivers. When they get here, it's a long old haul for a lot of drivers to get to Anglesey, but certainly worth it when they arrive. Boston here still piling the pressure on as they come up to complete lap number 11 of the race now. The pit window will be open in about 3/4 of a minute, so we'll start to see some pit stops, I'm sure. But for the moment, it's Chris Freeman holding on in third place and the class lead. Meanwhile, I can tell you that there's about 2.3 seconds between the two leaders, Paul Beach and Colin Gillespie.
Yeah, and they just had a whole load of traffic to go through. They are that traffic that the third place battle is going to have to deal with very shortly. Involved in the battle they're going to lap is Gavin Johnson. I can see in his Type R Trophy specification Honda Civic. He's involved with Ben McCauley there. I can see in his Lotus Elise. There's a Mini in there as well. 114, which is driven by George Whitehouse, I think. And there is the leaders making their way down towards the corkscrew. It's the two Catcher Motorsport cars. Firstly, driven by Will Beach, I think, is the leader. And then in second position is Colin Gillespie. There's that battle we were talking about. They've gone a lap down on the overall leaders, but that's because they've got a lot less power. They're in the lower class. I think lots of Class C cars involved in that battle. At the front of it is 98, which is Mark Lloyd-Jones, the Saxon Motorsport man, in Rory Baptiste, BMW 330. Then you've got George Whitehouse in the Mini, who looks to the inside, and then about to lap them, the battle for third. Here they come with a pressure on as Rob Boston tries to squeeze his Lotus up the inside. The Lotus isn't that big, but it was bigger than that gap was, so Boston backed out of it. Chris Freeman therefore continues to lead Class B, and that battle in front is getting pretty frantic, but they're going to come up on very shortly.
Yes, so this could be very interesting. This could present an opportunity for Rob Boston, or it could present a barrier to Rob Boston. Which way is it going to go? But there's 4 cars that they're going to have to lap very soon indeed. Freeman up on the inside of one of them there. Boston follows him through. That's the Gavin Johnson Honda Civic Type R trophy car, as Josh was saying. And then there's 3 cars left for them to lap, and Boston now is alongside as the Mini drives all the way off the road, and then the 2 Class B leads on either side there of the number 3 Lotus of Ben McCauley, and out in front has popped Rob Boston. So Boston has found that the back marker traffic has worked for him on this occasion.
And while that was all going on, I think we had a retirement to the pit lane, which was Pip Hammond's Vauxhall Nova. That car's just been pushed into the garage, I think. I'm not sure if we can get a shot of that. Yes, we can. So real dramas here for a car that tends to be so reliable, doesn't it? Pip Hammond, you don't often see him retire a race.
And he'll be racing in Classic Stock Hatch, fingers crossed, at Cadwell Park next weekend, his home circuit where he always goes well, so hopefully all well. And a shame that Esther Quaintmere, unless they can get that car back out, won't be able to take her part in the race today. So pit lane window is now open because we've had 18 or 17 minutes or so of the race, and now Boston's got back through. He is pulling away from Chris Freeman as well, so whatever problems he had, they must have been very short-lived.
Yeah, so that's good news for Rob. So back into the Class C. Third in Class B, by the way, is Luke Handley, who is sharing with Rob Baker today, I think, the area motorsport boss. Drivers getting prepared, you can see down there in the pit lane. I think they're watching the Alpha Live stream as well as the live timing, trying to work out when the best time to make their pit stop is. And there's a number of teams here who have got 2 drivers, aren't there? So there's going to be a lot of driver changes going on in the middle third of this race, which we are into now. But shame there for George Whitehouse, because he retired, didn't he?
Yes.
In the Mini, who was involved in this battle that is now being lapped by the 5th placed, or the 6th placed car, Andrew Raff, in the Seat that he shares with Phil Neer. But that group of cars then come up across the line. And the lead of the race, there's only 0.2 of a second between the 2 leaders, so I'm not sure if we can pick up where they are on the circuit. I think they're heading up towards Rocket, so we'll see if we can pick up the battle between Will Beach and Colin Gillespie. Here they are, the 2 teammates. It's still Beach in front, but Colin Gillespie's done a really good job here. Remember, after going off the road on the first lap to catch his teammate, Will Beach. Here, so the 2 Capture Motorsport Seats work their way up in towards Peel Corner, just lapping the Michael Downey Porsche Boxster at the moment.
Yeah, it's delayed. We've got a safety car now. Safety car is coming out. That presumably is for the Mini that's stopped.
The car that's coming to the pit lane is a bit of a surprise. That's Andy Hiley, so he got back out, but the pit lane's going to get very busy. The pit lane's not very big.
Yes.
Right, this is a drama, isn't it? One of the lead, of course, their teammates perhaps can't have both in at the same time, maybe.
Yes.
One of the leaders have come in. That is Colin Gillespie, whereas Will Beach has just elected to stay out, and he's going to get caught by the safety car. Really good work there by 750 Motor Club officials. They've got the safety car out on this busy circuit, right in front of the leaders. That is a really good job there by all.
Really important. So, yes, the pit boards are being shown. Pit says one of them a piece of cardboard with some yellow tape stuck to it. All high-tech stuff. So there's the Hiley and Johnny Weston Taylor car. The driver handover being done. 60-second stop, of course, it has to be.
They were still in 13th, Ian, despite that pit stop earlier.
It was only a really quick pit stop. They were in for seconds. Stationary, so yes, for Andy Hiley very quickly got back out into the race.
See, Gavin Johnson's pitted. He's got Chris Nyland driving with him today, who's one of the championship contenders in the Type R trophy. Now, Hiley to Weston Taylor, they're going to get back out, aren't they? On the same, well, I guess 1 lap behind the leader, are they? Yeah, I think they're 1 lap behind the leader. That's possibly not a bad place to be. Yeah,
we'll check all of the order, but of course the majority of drivers will stop now. We have this situation. You can see all the cars have to stop at 45 degrees an angle. nose into the pit, towards the pit garages, and that's important for safety reasons. Because of the congestion problem that we'd have otherwise.
Just saw there again the Saxon Motorsport team, Mark Lloyd-Jones, who drives the cars and normally gets well involved with the mechanics as well, getting out of the car. That Rory Baptiste will take over for the remainder. So what have we had in about at least half the grid, haven't we, on that first time around?
Yes, I would say so.
So for the erstwhile race leaders, Will Beach and Mark Grice, could this be an issue, I wonder? Because everybody else is getting back out basically on the lead lap, aren't they?
Yeah.
And hopefully everybody does that in the safest manner possible.
I can see a recovery truck is poised to head on to the circuit. It's about to do that now, and that will be to collect the George Whitehouse Mini. There's the Jonathan Barrett car, number 707, getting back out into the race. A little bit scribbly there with the number 5 car of Jonathan Packer, which was also being released. They've got red lights at the end of the pit lane at the moment because they were waiting until the safety car train has passed. So all of these cars now effectively are going to go a lap down.
I'm not sure you'd call it a train, really. Just the safety car, nothing else.
Yeah, well, no, there's you've got Jonathan Weston-Taylor behind it.
Well, kinda.
But the only one, everyone else has indeed come into the pits, I think.
I don't think probably nobody was really expecting this, were they?
Green light at the end of the pit lane now.
It wasn't as an obvious safety car, was it? It was a kind of a 50-50 situation,
yeah.
But they've brought it out, like you say.
Rob Boston into the pits, we can see that on screen now as well.
They're checking out what that smoke may have been, aren't they, down there?
Yeah, got the engine cover open on
They've told him to turn it off there, so that could be a real problem for Boston. The team mechanics just ran into the garage. So I can see just going across the line now to take the lead of the race is Phil Dryborough in Colin Gillespie's car. Luke Handley, therefore, I reckon is second. And then Phil Knibb third. So this is been a real mix-up in the order, I think, once we get this all sorted out. At the moment, the screen won't be giving us the full picture, but I think once that's all sorted out, we're going to have a very different look to the front of this race.
And is that Jonathan Barrett's car that's stopped out on circuit now? That is between the banking and Church now. It's moving again now, I think. Yeah, so hopefully that'll be all right. I was worried for a moment that would extend the safety car. I think one of the marshals had already headed down towards that to see if he could offer assistance, but I don't think he was required. There is the cause of the safety car. That's the 114 George Whitehouse Mini Cooper that pulled off.
Boston has gone back out into the race, but he's lost a number of positions.
Okay, so we'll just have a check on the order, give it a minute or two. And then it makes some kind of sense to run down the order again. Right now it doesn't.
Somebody who's going to be pretty much at the back of the train, but to watch out for is going to be Nigel Greenthal in the BMW E36 M3 that was started by David Gooding. He's going to be really quick, I would imagine, in that car. Such an experienced racer. Although I wonder if he's actually raced here at Anglesey that much, because the kind of categories he might do.
I certainly remember racing in bike sports here at Anglesey, I think it was. I think it's bike sports, where he was involved in some very entertaining races here. So he has certainly driven Anglesey many times before and raced here as well.
But not as much as maybe other venues, as you expect. But yeah, obviously very experienced driver. Safety car stays out, and this time when everybody comes through, we get a truer view of the order of this race.
Yes, I don't think there's anyone at all in the pit lane as we speak. We can't see the whole of the pit lane from our vantage point because of the roof of the floor below us. But I think as everyone sort of trips the beam this time, this should be a fairly representative order, one would think, Josh.
Yeah, I just saw there Colin Gillespie giving big thumbs up to Phil Dryborough, who is our new race leader. He's kind of in the middle of the train now. Jonathan Barrett's pitted, by the way, after that problem. I think he might be going straight into the garage. Yeah. So wherever the safety car will let the cars through that are between it and the leader, I'm not sure. So it'll be Rob Baker actually now in second place, won't it? Who's taken over from Luke Hand. You can see the recovery still going on there. So I'm not sure if you want to go through the order at this stage, Ian, that we've got a truer view.
Let's do that. So it's 15 leading. That's a Class A car. That's Phil Dryborough in the Seat. Second is number 51, a Class B car, Rob Baker in the Golf. Third is number 92, Phil Knibb in the Seat. Fourth is number 14, Class B car, Chris Freeman in the Golf. 5th is 127, that is Mark Grice in the Seat Class A car. 6th is number 9, another Class B car, so they're alternating at the minute. Rob Boston in the Lotus. 7th is 67, Julie McBride in the BMW. 8th is the 179 car, David Gooding, Nigel Greensall now BMW. 9th is 531, Dan Olsano BMW. And that's the Class C leading car by quite a long way actually. And 10th is number 2 Mike Rayner in the Class A Lotus. Then 11th is Johnny Weston Taylor 53. 12th is 153 Paul Bancroft. 13th is number 5 Packer. 14th is number 8 Matthew Tidmarsh. 15th is treble 6 Sammy Bowler. 16th is number 17 John Maddox Jones. 17th is in the pit lane, but it is 17th at the moment, Jonathan Barrett, number 707. 18th is the 166 car of the Coolmers. 19th is the 19 car now being driven by Chris Nyland. And in 20th place, number 98, which is now
Rory Baptiste.
Rory Baptiste in that car now, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. So, got some quick drivers there. Interesting what Chris Nyland can do. Who you just mentioned, he and Rory Baptiste should be pretty quick there within Class C. But like you say, that class is being dominated by Joel Oswick and now Dan Olsano. There's a safety car train then, so the safety car period perhaps taking a bit of a longer period than some drivers might have anticipated, but we've got the train of cars behind it now after those pit stops. There's Jonathan Barrett after his pit stop, that car in the garage, the Saxon Motorsport run car. It's a bit smoky, isn't it?
Hope someone's got a fire extinguisher to hand. So safety car's gone through again, so we'll have at least one more lap behind the McGann. Under caution here, there's 18 minutes of the race left to go. It's only 3 minutes of the pit lane window open. I don't think there was anyone else that needed to use it particularly.
Although there is one come down the pit lane now,
which
number 70, which is the car driven by John Maddox Jones, who was inside the top 20 when you did that rundown. So whether he hadn't made his stop.
That's possibly the case. And we've also now got the Anglesey fire van in attendance as well. I think that's just to make sure that all is okay with the Barrett car.
Not sure if you might have triggered that yet.
Well, you never know. Anyway, so we've got cars circulating behind the safety car. Hopefully we'll get a few more minutes of racing underway.
So we have got 7 cars between the safety car and the leader, and so that is the drivers for which include 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th in this race. So not sure if they get way through or not. Pip Hammond Nova's on the move. I can see there. He was just pushing the car out of the garage.
Yes.
Looks like Gavin Johnson down there as well. So I presume Esther is in the car now. It fires up. So pit stop of 12 minutes or so.
Well, they said it was going to take more than 60 seconds. I didn't think it was going to take quite that long. But anyway, good to see that Esther is out into the race. Dr. Esther Quaitmere, I should say.
Perhaps they both thought they'd just do the 15 minutes because that's what they used to in Classics to catch.
Yes. So she's a flush efficiency engineer at Ideal Standard is Esther. Started racing 5 years ago. She's twice competed in the TCV 24 hours as well. Made her debut in Classic Stock Catch, and she also raced in the Rockingham Super Send-Off meeting in 2018. Are those safety car lights out now, Josh?
Looks that way.
Yep, safety car is heading into the pit lane. So the race is going to get back underway. So the car behind it, the first car taking the green flag, is not the leader of the race. That is 53, which is Johnny Weston Taylor, who I think we said was 11th or thereabouts. Yes, he is.
The top 4 are together on the circuit, though, as they head into turn 1. So that is Phil Drybrough gets up the inside of the Mini, but he's chased by Rob Baker. So if we just hang with this shot, we'll see the leaders come through now. There's Drybrough, second just behind is Baker, then there's a lap car, then third is Nib, then fourth is Freeman. So the top 4 not separated by very much at all.
Will Stacey going back out into the race as well, by the way, but let's have a look at this situation then. So you have got the 5 car there of Packer. There is the car that's first out on the road. We need to try and pick up on the leads who are a bit further back.
It's very busy out there, isn't it? There's the erstwhile leader now in the hands of Mark Grice, the car that Will Beach started, currently running in 5th place, 9 seconds behind the leader, who's just headed through the shot there up in towards the Pill corner, I think. So there they make their way through, but it is Phil Driver, a really experienced racer, former British GT driver, that lead the way. So it's the two Scots that lead. Then in second place is Baker. Here's Chris Freeman, he's fourth, just at the back of the lead-in train.
Yes, which is coming over the line now. They see the pit closed board shown now, so the pit lane window is closed. No more mandatory driver change, although I don't think anyone has any left to make in any case. So there's Driver. He puts a lap there on the 1.53 Paul Bancroft Honda Civic. He's leading this race. He was leading by 2 seconds at the end of that 20th lap from Rob Baker in second place. A second and a half between Baker and Nib, and then only half a second between Nib and Freeman.
Yep, so they make their way through. They're just at the back of the shot. It's the leader, not this car, but a couple of cars behind. He's Phil Driver, the leader. There's Jonathan Packer, not probably going as well as you might expect from him. He's there in 12th position, but there's the leader. Then Phil Driver, he's just lapped the Ginetta G40 of now Matthew Tidmarsh. Chris Webster, I think, started it. But a 2-second lead then from Driver. Only, I think, in his third meeting in this car. He first raced it at Snefton in July with his mate Colin Gillespie. So through they come to complete 21 laps of this race. He is pulling clear of Rob Baker, which you'd perhaps expect because Baker's out there in the Class B Volkswagen Golf. So it's and a problem for Rob Boston is this time it is an issue because he's got the hand out the cockpit of the Lotus Elise that would run in 6th place. Yeah, well, it's probably has come a little bit later than we thought, but the demise of Rob Boston out of the race, the man that has won 2 races, the only driver to have won motorsports races twice this season, isn't going to make it 3 in this final road sports race of 2022. He pulls off and into the pit lane. So battle here in for 6th position. Nigel Greenstone is looking down the inside of Julian McBride, cuts a bit of grass and goes through there into 6th position. So we thought Nigel Greenstone might make progress in that car that was started by David Gooden, and indeed he's into 6th there, ahead of Julian McBride as they work their way through. They're just lapping Chris Nyland, who's there in 16th position and just done the best lap of that car, 1 minute 21.7.
Just thinking back, I think it was Nigel Greenstone battling with Tim Gray in Bike Sports, so that was quite a battle. That must have been a good few years ago now.
Battle for 3rd in this race here, heading into the corkscrew. Phil Nib, who we just saw out in Bike Sports, bit of a segue there, turns his way through in 3rd place. It's been such a different car to drive, won't it, to the Radical SR3. It was in less than an hour ago.
Yeah, that's right. Andrew Rath started this car while Phil was getting out of the Radical and back to the pit lane for this race.
So he's dragging Chris Freeman with him up towards Rob Baker, who leads Class B, and it's Baker versus Freeman for Class B in those area motorsport Volkswagen Golfs. So that could be interesting. There another car heading for the pit lane. That was Will Stacey, who did get back out,
yes,
perhaps surprisingly, but yes, he's heading straight back for the pits.
Yes, he was only out there briefly then for a lap or 2.
You mentioned about good to see Esther Quaintner get back out. It's quite important if they'd like a trophy, because she's actually still 2nd within Class D, such with the demise of others within that class today. So if they can get that car home, they'll be able to pick up a pair of trophies for them, which look good, I'm sure.
It's the Adcocks that are leading Class D, though, isn't it, in the BMW? Yeah,
Phil Adcock's won twice this season, once with Archie O'Brien and last time out with Matthew, who's in the car now. Battle here into the corkscrew, 2nd, 3rd and 4th all together. Rob Baker, Phil Nib and Chris Freeman. They turn their way out of the corkscrew to complete 23 laps with just under 11 minutes of the race to go in lap traffic. So really entertaining battle there for 2nd position, and it seems like this Rob Baker, assuming it is him in the car, hasn't quite got the pace that you might expect from him. I know he hasn't raced this car as much as Chris Freeman, for example, but Rob Baker, the man that puts these cars together and usually drives them really quickly, but he's under pressure now for 2nd place as they head uphill towards Rocket. This is where the Class A say it should have the power. Can Phil Nib get through?
Certainly going to have a go, isn't he? He's having a look up the inside. The line is covered there, and so Baker holds on to 2nd position. Then you've got the 3rd and 4th place cars, the Class A car of Philip Knibb, the 14 car of Chris Freeman. So they're turning their way through Peel now, back down towards the corkscrew for the 24th time in this race. They're now 6 seconds or so behind the leader, Phil Driver, so he's getting away out in front. And the battle on for second. There's one car going off on the grass there. Yes, oh, it's another of the minis.
Sammy Bowler's minis.
Yeah, Sammy Bowler, so not a particularly happy day for the Mini Cooper fraternity here at Anglesey. I think she'll try and get her car if she can up against the barriers there at Rocket.
Yeah, she had a big accident at Brands Hatch in July, I think it was, and since then the car hasn't really worked very well. And she was going well in 14th position or so, but it looks like that race is going to be no longer for her, which is a shame.
Bit more daylight now, is there, between Baker and Knibb? Possibly a few car lengths extra between them compared to what we saw previously. They're up there towards Rocket once again. At the top of the hill, yellow flags at this part of the circuit there, with the Sammy Bowler Mini having pulled off.
Yeah, I wonder if Mark Grice can catch that group, the car that led the race in the first part, 3 or so seconds behind that group. Then lapping quicker than all of them is Nigel Greensaw, who's there in 6th. He's about 2 seconds currently quicker than Rob Baker over the course of a lap. So although he's quite a long way behind at this stage, it's potentially the case that Nigel Greensaw could catch that group, which is headed there by Rob Baker in 2nd position in this race. There's Phil Knibb in 3rd. Where's Chris Freeman got to? Where has Chris Freeman got to, I wonder? He's lost 4th place already to Mark Grice, so that's going to be a slow lap for Freeman. So into 4th place goes Mark Grice. It was a 1 minute 20 for Freeman, where his best is a 1 minute 16. Yeah,
a couple of seconds off his best. On the previous lap, we just saw a personal best lap of the race set by Nigel Greensaw as well, who's up to 6th position as well. So he's about 7 or 6.5 seconds behind Chris Freeman now. So we'll see if any more progress is made there. There's 7 3/4 minutes, so possibly 6 or 7 laps left to go. Could see a change for 6th maybe, as now we're watching this side-by-side for 4th position again as Freeman tries to come back at Grice here.
What was interesting there, Ian, is the Class B Golf uphill in a straight line seemed to have as much power as the Class A Seat, which you might not have expected to have happened.
No, the classes of course split on power to weight ratio, so it doesn't necessarily mean, but it usually means that a Class A car would be quicker in a straight line or a straightish line than a Class B car. That's Baker, so he is putting a lap there on Packer, isn't he?
Yeah.
In the number 5 car. So Baker there in 2nd place, but he is just coming through to complete his 26th lap now, and is nearly 12 seconds behind the race leader.
Yeah, so Phil Driver's had a really good stint here, really good drive by him in the Saltire liveried Seat. There's the battle for 4th position continuing between Mark Grice and between Chris Freeman.
Nigel Greensaw's got the gap to Chris Freeman down to 4 seconds now. It was 2 seconds faster on that lap, so that's the yellow BMW 3 Series that we need to watch out for. There it is in the back of that shot, just behind these two. So that's 4th and 5th. The yellow BMW of Nigel Greensaw is 6th.
That Golf is fast in a straight line. Really quite something. Helped by the toe. And perhaps he's getting a good exit out of Church Corner as well, Chris Freeman, but he's absolutely able to go with Mark Grice in a straight line. There's Sammy Bowley's done a good job to park her car right over the marshals on the post there, so therefore we don't need to go to a caution period. And they just put in a lap on car number 48 there, which is the Mike Nash and Jeremy Buckley's BMW 3 Series. There's Esther Quaintmare in the Vauxhall Nova, the oldest car on the grid, I think, out there, making her way through with lots of bigger cars around her.
Yes, absolutely right. Car from 30 plus years ago now, that Vauxhall Nova of Esther Quaintmare and Pip Hammond. A 1990 car indeed it was, as we watch there some battling going on, not for position though, per se, at the moment. Nigel Greensaw's just on another personal best lap of 1:15.36, so he's taking another 1.6 seconds now out of Chris Freeman for 5th position.
Yes, and we've still got 5 minutes of the race to go, so it should get 4 or 5 laps in still, so there's time yet for that gap to be reduced some more. Meanwhile, that battle continues for 4th place. To my surprise, perhaps, Mark Grice hasn't been able to pull away from Chris Freeman. They've both put a lap on Jonathan Packer as car number 2 comes into the pit lane. Mike Rayner, who's running in 8th position, has got a problem. There you can see the British Sports Car Services Lotus Elise in dramas, it would appear. So the car from 8th position will start to tumble down the timing screens. As the race leaders completed 28 laps, the field driver has gone through already, and then across the line in 2nd place is Baker. 3rd and 4th together now, so Phil Knibb has been caught by Mark Grice. The 2 Sayers here, nose to tail as they come out of turn 1.
Yep, so this is dramatic. It's going to be a change, isn't it? Yes, it is. For 3rd place up the inside goes Mark Grice there in the 127 car, so he now gets ahead of Phil Knibb and up into 3rd position. But you can see that yellow BMW being driven by Nigel Greensall. The car started by David Gooding, number 179, continues to close on this group. That time through is 1.3 seconds, or 1.4 seconds faster than the cars ahead of him, and the gap was down just about 2 seconds.
See, Will Stacey's back out on track, so they've obviously fixed that car to a degree, at least, and he's lapping probably quicker than anybody else on the circuit is Will Stacey. So the team will be pleased with that, as the leader's gone off. Phil Drybread's gone off at the corkscrew, and he's taken the Class D leader with him. Matthew Adcock, I think, just avoided the tyre wall there. Not quite sure how that all came about. Yeah, he's found reverse gear. He leads by about 5 laps, so he's got time to get back on the road. But has Phil Drybread kept the lead? I think he has, hasn't he? But the lead is going to be much reduced. It was 15 seconds, and the lead gap comes down to 5 seconds. We only lost 10 seconds in all of that. Rob Baker is 2nd. 3rd, we saw Mark Grice get past Phil Knibb. Chris Freeman is 5th. Nigel Greensaw is 6th. The top 6 are separated by less than 10 seconds. And 4th, 5th and 6th are all in one shot here as they come through the banking.
Yes, so an excellent conclusion to this race here. You've got Freeman there trying to take the fight to Phil Knibb for 5th and 4th positions, but Nigel Greensaw right now right with them as well, so he's found another couple of seconds, and he's going to get alongside Chris Freeman this time for 5th position, and he's done it. He's gone through. So the BMW will place his own back marking mini there. That just delays them a little bit. That's the 27 car now being driven by Emma Dawson from Ellen, a geologist, and she has now been lapped. But the next target then for Nigel Greensaw is that fellow Class A car of Phil Knibb, and he's going to do him, I think, as they head towards the corkscrew.
Yeah, this is for 3rd position in class as well, so trophy up for grabs here. Around the outside goes Nigel Greensaw there into the corkscrew. Does he make the move successfully? Yes, he does. He comes back into shot ahead, so that's 4th place now with 2 laps of this race to go for Nigel Greensaw. What a drive this has been, perhaps unsurprisingly with his experience level. We only qualified 7th this morning, so a really good job there to get the car up into 4th position and into a podium position within the class. There you see the Class C leader still going, Dan Osano in Joel Oswick's the big BMW that he started. They're in the top 10 overall, so leading that class. 2nd in class is Gavin Johnson with Chris Nyland, and 3rd Ben McCauley, Class C.
Off goes Phil Knibb, number 92 at Church Corner, and he loses a place there, so he loses the position to Chris Freeman.
Fastest lap to Will Stacey, so they've sorted the car, haven't they? If that's just happened, and it has, on lap 18 of the race for Stacey. He's 12 laps behind, but he is, in this race, he has gone 2.2 seconds faster than anybody else, which is quite remarkable.
It certainly is, as we are into the closing stage of this race. The last lap board will be shown very shortly, I think, to our race leader Phil Drybread, who's about to come through. There he is. Well, there's the board out of our window. There's the car in 2nd place, that of Rob Baker, number 51.
And for 30, and Nigel Greensaw has caught Mark Grice as they go down towards turn 1, so 3rd position is up for grabs on the very final lap of this Kiwa Road Sports Series race at Anglesey, the first ever road sports race that has taken place in Wales, and it's been action-packed, lots of drama throughout this race, and we could have a change of position on the final lap of it, heading up towards Church Corner, the battle for 3rd position. continues. We'll pick up on that now because Nigel Greens has got an outstanding run through the corner, and he draws up alongside Mark Grice, and he pulls ahead of Mark Grice and goes through. I wonder if they're just struggling to get out of church, and that's why it hasn't been very quick up the hill during the course of this race, but that's a change of position. But for Phil Driver, he'll be hoping to get through the corkscrew safely this time.
Yes, absolutely right. As all the wing has come off the back of the one of the Lotuses there, but pick that up in a moment. That's the 100 car waiting for the leader to come through. He is at the corkscrew now. That's not the leader, that is the leader. That's Phil Driver then. Number 15 comes through the corkscrew for the final time. Checkered flag is made ready, and the Kiwa Road Sport Series race is won by Phil Driver and Colin Gillespie. Second place goes the way of Rob Baker and Luke Handley. Third goes to Nigel Greenstall and David Gooding in the end. Fourth goes to Mark Grice and Will Beach.
Yeah, and those 4 cars in at the checkered flag separated by less than 5 seconds, and that car without the rear wings had an off at Church Corner, perhaps unsurprisingly.
That's the 100 car being driven now by Anthony Sahota. Lewis Harrison started that car, but yes, the aerodynamics, the downforce on that car would have not been what Anthony was expecting.
No, you can see him on the upper live pictures there. So for the classes, Class A went the way of Phil Driver and Colin Gillespie, the overall winners. Class B went to Luke Handley and Rob Baker, but Class C, that went the way of Joel Oswick and Dan Osano in their BMW, and Class D went the way of Phil Adcock and Matthew Adcock's BMW Compact, as the final few cars now are working their way out of the corkscrew to take the checkered flag in what was a busy road sports race here at Anglesey. And as you mentioned, Ian, that was the final Kiwa Road Sports race of the season, so a slightly earlier conclusion to their year. But it is the Scots, Colin Gillespie and Phil Driver, who have taken the victory in a 32-lap race by just 2.7 seconds over Luke Handley and Rob Baker. And David Goodin and Nigel Greenstall took third in the BMW, so 3 different manufacturer cars completing the podium positions.
So they make their way around Anglesey on this slowing down lap. And last car taking at the flag now is indeed Anthony Sahota just beneath us, but we'll see the rest of the cars filter their way into Parc Ferme at the end of the race. And a very entertaining race it was too for the Kiwa Road Sports Series here at Anglesey today. So as recovery trucks go out to pick up some broken cars and wings of Lotuses that have also been dropped onto the circuit, no doubt. Let's have a look at the results. It was victory then for Colin Gillespie and Phil Driver. 32 laps completed for them in their Class A winning car. 2.73 seconds clear of second place car, which won Class B, Luke Handley and Rob Baker, number 51, the Golf. Third was 179, David Gooding and Nigel Greenstall in the BMW 36 M3. Fourth was 127, Will Beach and Mark Grice in the Leon. Fifth, 14, Chris Freeman in the Golf. Sixth was number 92, Phil Nib, even and Andrew Rath in the Cooper TCR. Seventh was 67, Julie McBride in the E46 M3. Back to eighth in the end, Johnny Weston Taylor and Andy Hiley in the Lotus Elise S2. Then ninth and third in Class B, Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster in the Ginetta G40. And running out the top 10 was number 5, Jonathan Packer in his Golf. In 11th place, the Class C winning BMW 328i of Joel Oswick and Dan Orsano. 12th to number 153, that's Paul Bancroft in the Honda Civic. And 13th was number 76, Michael Downey. 14th was 19, Gavin Johnson and Chris Nyland. 15th, number 3, Ben McCauley. 16th was the 166 BMW of the Colmers. Then it was Rory Baptiste and Mark Lloyd Jones in 98. Harrison and Sahota in 100. Goodwin and Ritchie in 118. And Nash and Travers in number 48. And just working our way through the remaining finishers, we'll pick out their number 129, the Adcocks, because they won Class D in 24th position overall. Second within Class D, Esther Quaintmere and Pip Hammond, you can see in 27th position overall. And then the remaining cars not classified, or they won't be classified, they didn't make it to the end, or they didn't complete sufficient laps, including Rob Boston, we saw there, and Will Stacey as well. So that's the end of the Kiwa Road Sports Series action for 2022. We'll be back with you in a few moments' time for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. We have the cows out on circuit then for the next race, which is the first of 3 races this weekend for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. They have 2 15-minute races today and then a 40-minute 2-driver race tomorrow. The grid set by the qualifying times this morning is going to line up in the following way. Pole position, that's going to go the way of number 47, and that is James Coleman. And besides him is the number 51 car, that is John Walker for this race. Second row is 60, that will be started by Roger Coy, and 55 is going to be Jonathan Leeson. Third row, 44, is going to be Sam Callahan, and 25, Jamie McHugh. Then row 4, it's 40, which is James Harvey, and 35, Daniel Crago. Row 5, 56, is going to be Thomas McHugh, and number 9 is Christopher Campbell. Row 6 is 301, which is Fernando Gattino, and also the 30 car of Clayton Sampson for this race. Row 7 is 316, Ivor Mares, and he is joined by number 15, Philip Waters on that row. Row 8 is 41, Carl Rossin, and 69, Richard Jones. And then at the back it's number 68, Andrew Peck, with a 10-second delay. The red lights are, yes, a green flag now being waved. So the green flag lap getting underway. The red lights are on the in our commentary box, but it is a green flag lap that these cars have. And the cars heading off now then for this lap of Anglesey Circuit before they get underway, Josh, for a 15-minute race.
Yeah, first time we've seen the Porsches have a sprint race on a 750 Motor Club programme. They were had a couple at Brands Hatch, I think, earlier in the year on a Motorsport Vision Racing meeting on the Grand Prix circuit. The first time we've seen this here for the 750 Motor Club. So a 15-minute race. And so far this year we've had a different winner in all of the races. At Donington Park, Matthew Cole-Henny and Toby Barlow shared the win in the longer race. At Brands Hatch, Gary Goodwin won race 1 and Colin Tester won race 2. At Fruxton, Sam Callahan was the winner. And at Snetterton, in one of the longer races, John Walker and Christian Walker shared 2 victories. So wonder whether we could get another different winner today, because it's James Coleman who starts there on the pole position in his Porsche Boxster, a Class 2 car. And then alongside him, though, is John Walker, who has been a winner this year. He's also in another Class 2 Boxster. And on row 2, you get the Class 3 car of Roger Coy, in the first of the front-engined cars, the 968. You've got 5 classes here. Class 1, the pole position man is Jamie McHugh in the 944 Turbo, and the Drivers' Association pole goes the way of James Harvey's Boxster. And Class 4 for the Porsche 924s, it's Ivor Mares who has qualified on pole position today. He's in this race and the next one, isn't he? Because he's out in the BMW Car Club, so he's got a busy half an hour or so coming up at Anglesey Circuit. But it's Ivor Mares who's going from pole in the 924s a bit further back. Just going through short actually.
Indeed, so he's in SP4, which is the up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne class, SP3 up to 180, SP2 up to 200, and SP1 up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne. So it's an interesting series, the Car World Porsche Trophy, different formats of races, long distance races and sprints, and here this weekend we have both. 2 sprints today, and tomorrow morning we have the endurance 40-minute race before the lunch break, so plenty of mileage for the Porsche drivers, the Car World Porsche Trophy. Looks like we are almost set for the off then. Yes, the green flag waves at the back. 5-second board is shown. Red lights go on, and the first stunning start of the day. Race gets underway. Good start from the outside of the front row by number 51. That's John Walker. Can he get ahead of the 47 car? Well, he's got his nose in front as they head out of the first turn, and they're still alongside as they head towards the banking. As one car gets underway with a 10-second penalty, that's the 68 car of Andrew Peck. So he gets into the race now, but for the lead. It was between John Walker and James Coleman, and they are still side by side. Look as they head into Church Corner, and it looks like it's the pole position car of James Coleman that has got the lead, Josh, as they head up the hill for the first time.
Yeah, for the first time in this race, they're not side by side, are they? As they go through school, just James Coleman is ahead. Good start from Sam Callaghan. He's up there into third position. He started fifth in his Boxster. So you've got all these. Oh, the leader runs a little wide, but I don't think that was a problem. Callaghan gets sideways, but you've got the three Class 2 Boxsters at the front. Roger Coy is the best of the rest in his 968. They're in fourth position. Got another front engine car behind. That's Jamie McHugh's 944 Turbo. That's a Class 1 car, so should have a bit more power as they work their way here through Peel down towards the corkscrew for the first time in this 15-minute race, being headed then by James Coleman at the end of the first lap.
Yes, that's right. So dramatic first few corners there, but in the end it was Coleman that managed to shake off John Walker. He got a good start from the outside of the front row, which actually is probably the more usual racing line, the outside line. You're quite tight up against the pit wall and on the wrong line, really, to be approaching the first corner from pole position. So it looks like Ivan Mayers is leading in his class SP4 at the moment in the 316 car, a bit further up the road. That's Daniel Krigo, and also involved there I think is the 55 car of Jonathan Leeson. So watching these cars as they come through, there is Leeson. Yes, he's just ahead in his box. There's also there the number 9 car of Christopher Campbell, who's made up a little bit of ground already from his starting position. Nice little 5-car battle this, Josh, going past school.
Yeah, that's right, and late on the brakes is 35 then up the inside for Daniel Craigo in his 968 Club Sport to get to the front of this group of cars. So you've got 5 cars really separated by not very much at all in this battle for what is 7th position, I think, in this race. And now Craigo's got in front of Lease and is able to pull a little bit clear. Then you've got Campbell, who you mentioned out there in the 944 Series 2 machine. And he's trying to come up the inside here into the corkscrew. He locks up a little bit though as he tries to get alongside the car of Jonathan Leeson, who did start on the second row of the grid, but I wonder if that lap time was done by Chris Astley, his co-driver, and now over the course of the weekend, and now Leeson's just losing a few positions at the start of this race.
Fantastic sight this, isn't it, as the cars make their way through turn 1 towards the banking once again. And this is the battle outside the top 5 or 6 positions at the moment as they head down towards Church Corner now. And for those of you that haven't visited Anglesey before, there is a church over there, almost on the beach, just beyond the headland. That's why it's known as Church Corner. But we're watching at the moment 55 under pressure here from number 9 Christopher Campbell. Campbell's going to get up the inside into Rocket. Later on the brakes, but can he get the car stopped and turned in? He's over the curb, runs a bit wide on the exit of the corner, but nevertheless I think he has done it, and Campbell does go through now to 8th position.
Yeah, Leeson might lose more positions here because car, it says 3 I think on the side. I think it's 301, isn't it? The car that is driven here by Fernando Coutinho, the Porsche Boxster. So it's another place lost there for Jonathan Leeson. He's got another car just behind. That's Thomas McHugh in another of the 944 Series 2 machines as they turn their way out of the corkscrew to complete 3 laps of this 15-minute race. Up front, James Coleman leads by 4.6 seconds over Jonathan Walker. Sam Callaghan is there in third, about another 4 seconds back. For 4th position, there's been a change though, because Jamie McHugh has gone through ahead of Roger Coy to be the best of the front-engined cars. Not an official class, but it's always good to keep an eye on that. But here comes Roger Coy back up the inside there into the banking, and he's gone back through then. Has he there, I think?
No, that's a bit further down the order, I think, isn't it? Yeah, that's the McHugh versus Sampson battle, I think, for 11th and 12th. We just caught sight of that.
Yeah, apologies for that.
So we've got 10 minutes of this race left to go, 2/3 of it still remaining. And there we can see the that front-engined car just turning its way through.
Just behind this group is the Class 4 leaders. I think we can see Roger Coy on screen now. The Class 4 leaders, Philip Water and Elvin Mares, are pretty close. But there's Roger Coy, who's being coached and shares that car with Callum Lockie. I was being shown their V-Box system they use for the coaching. Very interesting system. It splits the track up into sectors and works out each lap, and you can see which part of the track you're going quicker on in your best lap compared to others. So a really good system that's been developed over the years, and really helps with that kind of thing. And Roger Coy's going really well here today in 5th position, leading Class 3. He leads the class by about 8 seconds over Daniel Kligo. It's at a 1 minute 20.7, which is less than 3 seconds off what Callum Lockie did in that car in qualifying earlier on today. So I think he'll be pleased with that. Just in front of him is Jamie McHugh, who's there in 4th position in the 944 Turbo, a car that was the class winner, one of the races at Brands Hatch, in the hands of Jamie. And he's there then in 4th position, less than 3 seconds behind Sam Callaghan at the moment. Callaghan was the overall winner at Fruxton in the summer. There's car number 40. That's the car driven by James Harvey, the only Drivers Association Boxster in this race. He won the 2 races at Brands Hatch within that class, and he runs 6th position overall. At Brands he got a 4th position overall, so something to aim for over the course of today. And as he catch him, Roger Coy, he was a few tenths of a second quicker on that last lap, now 1.3 seconds behind the front engine car ahead of him. So here comes James Harvey down into the bank-in corner now.
7 3/4 minutes remaining then, and it's fantastic little series, this, the Carmel Porsche Trophy. It's the final event of 2022 in terms of their own dedicated races, but there'll be some teams no doubt entered for the Burkitt 6-hour relay race at Silverstone at the end of October. If the weather's like this in October, we'll be happy, won't we, at Silverstone. But I suspect we'll see a few Carmel Porsche teams there, and I know that the Porsche competitors and the organisers are keen to welcome some of the marshals for some complimentary drinks in the paddock after racing today. About 20 minutes after their race, which is the last race of today, marshals are very welcome to join them, which is a fantastic gesture. There was going to be some entertainment as well, but that's been cancelled for reasons that are understandable this weekend, I think. So we continue to watch James Harvey here chasing after Roger Coy, and I think he is continuing to close. The gap between them was 1.3 seconds at the start of the lap, and it looks like it's a little bit less than that. But it's always difficult to gauge that here with the slow parts of the circuit, which do tend to compress gaps somewhat at times. Here's some more cars coming through the corkscrew, including Fernando Coutinho in 9th and the Thomas McHugh number 56 car in 10th place. Yeah, they're just behind Christopher Campbell, aren't they? So 8th, 9th and 10th all together on the track. Not much of a gap at all between those three. So it's Campbell's 944, Gattino's Boxster, and then McHugh's similar 944 as they work their way here down into the bank-in. Currently in 3rd position within Class 3 is Chris Campbell, 2nd in Class 1 for Coutinho, and then McHugh 4th therefore within Class 3. They turn their way through Church. Really quick through there was Campbell at the front of that group. Perhaps it's good for the front engine cars through there, the weight on the front axle, because also quick through that part of the corner was McHugh. So he's put in Gattino under a good amount of pressure here up into the left-hander at Rocket, but was unable to find a way through. Very difficult there to get any real power on before, again, having to get the car turned right into Rocket out. And this is where the Boxster seems to have the speed and is getting back on terms once more with Campbell here, but then run a little wide, I think. Yes, as he came through Peel Corner and puts himself back into the clutches of Thomas McHugh. So keep an eye on how this pans out. It's worth mentioning Andrew Peck, by the way, the number 68 car, because he had to stop on the back of the grid with a 10-second penalty in his SP3 class 968, and that's because he failed to have a noise test before the qualifying session, so he's penalised for that. But he's made his way up to 11th position overall now, and he's about 5 seconds behind this scrap actually, so we'll see if he can make any more progress. Just looking at his lap times, he is lapping a little bit quicker than the three cars that we're watching now.
just coming across the line, and the Class 4 leaders still fairly close to one another. Philip Waters in the 9.24, just ahead of Ivan Mayers, a gap of 1.5 seconds. The faster lap has gone to Mayers, a 1:24.6, but on the previous lap it was Waters who was a little bit quicker, and it's Philip Waters who I think is one of the drivers behind this category.
Yes, very much the prime mover of the Carmel Porsche Trophy these days, and a category that was founded in conjunction with the late Ryan Lowry, who sadly lost his life a few years ago, and we all remember Ryan. And it's yes, a very entertaining little series. It's not set up as a championship. We do see drivers come and go, someone locking up in the background there as the meeting goes on.
I think that was Ivan Mayers actually trying to get back on terms with Philip Waters, who we were talking about. While this battle still continues, great position. Chris Campbell ahead. And
there is smoke periodically coming out of Chris Campbell's car as well, isn't there? So that's something that he'll be a little concerned about, I should think.
Into the final third of this race now. Working lap 9 are the leaders, but here's that 9.24. Well, it was a battle, but Waters has pulled away a bit from Ivan Mayers. We saw that lock up from Mayers, so that again he's braked pretty late there into the corkscrew and run a little bit wide. And Mayers from the other side of the Irish Sea, isn't he?
Yes, absolutely. Comes over for all of the races, and well, lots of them as well, as you've said. He's out in the BMWs shortly too.
Yeah, we're hoping to pick up some trophies over the course of the 2 days on here. I'm sure he's second within Class 4 currently. And driving 2 different cars, which is quite unusual, because usually it's in the same car he does lots of races in. But this time in the Porsche and in a BMW. So we'll see how he gets on. He's just a few seconds now behind Philip Waters. There he is, Waters. We said one of the prime movers of this category.
Don't forget he's out in the hot hatch as well.
Right, okay.
So we'll see
plenty. So that'd be the BMW, don't it?
Yes, that's the BMW for that. So we'll see plenty of Ivan Mayers during the course of this weekend.
Yeah, so that's 3 races in each championship, isn't it? So 9 races here at Anglesey. I wonder if, he might be able to pick up quite a lot of trophies this weekend, I think.
Yes, 9 races in 1 weekend. That's sort of Stuart Kestenbaum kind of territory, isn't it? He used to end up doing it at the Formula Ford Festival. And Ivan Mayers a regular at the Formula Ford Festival as well. So he is an occasional single-seater racer as well. Should mention this race to go.
Should mention James Coleman still leads. We haven't really seen much of him. That's because he's 12 seconds ahead of John Walker. So James Coleman is looking set here to be the 6th different winner in 6 races in the Carmel Porsche Trophy, which is quite impressive to have a different winner in each of the times that we've seen this category so far. With 3 races this weekend, you'd think that somebody might at least double up.
Yes.
And with James Walker's pace in this race, spec part 2 seconds faster than anybody else, he's going to be hard to beat. There's somebody slow in here, and
it's one of the front engine cars, isn't it?
Look that way. Let's see if we can get that car that's going onto the grass.
It's the 69 car, is it? It's not. So Richard Jones, his 924 has come to a stop.
That'd be the first retirement of this race, because everybody else, he would actually run it in the final position in 17th. So this battle comes across the line. It's really been a race-long battle, hasn't it? Which has it now been joined by Andrew Peck, the driver who started with the delay start?
Yeah, I think it has. Yes, he's with them now within a second of Gattino.
He's already got past McHugh, therefore. And so there's 8th and 9th, Campbell and Gattino. Behind them, the quickest driver who has joined in this pack, Andrew Peck, started with a delay from the back, is potentially going to end up at the front of this group before the end, you would imagine.
His pace would put him about 7th or 8th, I think, looking at the lap times he's done during the course of this race so far. So that's Peck with the white car with the green stripes, and he possibly might make up some more ground here. The last lap board has gone out, by the way, to our race leader James Coleman, and also to John Walker, who's in 2nd place, but looks like we could see a change here with Peck already up into the top 10, possibly getting 1 or 2 more places here as well.
Hopefully for them there weren't yellow flags out there, because there's those cars on the inside of the circuit, and marshals with them. They make their way down towards the corkscrew. And lots of smoke again coming out the back of the Campbell car, who's lost positions here, hasn't he? Because both Gattino and Peck have got past him, I think. So 2 places lost there on that lap for Christopher Campbell. And importantly to Andrew Peck, that's for 3rd within Class 3. Meanwhile, for the final time into the corkscrew comes James Coleman.
Yes, so Coleman is led pretty much race long. He was briefly lost out at the start to John Walker, but he's coming through the final corner now. And he takes the checkered flag and he narrowly misses lapping the Clayton Sampson car, but it's James Coleman then that wins. 6th different winner this season in the Calm All Porsche Trophy. 2nd place is just coming through the final turn now. There is the 51 car, that's the grey Porsche Boxster S of John Walker. And then 3rd place goes to number 44, that's Sam Callahan, another Boxster S. And 5th is Jamie McHugh in the number 25 944 Turbo. 5th is number 60 Roger Coy in the 968, just ahead of the PDA class Boxster of James Harvey in 6th position.
Just in front of the battle of 2nd, we saw the Class 4 winner come through, which was Philip Waters. He won that class in the end by 4 seconds over Ivor Mares. Class 3 therefore went to Roger Coy, 2nd in that Daniel Craigo. Class 2 was our overall winner, James Coleman, and the Class 1 winner was Jamie McHugh, 2nd in that class, Fernando Gattino, and then the only Drivers' Association car in the race was James Harvey. So that has had all the cars now come through to take the checkered flag. James Coleman becoming the 6th different winner in the 2022 Calm All Porsche Trophy for the year. And it looks like a couple of drivers might... Oh, they were the 2 drivers, I think, who he would just about to lap, isn't it? Yes. Coming up to the line now, in fact. So James Coleman obviously did a quick in-lap to Park Ferme.
Yes, and had probably overtaken them on the Stonedown lap, which he shouldn't really have done. OK, so let's have a look at the results of that race. It was 47 James Coleman that took the victory then. From number 51, John Walker in 2nd place, nearly 15 seconds between the 2 of them. Both of them in Boxsters, and 3rd also in a Boxster, number 44, Sam Callahan, who was 18.4 seconds behind the winner. 4th and winning his class was Jamie McHugh in the number 25 944 Turbo. 5th and winning his class, number 60, Roger Coy in the 968. 6th and winning his class, number 40, James Harvey in the Boxster S. And then 7th was 35, Daniel Craigo. 8th, 301, Fernando Gattino. 9th, number 68, Andrew Peck, and Christopher Campbell, number 9, rounded off the top 10. A bit further back, Tom McHugh, Jonathan Leeson, Clayton Sampson. And then we got to the Class SP4 drivers. Philip Waters, the best of those, 4 seconds clear in the end in number 15 ahead of 316 Ivor Mares, with Scott Lawson 3rd and Richard Jones a non-finisher. There'll be another Carmel Porsche Trophy race later on today, but coming up next we'll have the BMW Car Club Racing Championship in a few moments. So cars being released out onto the circuit for race number 5 on our programmes, which is the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And we had 22 cars qualify for this one. Let's talk to you about the grid, which is set by the fastest times from qualifying this morning. Pole position is number 15, Graham Crowhurst, and besides him, number 26, Paul Cook. Row 2 is 61, Lee Pearcey, the first of the Class 6 drivers, and number 7, Wayne Lewis. Third row is number 30, Dan Harborough in the E30, and number 59, Jim Benson. On the fourth row, it's 48, Mike Nash, and number 8, Bill Redrop. On the fifth row, 23, Tom Singleton, and 66, Mark Culmer. On the sixth row, 16, Andy Wynn, and 80, Satish Rahari. On the seventh row, 71, and 96. And that is Jordan Saywood and David Morris. The 8th row, 31 and 17, 31 Paul Laramie and 17 Andrew Pywell. On the 9th row, it's 316, that man Ivan Mez again, and number 70 Philip White. Row 10 is going to be 79 Sergei Maniv and 68 Gareth Thomas. And rounding out the 22 car field, 4 and 6, 4 William Lake and 6 Sam Walton. And that's the way the grid's going to line up. It's going to be a 20-minute race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. They've got a triple header this weekend, 2 races today and the final race tomorrow. It's the first ever triple header that they have had, and it's also, Josh, the first time that they've raced at Anglesey as well.
Yeah, that's right. BMW Car Club have run track days here in the past, but the first time we've had a race of these cars, and they head off onto their green flag warming up lap now, headed by the championship leader, Graham Crowhurst, who has 6 wins to his name this year, driving the BMW E46 M3. He was telling me this morning this is his first visit to Anglesey. He said it took him 9 hours to get here yesterday through the traffic. But he starts there on pole. He leads the championship by 16 points over Lee Pearcey, the Class 6 man. They've both won 8 times in their classes this year. But when you look at drop scores, there's just 2 points between Crowhurst and Pearcey. Lee Pearcey missed the last meeting at Silverstone, which is quite important because you get 3 points for starting a race and you don't get to drop them again this year. That rule has been brought back, so therefore the points is not going to be able to recover, and that has dropped him, as I say, on drop scores, 2 points behind Graham Crowhurst. Lee Pearcey's qualified 3rd today. Paul Cook starts alongside Crowhurst, back in his normal car because he borrowed Wayne Lewis's car at Silverstone. Wayne's here on the grid today. He starts 4th alongside Pearcey, but it's Class 6, which I think probably more than half the cars are in, the 6-cylinder class, which is headed by Pearcey, as I mentioned, in his E36. Dan Harborough's 2nd in the class in his E30. And then Jim Benson 3rd in the E46 there, so that's going to be interesting. Ivan Mez, you mentioned, he's on pole in the Cup class, the class for the BMW 325 Ti. So he's just been racing a Porsche 924, and now he switches to this 325, which he's had a couple of wins in this season, which came at Oulton Park and at Brands Hatch within the class there. So I mentioned Crowhurst has won 6 times. The other drivers to win are not here. Noel Bradley won 3 times and Mike Cutts won once.
20-minute race ahead of us then for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Yes, first time they've raced here, track days here in the past. Neil McDonald of the BMW Car Club was telling me they're booking in next year's dates for that earlier on this weekend. And the headquarters of the BMW Car Club are actually in Wales, in Aberystwyth. So a little way down the coast, but it's good for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship to effectively be on home territory then here in Wales at Anglesey this weekend. And good to see a variety of shapes of car. You've got there the E30 shape on the 3rd row of the grid of Dan Harborough, and it's good to see him qualifying well up ahead of Jim Benson, but not as far up as Lee Pearcey within Class 6. The lights go out and the race gets underway for 20 minutes. It's a good start by Paul Cook from the outside of the front row. He's got into the lead of the race there from Graham Crowhurst in 2nd place, but there's some smoke already emitting from the back of his car. And then you've got Wayne Lewis up on the inside of Lee Pearcey there, up to 3rd place overall, but they're in different classes. It's very wide, 3 wide. A bit further back, Ivan Mez is right in the thick of that in the 316 car. He's in one of the Cup class cars. As the cars filter through Church, that's Dan Harborough, followed by Jim Benson going through in 5th and 6th positions at the moment. Still 3 wide, a little bit further back, including the number 70 car, Philip White, who seems determined to make up some ground. The leads, though, are already up at the top of the hill, up at Rocket, and I think it is still Paul Cook that is leading the way at the moment. We'll get a glimpse of them, I think, in just a minute. In fact, has that changed? If not, it's very close to changing, as the leaders are about to head back down through the corkscrew. I reckon we're watching the rest of the cars just make their way through the background there. And yes, here it is. Here's the lead battle. Paul Cook in the lead then, from Graham Crowhurst in second place as they come through the corkscrew, Josh, and complete lap number 1.
Yeah, Paul Cook has finished second 4 times this year. He'd like to put that right today at Anglesey. He leads the way then as they turn their way through turn 1 there. There's Grok, dust kicked up. What's happened there between the leaders then as they come out of the bank? It's still the same order. Battle here between Dan Harbour and Jim Benson. That's for 5th position, second within Class 6. On this, the second lap of the race. Bill Redrop there we see going through. He had a big moment through Church on lap 1, had a big slide, but he managed to save it, which was pretty good for him. But there's Harbour and Benson just ahead of him. Mike Nash going well, they're in 7th position, and then this whole group of cars from 8th backwards, including one of the M3s, that's Mark Colmer coming through, started in 10th position in this race. He's got a bit more power, but he has to get on the brakes a bit earlier, it would seem, than the cars around him. But yeah, really busy part of the race circuit, that. And as this race goes on, this might be one of the battles to watch during the course of it. 71 in there as well. That's Jordan Sayward and his BMW Compact with a 6-cylinder engine. The race leaders, 3 of them pretty much together, come through across the line, I can see, to complete 2 laps with Graham Crowhurst still ahead, behind I should say, Paul Cook. And Wayne Lewis doing a really good job here to go with them. He set the fastest lap of the race as Wayne Lewis, so 1 minute 14.9 seconds.
Well, you did mention, didn't you, that there was some dust kicked up by the 2 leaders up at the banking on the second lap. Oh, and Lewis has had a mistake there, I think, coming out of the banking this time, so he might lose a bit of ground to them there. I think he probably has done. He was 1.56 seconds behind the lead at the start of the lap. It's a bit further than that behind now. But yes, it is still Paul Cook from Graham Crowhurst. Paul Cook, who recently sold his MR2 that he's also been racing for several seasons, focusing now on this M3 and focusing at the moment on trying to keep Graham Crowhurst behind him. Only a handful of cars from Class M1 here this weekend, but they're putting on a good show at the moment. The grid dominated by the Class 6 cars, headed by Lee Piercy, back this weekend after missing the last event. But here come the leaders then on lap 3, down through the corkscrew. Still a bit of smoke from the back of Paul Cook, well, quite a lot of smoke actually from the back of Paul Cook's car, but possibly only at some parts of the circuit under load maybe. And he crosses the line now with Crowhurst behind him. The gap between them only about 0.4 of a second. Lewis is a bit further back now in 3rd position. He's about 3 seconds or so behind him. Cook has done the best lap of the race there, 1:14.89, but Crowhurst's lap time was a 1:14.90.
And so was Lewis's, so on his best. So the 3 of them, and their best lap separated by just 1/100th of a second around this Anglesey coastal circuit, which isn't really something we've seen this year, because Graham Crowhurst has tended to be able to pull away from Paul Cook. He didn't make a very good start, Crowhurst, which didn't help his case in this, but Paul Cook's been able to keep him back for now. That mistake from Lewis a lap ago has dropped him back. Just wondering if Paul Cook's actually raced here before, when the MR2 Championships visited Anglesey in the years he was contesting.
I would think he probably has done, yes.
So he's had perhaps a bit more experience than Crowhurst. Paul Cook was telling me a month or so ago how much he enjoys racing this BMW M3 and driving it. He said it's a great car to drive as they work their way through the corkscrew. There's Wayne Lewis there in 3rd position. Great livery on that car that he took some wins in the Armed Forces Challenge at Brands Hatch earlier on this season. So there are 3 M1 cars up front, and they're obviously with more power pulling clear of Class 6 machines behind. Cook run a little wide there, so Crowhurst's opportunity beckons. He looks to the inside of Cook, can't go through. Paul Cook only did 4 laps in qualifying, which makes me wonder whether he had a problem then and And with this smoke emitting the back of the car is somewhat worrying, isn't it,
Yes.
at this early stage of the race?
Certainly is. Crowhurst's got a good exit out of Church there. I wonder if he's going to mount an attack as they climb up the hill, up past the school building. He's got the toe, of course, here. Cook places the car on the right-hand side of the circuit, or reasonably close to it. There was almost a gap there for Crowhurst to try and get past, but he couldn't quite make that work out. Ultimately, that was well defended, I think, by Paul Cook. And he continues to get away from, or not get away, but continues to head. Crowhurst, they do get away from Wayne Lewis in third place, though. He's looking ever more distant now, about 5 seconds behind.
As this race goes on, they're going to end up getting through the lap traffic, the other classes, and that's when it's going to get pretty busy. I think that was the case at Silverstone just last month as well. Similar length of track here as they come up across the line to complete 5 laps of the race, lapping in the 75-second bracket here, over the curbs, out of turn 1. Paul Cook, down a gear they go, into the banking. So you should be able to carry perhaps a little bit more speed than what you would do otherwise through there due to the bank nature of it. Then they head up past the wildlife through Church Corner. And this is a really important corner. It's very tricky to get right. We've seen lots of mistakes there over the course of today already because it's such a long, flat-out run now up towards Rocket through the Kinkert School. And then they go down the gears, hard on the brakes. Good overtaking opportunity this, but Paul Cook's able to hang on for now. Crowhurst a bit sideways. This is where he seems to have the advantage on Cook, getting the car turned in to the second part of Rocket, but he can't really find a gap there or into Peel, despite being so close to him. These cars have got so much power. You can see they get oversteer as they try and put as much power down as they dare. It's Cook locked up there. No, I think it's just that smoke, isn't it, that we've seen quite often through the corkscrew. There's not even a BMW length between these two cars, so close they are as they come to end 6 laps of this race.
Yep, so real good scrap going on in Class M1. It's not something we've always seen during the course of this season. Very often the best of the action has come in Class 6. At the moment it's Lee Pearcey leading that 6-cylinder class by about 7 seconds from Dan Harborough in second and Jim Benson a second or so behind him in third place. We're just having a dip down into Class 6 action here, aren't we? Because that is the 23 car for Tom Singleton, and 11th place overall, and behind him is the number 82 car for Saranga or Sarge Sotishvihari.
Yeah, that's right. So we thought there'd be plenty of battles going on in Class 6 during the course of this race, and that's absolutely the case. Oh, we've had a spin and very much just avoided contact there. Who was the driver that initiated that spin up at Peel Corner? 70, I think that might have been, which was the car of Philip White, who was running in 17th position. But battles continue. So update on the classes. Class M1 is led by Paul Cook, Class 6 by Lee Pearcey. Class 4, the only entry today is Andrew Pywell. And the Cup class is led by Ivor Mears. He's 1.4 seconds ahead of Gareth Thomas. So he got a second in the Porsches earlier. And now he's a class leader in the BMWs. A car here raced a couple of more times again this afternoon in the hot hatches, and then in the second of the 3 BMW Car Club races we've got this weekend. So this battle here, headed by Mike Nash in 7th. Then you've got Andy Wynn in 8th, Bill Reddrop in 9th, Mark Colmer in 10th position. Then that battle behind between Singleton and Sofashari, who Ian mentioned a lap ago. Meanwhile, the leaders are in traffic for the first time.
Yes, they've just cleared a couple of back markers there, so some clear track ahead of them again for the moment. And that's not changed the order, so it is still Paul Cook in number 26 ahead of number 15 Graham Crowhurst in second place as they turn their way through, but Crowhurst gets up alongside here through Rocket 1. He's got his nose in front, but he's got on the wrong line then for Rocket 2, and the next corner at Peel is also a right-hander, but Crowhurst trying to stay alongside, gets his nose in front again. Cook's nose is back in front through Peel. They're going to head to the corkscrew now. Crowhurst's going to be inside line for the first part of the corkscrew, and he's gone through, and I think that's probably just about sealed it because now there's back markers ahead and they're going to have to fall into line. So a protracted move that by Graham Crowhurst, but he's got into the lead. Paul Cook trying to overlap again. Immediately they're lapping the 14 car of Andrew Pywell. That's the 4-cylinder class car and one of the Cup class cars as well. But it looks like Graham Crowhurst, it's taken him about, well, 2/3 of a lap to do it, but he has gone through just about the halfway mark in this race with 8 laps completed.
Yeah, but the lap traffic's going to continue, so it'll be interesting now that Crowhurst is ahead, whether Cook can fight back. So first mission of this race for Graham Crowhurst has been achieved. He's taken the lead back away from Paul Cook. The next mission he's got really is to get the fastest lap, because every point matters in this championship battle he has against Lee Piercy, and Lee Piercy leads Class 6 and has got the fastest lap in that class. Whoa, big moment there from one of the slower cars, and Paul Cook got caught up in that, I think, and has lost. Oh, he's got a corner marker. Where did that come from then? Because that was that perhaps the previous part through school maybe. But can we get a replay of that? Let's see what happened here to Paul Cook. Oh yeah, so he had to go on the grass,
yes,
didn't he, and took out the corner marker. So great work there by Alpha Life to get the replay up for us nice and quickly. That was a real moment, was it, between he and William Lake, the driver who's won so many Cup class races over the course of this season. He's won 4 of them. But for Paul Cook, that's obviously lost a lot of time to Graham Crowhurst. But both drivers there did a really good job to avoid a collision at what would have been a very high-speed moment.
Absolutely right. So the race continues. I think all 22 cars are still circulating by the looks of it, including the one that had a spin earlier on, which was I've lost Sam Walton now. He's come through. It's off the road, and a long way off the road goes Satish Rahari. Just about noses into the barriers there, up there at Rocket.
Yeah, so he's almost ended up a different part of the track, really, hasn't he? That was a big outbreaking moment, and we had a lot of rain around this area yesterday, so the grass will be very wet, won't it? And that's why the car just wouldn't stop once he'd got on the grass. That's a second moment we've seen up there at Rocket now in a couple of laps. Paul Cook lost 7 seconds, by the way, in his one, so he lost a lot of time to Graham Crowhurst. So that's split up the leaders. Cook still with the fastest lap at this stage, but Sofashari would have lost a lot of positions as he was 12th. Graham Crowhurst about to lap Ivan Mayers now, who continues to lead the Cup class by 1.4 seconds over Gareth Thomas.
Yes.
So Mayers gives him space. The Cup class championship is headed by Gareth Thomas on 106 points, Sam Walton on 79 and Ivan Mayers on 74, I think. So for Gareth Thomas, although he leads the championship, he's only won a couple of times this year, so he'd quite like to beat Ivan Mayers if he can, because it's been all the way back in April at Croft when Gareth Thomas last won a race, right at the beginning of the season. And across the line we haven't had Paul Cook, because Wayne Lewis is shown in second position on our Alpha Live timing tower. So I wonder if that 7 seconds lost by Cook might have been coming into the pits as well.
Yes, we didn't see the car come into the pits, but that he may well have done on the previous lap, and he could well have pulled out of the race. So Wayne Lewis up to second place, Lee Piercy to third, Dan Harbour fourth, and Jim Benson, the car we just saw there, in fifth position.
Lee Piercy isn't as far ahead as he is sometimes, is he, in Class 6? He leads by 6.8 seconds. At Donington Park, he started from the back of the grid and won even then. But here today, he qualified there on the second row of the grid, now runs in third, leading Class 6 by 6 seconds, as we say, over Dan Harborough, and then Jim Benson third. And the 3 of them are a very long way ahead of anybody else. It's Andy Wynne, who is 4th in class now, because he's got himself up ahead of Mike Nash, and then completing the top 5 within Class 6 is Bill Reddrop. And Graham Crowhurst has done it now. He's got the fastest lap of the race. He finally had a bit of clear track to do that. 1 minute 14.05, which is a very quick lap, because that's quicker than all but one car we saw in the road sports race earlier for similar sort of power of car. Yeah. So that's very impressive from Crowhurst. As we see Lee Piercy here coming up across the line to complete 11 laps as the Class 6 leader in this race. He set a lap time 1 minute 17.40. The former Formula Ford and motorcycle racer Lee Piercy there in third position. He's competed in 8 races before today in the championship this year, and he's won all 8 of them in Class 6. He's got 112 points. Within the class, second in there is Stephen Schreikart, who I don't think's made the trip to Anglesey. He's on 98, so he's going to lose places. Jim Benson third on 97. Then Clive Watson and Thomas Singleton complete the top 5 within that class today. There's that car that was involved in that incident with Paul Cook, car number 4, which is William Lake, who runs in 17th position, which is 3rd within the Cup class, which continues to be headed by Ivan Mares, now by 1.5 seconds over Gareth Thomas. And there's less than 5 minutes of this race to go. There's Jim Benson, who is 3 seconds behind Dan Harborough at this stage. And they've, I think, got some lap traffic to do themselves shortly as they make their way towards the end of the lap. There's the Class 4 car that's out there. It's a really good-looking car, isn't it? That one of Andy Pybel, who is currently in 19th position in the BMW 318 Ti.
Yes, so he is in 19th place, the only car within Class 4, as he has been for most of the season. There's Jim Benson going through in the number 59 car. He's in 5th position still after the demise of Paul Cook from 2nd place.
It'd be good to see more Class 4 cars out there, because there's obviously a lot of potential there, and would be a good cost-effective way to go BMW racing in a 4-cylinder car. And Pywell's done his car up in Vena livery, so it looks the part as well. Here's Wayne Lewis there in 2nd position, who had that big moment early on when he lost positions. He's lost time. He's currently 23 seconds behind Graham Crowhurst. There's Ivan Mares, who is about to lap the Cup class leader. 2nd in Cup class there, Gareth Thomas, who's won twice, come 2nd twice, and 5 times in 3rd place of the Cup class for Gareth Thomas. He is 3rd position in the championship as well on the overall, behind Graham Crowhurst and Lee Piercy. So he's just been picking up points as the year's gone on, but he's got a bit more points to drop. On drop scores, within the Cup class, he's 17 ahead of Sam Walton and Ivan Mares.
Yes, and he's only 4th overall once some drop scores are taken into account as well. 3 minutes of the race left to go. Crowhurst, number 15, leading by 24 seconds now from number 7, Wayne Lewis, in 2nd place. 61, Lee Piercy is 3rd, 6 seconds ahead of his nearest class rival, number 30, Dan Harborough. 5th, 59, Jim Benson. 6th is 16, which is Andy Wynn. Here is Graham Crowhurst, the driver from Mepham in Kent. He is 34 years of age, a London Underground signal engineer. Only started racing 6 seasons ago. And this car was bought as a track day car in 2021 after his previous car, I'm afraid, went up in smoke. And then this was built to M1 spec, and this is his 1st season racing it. And he has had, as we've been saying, a lot of success in that car this season. It looks like he's set for some more success today. His 7th win very much on the cards. As we look a little bit further back down the order, we can see the 66 car of Mark Coleman going through, and then 48 Mike Nash, who's running 5th within Class 6 at the moment, with Bill Redrop just behind him and going wide there. I think that's the 23 car of Tom Singleton, the IT supply chain man from Chalfont St Giles.
So we're on probably the penultimate lap of the race now for Graham Crowhurst. Here's the battle for 6th position, Andy Wynn versus Mark Colmer. Andy Wynn's having a good race here in 6th position in the BMW E46 330 CI. He's 19th in the championships, had the best result of 7th so far this year, and is running 6th today. So he'll be pleased with how this has gone as Graham Crowhurst comes up across the line
and gets the last lap board. So it is indeed going to be the final lap of the race for Graham Crowhurst. He is about a 1/3 of a lap clear of Wayne Lewis as things stand.
This battle for 6th position still has 4 cars involved, doesn't it, going on to the last lap? Because you've got Wynn in the 330, you've got Mark Colmer's M3, Mike Nash's 330, and the similar car of Bill Redrop. So that's been a really good race-long battle there for what is 6th position, and 3 of those cars all within Class 6 and battling for what is 4th position within that class.
They are indeed. They're turning their way through Church Corner, we can see from our commentary position. We're watching cars here come over the line, and indeed up towards Rocket in the case of our race leader. Graham Crowhurst is just about to put a lap, I think, on the number 6 car. So that's Sam Walton being lapped for another occasion, I think, in one of the Cup class cars. Turning his way out of Peel then is our race leader, and down towards the corkscrew for the final time. So Graham Crowhurst has dominated proceedings really since he got ahead of Paul Cook a few laps into this race. Paul Cook made a good start but has retired since then. Crowhurst then comes through to take his 7th victory of the season in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, an important victory and perhaps one that's worth that 9-hour trip up from Kent. He takes victory then, and it's going to be by quite a considerable margin over the car that's in 2nd place. About to come over the line is the battle for 6th, which has changed around then on the last lap, in that Mark Colmer has got his way up in front of Andy Wynne. So it's Mark Colmer in the M1 class car, a more powerful car therefore, that has taken 6th position in the end, from Wynne in 7th, Mike Nash in 8th, Bill Redrop in 9th, and Tom Singleton rounds out the top 10. Graham Crowhurst's nearest rival Wayne Lewis has just crossed the line in 2nd position, 32 seconds behind the winner, and Lee Pearcey has come through as well now to complete victory in Class 6, Josh.
Yeah, and he was just behind Ivan Mayers, who took his the Cup class win, his 3rd of the season. That's his 2nd trophy of the weekend as well. He, I think, got 5 at Brands Hatch in the summer, so can he beat that this weekend here at Anglesey? But we were denied really in that second half of the race after Paul Cook got caught up with the back marker, because we didn't really see whether he would have been able to go with Crowhurst. Crowhurst did do a lap time in the end 8 tenths quicker than he did, which replicates the qualifying performance as well. But hopefully Paul Cook can get that car fixed. I think they'll have to start from the back later on today, so that makes his job a little bit more difficult. But both for Crowhurst and for Pearcey, they both pick up maximum points in that one, so that when drop scores are considered, that 2-point difference continues going into the race later today.
And I think if it carries on like this, and there's a pretty good chance it will over the course this weekend, it's likely then to go down to the last meeting at Snetterton, isn't it, where there's 2 races there which will in all probability decide the championship. So many congratulations to our overall winner Graham Crowhurst, our class winners Lee Pearcey as well, and also Ivor Mayers, and in the 6-cylinder class, in the 4-cylinder class as well, we have Andrew Pywell. Congratulations to all of them. They head into Parc Ferme at the end of their race, and they'll be back out again later on this afternoon. Here's the result then. 15 Graham Crowhurst it was that took the win in 16 laps completed, ahead of number 7 Wayne Lewis, 32.71 seconds the gap. 3rd was number 61 Lee Pearcey, 4th was number 30 Dan Harborough, 5th was 59 Jim Benson, in 6th place 66 Mark Colmer, then it's Andy Wynne number 16 in 7th place, number 48 Mike Nash was 8th, Bill Redrop was 9th in number 8, and Tom Singleton completed the top 10 in car number 23. Into 11th position, and that was Jordan Saywood in his compact, ahead of David Morris, having his first time out in a 6-cylinder car in 12th place number 96. 13th was number 82 Saranga Satish Rihari after his off. 14th and winning his class was number 316 Ivor Mayers, ahead of 68 Gareth Thomas. 31 Paul Laramie, not in his own car this weekend, he was 16th, ahead of William Lake, Philip White, Sergei Miniv and Andrew Pywell, who won the 4-cylinder class. Just a couple more cars took the start, and there was Sam Walton who finished and Paul Cook who didn't. More BMW Car Club racing action towards the end of the afternoon, or into the early evening in actual fact, but we're going to go single-seater racing in a few minutes' time with the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. So we've got the cars coming onto the grid for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship race. They also run to a triple header format this weekend. And let's see if we can run you through their grid. We have a first-time visitor to pole position as far as F1000 is concerned, but certainly not as far as 750 Motor Club Racing and Anglesey is concerned. That is the 83 car of Matthew Higginson. Beside him is number 56, Lee Morgan. On the second row, on the inside, it's number 37, Ben Powney. And 65, Matthew Booth, is on the outside of row 2. On the third row, number 80, Dan Gore, and number 5, Rob Wellham. And then next up on the inside of row 4, it's 12 Tom Gadd and 8 Dan Clues. On row 5, it's going to be 24 Victor Newman and 26 Murphy Aldridge. The 6th row is 41 Billy Stiles and 88 Mark Betts. On to the 7th row is 19 Sam Satchwell and 14 Adam Walker. And 42 Paul Butcher and 73 Kyles Cole on the 8th row. The 9th row will be 69 Eddie Falkingham and 95 Matthew Horton, and 91 David Williams will round out the 19-car grid, which again is going to stretch around the corner here at Anglesey, because the cars have a 1-by-1 staggered grid for this, and that means that the slowest cars from qualifying will be halfway up the corkscrew, I think, such is the elongated nature of this F1000 grid. So Matthew Higginson it was that put his car on pole position, but the lap time is very tight indeed. The top 10 covered by less than a second in qualifying, so I think we should be in for an absolutely cracking race. As far as the championship's concerned, coming into this weekend, it's probably really about 3 drivers. Josh will give you a bit more information at the moment, but it's Matthew Booth, Rob Wellham and Tom Gadd, who really are a cut above, in terms of the points, anyone else. But, as we've seen from the likes of Matthew Higginson and Lee Morgan and Ben Powney, lots of other quick drivers out there in this very competitive series. Yeah,
we don't have to worry about drop scores anymore, because there's 2 drop scores in the F1000s, and already we've had 2 retirements from our top 3. So drop scores are not a factor. So we got Matthew Booth on 237, Rob Wellham on 231, and Tom Gadd on 224 points. Gadd was the second quickest qualifier this morning, but has a penalty from a previous meeting, so he starts a little bit further down the order than what his pace would suggest. But as you say, a really good job by Higginson. It's kind of where we thought he would be in this championship, but it's sort of taken until now to set the quickest time in qualifying. He's only had the 1 podium so far this season, which came right back at the first meeting of the year, actually, at Silverstone, and we haven't seen him back on the podium since then. He's 5th in the championship behind Dan Gore. We've had 5 different winners. The most has gone to Gadd. He has won 4 races this year. He won twice at Silverstone, then he won at Brands Hatch and at Donington Park. 3 wins have gone the way of Matthew Booth, a former champion. He won once at Silverstone, once at Croft, once at Brands Hatch, but missed out on continuing that form at Donington. 2 wins have gone the way of Rob Wellham. He won at Croft and at Brands Hatch. 2 wins have gone the way of Lee Morgan. They came at Croft and Donington Park. And Dan Gore was a winner in the last race at Donington Park, which was a dramatic one, because 2 championship contenders, Rob Wellham and Tom Gadd, both ended up in the gravel trap at the final corner, and that meant Matthew Booth sort of gained a good chunk of points that weekend, or certainly in that race, over his 2 main rivals, using that experience of winning the championship a few seasons ago. And this track should make some interesting racing for this very competitive single-seater championship, with these slow corners, 2nd and 3rd gear corners for these cars up at the top end of the circuit. The only other circuit they use 2nd gear on is at Croft at the final hairpin, so that really shows you the speed of the final sector of the lap here at Anglesey. So probably the fastest cars we're going to get here at Anglesey all year, and it's very competitive, and it's going to be over the next 15 minutes here at Anglesey.
Green flag is waved, and at the back the 5-second board is shown. That grid does stretch all the way around the corner. The red lights go on and they go out. Good start by Matthew Higginson. He moves across to try and defend from Lee Morgan immediately. Matthew Booth is driving around the outside of Ben Powney for 3rd position as they disappear through turn 1 and head towards the banking for the first time. Yes, it looks like Booth has gone through to 3rd place. We need to keep an eye out on Gadd, who was quick in qualifying, 2nd quickest in qualifying, but further back to that penalty inflicted after that Donington meeting, and indeed Rob Wellham as well. Need to watch out for him too. They stream around Church so quick, these cars. Kyles Cole going through there as well. And here are the leaders, and they're side by side, and it's Lee Morgan alongside, but he can't make it through. Higginson gets back through under braking. It's very chaotic up there at Rocket. Wellham is there in fourth. He's had a good start. He's got ahead of Powney now, so he's ahead of Gadd as well, I think. Is he not as well because of that, Josh?
Yeah, he braked really late there, up into the hairpin, because he was actually under pressure from Dan Gore, but gained a place and had lost one. The top three are absolutely together. Higginson is ahead of Morgan, but he's not on an ideal line there for the leader. The multiple RGB champion ahead of Lee Morgan, who's a former champion in this category. So experienced in F1000, won championship last year as well, didn't he?
Yes.
Lee Morgan. So he's there in second, ahead of Boove, who won in 2019, as they head here down into the banking. There's no gaps appearing. Such a competitive championship this is.
And Morgan, I think, also was the 2013 champion. I think that was the last year that F1000 ran here at Anglesey as well. And so he's got experience of the circuit in these cars, which probably, has anyone else on this grid? One or two maybe? Might have. Paul Butcher probably has, and Adam Walker maybe, but I don't know if many others will have driven the circuit in this cars before this weekend.
I wonder if that's what's helping Matt Higginson out here, because the other drivers haven't got that previous knowledge to go back on. Matthew Boove was telling me this morning there's a lot of understeer for these cars around this final section, and that's very difficult to get used to. He said you can't get the power on like you would be able to at other circuits, but he's going well. He's right underneath the rear wing here of Lee Morgan, but Higginson on this second lap is stretching away from Morgan, who's under pressure from Boove as they come up across the line. He's right under rear wing of Morgan. He dives up the inside into turn one, which is a really quick corner. He had to back out of that because otherwise there would have been contact again, using that experience of being a former champion to avoid an incident there, really. And Tom Gadd, they're under pressure actually. Instead of gaining positions, he's under pressure from Victor Newman, who is going well here in 8th position, as they have worked 2 laps of this Anglesey circuit. Lap 3, they head uphill with Matt Higginson now 0.8 of a second ahead of this man, Lee Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan there in second, Booth in third, Rob Wellham in 4th place and 3 positions ahead of Tom Gadd, crucially in the championship. But of course, it is Booth that is the man leading the championship coming into this weekend by just half a dozen points from over Rob Wellham, and then another 7 points back to Tom Gadd in third. He's in the TSR run car, of course. A number of different teams running cars, Mattel cars as well. We see out for a few of the front runners turning their way through the corkscrew. They go in very close formation. The first 4 or 5 cars. Powney is there in 5th, Dan Gore is 6th, Tom Gadd 7th. Higginson in the lead. He reduces the fastest lap again to 105.28, but that is still about a second outside Richard Mitchum's lap record for these cars, which is 104.24.
There's no real gaps to really get outside the top 10 in this race. The top 10 separated by just 6 seconds, so averaging around half a second between each car. Lead gap though is a full second from Higginson to Morgan as they head back up towards Rocket. Where are we going to see some challenges? Although it is pretty close between everybody, no one's right underneath the rear wing. It's pretty close here between 2 of the championship contenders, Boove and Wellham, the top 2 in the championship, 6 points apart, as Ian was saying just a moment ago. But it is Boove who is there ahead. He made a really good start, didn't he? Because he started on row 3 of the grid, and Wellham started on row 4 actually, so they both made a really good start to this race, working their way up positions, up ahead of Ben Powney early on in this race. The pair of them managed. So we complete 5 laps here. The lead gap has come down by a couple of attempts on that lap of the race. So Lee Morgan, who was so quick at Donington Park, where he came from the back of the grid to win one of the races. And Victor Newman here has got up with Dan Gore, who's fallen behind Tom Gadd. So Gadd has got 6th, Dan Gore, the winner of the most recent round of the championship, there in 7th, just ahead of Victor Newman as they work their way through. Both of these drivers race for Mattel cars. They've raced in the Sports 1000 Championship, the pair of them, I think, in the past, haven't they? And they're working their way uphill here with Dan Gore just about ahead.
So Newman there in the 24 car, turning his way through. He's got Dan Clues behind him.
It's another Mattel run car,
yes,
I think, isn't it?
And he is racing in Sports 1000 this season as well, is Dan Clues. And Murphy Aldridge behind him, rounding out the top 10 in the number 26 car. There's Gore and Newman coming through, the driver from Strasbourg. So we've already had a third of this race. It's still being led by Matthew Higginson, still by about 0.8 of a second, but Lee Morgan and Matthew Booth in second and third did their personal best lap times that time through.
The fastest person on that last lap in was Tom Gadd. Now he's got himself up ahead of Dan Gore. He's fractionally quicker than those ahead. The car immediately ahead of him, his teammate Ben Powney was about half a second faster than on the previous lap. So the two Sellers racing cars running together. Interesting that quite a lot of team cars have ended up together on the track,
yes.
Which is probably more of a coincidence rather than anything else. But there's Gore, Newman, Clues, and then Murphy Aldridge, who's been a podium finisher this year. He's there in 10th position, trying to get the better of Dan Clues. Murphy Aldridge, who was on the podium earlier in the year at Croft, going well here, again, one of the first-year drivers.
See, it's relatively difficult to overtake in these cars around Anglesey, I think, which is an interesting point to note, unless there is a mistake made. But so we need to watch out in a minute as Tom Gadd, yes, is pretty much with Ben Powney now, so we'll see if we can pick up the battle that's just going through turn one. Ben Powney with Tom Gadd for 5th and 6th position. There it is, just on screen now, heading towards the banking. We saw them close together, and then we've got this battle further back between Dan Gore and Victor Newman. But I just wonder whether Tom Gadd is going to be able to find a way past Ben Powney, or indeed if any team orders are going to come into this here. I'm not sure we've got team orders.
Yeah, look, Powney's waving out the cockpit. He's waving his teammate through, I think, possibly up towards the hairpin. Let's see if. Well, I thought he was waving him through. Yeah, he is, isn't he? So, team orders at 750 Motor Club F1000 level. Such is the competitiveness of this championship.
Yes, and Powney isn't really in contention for the championship. He's down in 9th, so it makes sense for him to give assistance there to his teammate.
I suspect if he was in a podium position or even in the lead, that probably wouldn't have happened.
No, maybe not.
But off the podium, that's not too much of a problem for Ben. Gives him a place higher up on tomorrow's reverse grid as well, so I'm sure he won't worry so much about that. So Gadd is up to 5th. So you've got the 3 championship leaders now together on the timing screens. In 3rd for Boo, 4th for Wellham, 5th for Gadd, and Murphy Aldridge, who we were talking about, has cut off, I think, at the corkscrew, out of 10th position. So that will promote another of the youngsters out there, Billy Stiles, into the top 10. Meanwhile, the battle for 7th continues, as it has done for a little while. No team orders at Matella, I don't think, here between Dan Gore and Victor Newman as they work their way through Church Corner, and then they head uphill towards Rocket. I wonder through Church, there's a bit of aero wash in these cars through there, and therefore going uphill you're not quite close enough for a real challenge at what usually is the best overtaking opportunity on the track.
Yes, that's possibly a good point, Josh. As we watch this battle for 7th continue to rage on. The gap between the leaders now has gone out to more than a second between Matthew Higginson and Lee Morgan, by the way. So that's as big as the outright lap lead has been. And also interesting to note that Matthew Booth in 3rd place is not making any progress on Lee Morgan, really. So the one to watch is Tom Gadd. On the last lap, he was about a 10th quicker than Rob Wellham. So that's the drive in 5th and catching the drive in 4th. And of course, it is those drives in 3rd, 4th, and 5th that are P1, 2 and 3 in that order in the championship coming into this weekend. So at least the order will be preserved going into the 2 races that we have for these tomorrow. In the moment though, we're still watching Dan Gore in the number 80 car, the economist, originally from Leeds, now based in London, 42 years of age. And he started racing 9 seasons ago in the Caterham Academy. Been racing in F1000 since 2019, also did some Monoposto and Praga racing as well. And he's defending here from Victor Newman, number 24, the French driver who's been racing in the UK for a few seasons now with Mattel cars, initially in Sports 1000 from 2020. Before then he'd raced in the Tour 8 Racing Cup as well. But as I say, racing in the UK for the last few seasons now as well. Lead
gap has come right down. You mentioned 2 laps ago it was over a second. It's now less than 3/10 of a second from 1st to 2nd. Here they are coming down into the banking, into the final third of this race now. And Matt Higginson has Lee Morgan working his way towards him, up towards Church Corner. Now, can Lee Morgan stay close enough to the back of Higginson through here? I think he's done a good job at that, I think, to get a good tow uphill. He's got a fantastic run in the tow here for Morgan as he heads up towards Rocket. He's on the inside line as well. He brakes later, he goes through. Can he get the car turned in? As Higginson tries to fight back round the outside. If he can hang on here, he'll have the inside for the second part of Rocket, where they run side by side. So Higginson hangs on, but now he runs wide, and Morgan is trying to come up the inside, but Higginson has that one covered. But this is brilliant racing here in the F1000 Championship. It's difficult to overtake, as Ian said, but possibilities arise, and when you start battling like this, you bring more cars into it. So Booth, Wellham and Gadd will be getting closer. They've got a car to lap, which is David Williams, who's in his first ever car race, I think, coming from motorcycles in the past.
Yeah, and you can see Booth is a lot closer now than he was on the previous lap. The gap was 1.93 seconds first to third. He's now 1.07 seconds first to third. What does the back marker do here? They go to his right as they head into Church Corner. So the two leaders have cleared him now. Will that car, I'm sure, getting the blue flags from the marshals. It looks like Matthew Booth goes through. Wellham and Gadd in the last lap also have been closing in as well. Morgan having an attack on the other side this time. He did this earlier on in the race. He got ahead, but then on the brakes, it was Higginson that got the car turned back in ahead. Morgan squirts on the gas a little bit earlier there. Tries to get alongside through Rocket 2. Has the inside line now for Peel. He's halfway alongside. There was almost contact there between the two cars for Peel, but look how close Matthew Booth is now, and Rob Wellham for that matter, and Tom Gadd. We're into the last 3 minutes, and we've very nearly got a 5-car battle for the lead, and Matt Higginson still hangs on. Different lines being taken by pretty much all 5 drivers there as they went through the corkscrew, and they go on to the anti-penultimate lap.
Booth dived up the inside of Morgan, couldn't quite make it, so this is going to allow Higginson just to break away a little bit. And here comes Wellham and Gadd. The three championship rivals are almost 3 cars across the circuit there, but they're still in the same order. And this is showcasing why the F1000 Championship is probably the most competitive and exciting championship in the UK at club racing level, at least at the moment. They're all getting sideways as they go through Church Corner, struggling with the aero wash through there, but here they come uphill. Gadd now on terms with Wellham. These two car drivers had a clash just at the last race at Donington Park, but they get here in the breaks into Rocket OK, and Higginson run a little wide, so again Morgan's going to get up alongside, or try to, into Peel. He's got his front wheels now alongside as they come out the corner. They're side by side. There's 2 laps to go at the end of this one, and Lee Morgan to the outside of Matt Higginson can't go through. Higginson's got this one covered, but his racecraft is really being tested here by Lee Morgan. Here comes Booth around the outside. He had that committed lunge up the inside into turn 1 a lap ago. Can he do it again? No, I think that's not a great idea, and stays behind. 2 laps to go, Ian, and it's anyone's yet, I think.
Yes, it could be anybody's race, this. So it is Matthew Higginson leading, Lee Morgan second, so 83 from 56, 65 Matthew Booth third, 5 Rob Wallin fourth, and 12 Tom Gadd in fifth. They're separated by 1.32 seconds. Ben Powney, it is in 6th place, and he's, I think, closing in on them as well. So we could have 6-car fight for the lead before the end. A lap and a bit to go. Here comes Lee Morgan again. Once again, he's alongside. Again, different breaking point there, and again it's Higginson back ahead. By the time they turn through the corner, there's a car off there, which is 69 Eddie Falkingham. That's at the corkscrew. We're coming to that in a moment, and there'll be yellow flags there, I should think, because of that. So not that it's one of the best overtaking opportunities anyway, but the drivers will all have to slow down and make sure they're sort of in single file formation through the corkscrew this time. A challenge there from Lee Morgan, presumably he's past the green flag now, looks to try and make a move. We've got the last lap board being shown now, so into the final lap of the race. There's where the green flag is, at the exit of the corkscrew there. 3/4 of a lap to go. It's Matt Higginson leading.
And Morgan's had some fantastic runs uphill on countless laps now, and challenges up towards Rocket. Will he do that again? The top 6 are separated by 1.8 seconds after 13 laps of racing. Absolutely incredible stuff. Booth has slid a bit wide, so it's all about the top 2 now as they head uphill. We know there's yellows at the end of this lap, and Morgan's alongside Higginson. How committed will he be on this last lap? We know Higginson's good through this sequence of corners, but round the outside Morgan's gone through. Wow. Can he get the car turned in here? So then he's in front for Peel. I think he can. So Higginson led 13 laps, but it's the 14th lap that matters here.
He's had 4 or 5 goes at that. That hasn't worked before. It's worked now for Lee Morgan, so he is going to come through here looking for his 3rd victory of the season. Matt Higginson yet to have one. He's had just 1 podium finish, 1 second place so far. He's going to add to that here as the checkered flag comes out. Lee Morgan wins at Anglesey in the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, snatching victory on the final lap from Matthew Higginson. So Morgan the winner from Higginson. Matthew Booth was third. Rob Wellham, Tom Gadd in fact got fourth in the end, ahead of Rob Wellham on the final lap, so that could be important for the championship. Ben Powney in 6th place, number 37. And there's a gap of about 10 seconds before we saw coming through in 7th place, number 80, Dan Gore. 8th was number 8, Dan Clues. 9th was number 4, Victor Newman. And 10th was number 41, Billy Stiles. Actually, the gaps were a bit more elongated, weren't they, among the top 6 than I said, as the screen has updated itself.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Powney on that last lap, because he dropped a long way behind. You talked about the move that Gadd must have made on Wellham, so whether Powney got caught out in that, but he didn't actually lose a position.
No, he just lost about 8 or 9 seconds, didn't he, compared to where he was. So he actually only finished about 1.4 seconds clear of Dan Gore. Then it was Clues, Newman and Billy Stiles rounding out the top 10. But, I mean, that was the move that was threatened all race long, really, wasn't it, from Lee Morgan? It had never come off before. Yeah. And it was interesting that Higginson, he didn't concede it, but he just wasn't able to defend it on that final occasion.
Yeah, I don't know if Higginson's engine was firing properly at the end, because always that last part of the straight, not just the gearing, they might have had gearing different by the time they get to VMAX, and Higginson just didn't have that on Morgan when they got to the end of the straights. But on every other lap was able to get back ahead of Morgan, but not on the last lap. But that we don't have many single-seater championships left in the UK now. But the F1000 Championship, which has grown with 750 Motor Club over the last half decade or so, and it's now grown into this fantastic competitive championship with brilliant racing, like that one was there. Tomorrow we have a reverse grid, so there'll be even more action then. But that was really good, clean, close racing with 6 cars involved, and this is how they finished after 14 laps.
Yeah, 56 the winner. That was Lee Morgan then by 8/10 of a second from number 83 Matthew Higginson in second. Third to number 65 Matthew Booth. Then Tom Gadd, number 12, took 4th place. Rob Wellham 5th. So the 3 championship contenders 3rd, 4th and 5th. With Gadd gaining a little bit of ground on Wellham in the standings therefore. 6th was number 37 Ben Powney. 7th was number 80 Dan Gore. Then 8th number 8 Dan Clues. Victor Newman was 9th in 24, and Billy Stiles, number 41, completed the top 10. Further back, it was Mark Betts in 11th, ahead of Murphy Aldridge, Sam Satchwell, Paul Butcher, Adam Walker, Cales Cole, Matthew Horton. David Williams was lapped, and Eddie Folkingham didn't make it to the checkered flag. 2 more races from the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship tomorrow. The first gets our programme underway at 9:45 in the morning. But we've still got 6 more races this afternoon here at Anglesey. And coming up next will be the Welsh Racing Drivers Association Sports and Saloon Car Championship.
No, I think we're straight through until the end of the day.
Second race of the weekend for the Welsh Racing Drivers Association Sports and Saloon Car Championship up next here at Anglesey. Let's run you through the grid for this one, and it's decided by the results from the first race. So pole position is number 17 Christian Douglas, and alongside him is number 169 Chris Everall. The second row is 888, that's Dave Graham, and 5 is Derry Davis. The third row 96 Wayne Spiller, and 49 Gareth John. On the fourth row it's going to be 62 Todd Garner and 35 Alad Dark. On the fifth row 19 Colin Dunn and 7 Rodney Teague. The sixth row 88 Andrew Williams and 14 Tyrone Dalsell. The seventh row 45 Neil Thomas and 52 Mike Cook. And at the back 53 Verity Banks, I think on her own, because 39 John Morris in the Vauxhall Teagle was a retirement from race 1. Doesn't look like his car is out there for the second race either. The green flag waves, the green flag lap therefore getting underway, and indeed the rolling lap as well, because it is a rolling start that we have for these. So in the earlier race, the finishing order was based, as I've just given you the grid. Christian Douglas it was that took win by about 8.5 seconds. In the invitation class, Ariel Atom from Chris Everall in second. He won Class D in his Ginetta G55. The class for slickshod cars, the BS class, was won by Wayne Spiller in the Mazda RX-8. Alad Dark winning Class CS in his slickshod MGB GT. And in Class BT, Class B for treaded tired cars, the most popular class of all, that was won by Colin Dunn, who therefore extends his lead in the championship with 3 races in the championship to go, 2 at Pembrey next month and this one this afternoon. In terms of the championship, it's Colin Dunn that was leading by 12 points coming into today from Todd Garner in second. Todd, the driver from Leicestershire. He's there on the fourth row of the grid here. He's in his slickshod Clio. And then third in the points is Tyrone Dalsell, who finished 4th within his class and 12th overall in the race earlier on today, Josh.
Yeah, and you mentioned Christian Douglas, the winner. He became the 5th different winner this year in the Welsh Sports Saloon and Sports Car Championship. Chris Everall, who's alongside him here on the grid, he's won 5 times. Todd Garner's won a couple of times. Damien Lonatano's won twice, and Rhys Lloyd has won once on the overall finishing positions. But Colin Dunn, the championship leader in that treaded tyre Class B Renault Clio, he took his 9th class win of the year earlier on today, and that is why he's leading the championship, because he scored points in your class and he's come out on top more than anybody else this year. Todd Garner, his closest championship rival, has won 6 times in the slick tired Class B. But he's got a lot of competition this weekend, because Wayne Spiller and Gareth John both finished ahead of him earlier on today. It's a 15-minute race. We've got 13 laps in race 1. It's a great diverse field of cars, as you can see on your screen now.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got that Ariel Atom with its aerodynamic adornments, front and rear, making it look single-seater in style. That's an invitation class car, and then you've got the 2 big rumbling Ginettas next up. There's it coming through with the red light going out and the race getting underway then. They head off up to turn 1, and it is the Ariel Atom that slots into the lead of the race, then ahead of Chris Everall in second place in his Ginetta G55. Already a bit of a gap back to Dave Graham in his Ginetta in 3rd place. 4th is Derry Davis in the Darien, and then it looked like it was Spiller, Wayne Spiller, trying to get into 5th place in the Mazda RX-8, but under a bit of threat from Bradley John. Gareth John even in the Ginetta G40.
Side by side for the lead, Ian, here, because Chris Everall's using the V8 power of his Ginetta G55 to get ahead of the Ariel Atom and Christian Douglas. He looked pretty racy at the start, did Everall, and he's put it into good use uphill to take the lead away from the Atom, which he was over a second slower than in the earlier race. So has Chris Everall made some setup changes, or is he just going off quickly here and then hoping to keep Douglas at bay? So quite an interesting prospect in the early stages. Yellow flags at the top of the hill I think I could see there in the background. So perhaps
Yes.
there's been an incident further down the order, but for now we are racing, and it is for the first time today Chris Everall as a leader as he comes up across the line.
He does, so it's Everall from Douglas, and then quite a gap back to third place, which is now Derry Davis in the Darien, which isn't easy to say, is it? And then you've got Dave Graham in the Ginetta in fourth place, Todd Garner, I think it is, in fifth place. So the incident, did that, I think it must have involved Spiller and John, therefore, Wayne Spiller and Gareth John. Now there's John, he's just been past our commentary position now. Did Spiller come through? Yes, he did, in 8th place. So I think that must have been where the incident was, up there at probably Rocket 2, because that allowed Todd Garner through to 5th position, and he's therefore leading the BS class.
Yeah, so work to do for the drivers who went well earlier. For third, it's been a good start to the race for Derry Davis in that Welsh-built racing car, the Darien T90. He's up ahead of Dave Graham, who's I think he's out there in the V6 G55 with the 3.7 litre Ford engine, unlike Everall, who's got the 6.2 litre V8 in his, I believe, as they make their way through to complete 2 laps. The leaders have come through pretty much together, and the battle for third is on as well between Davies and Graham. Dave Graham, very experienced racer. Douglas has done the fastest lap, a 1:13.26, as the battle for third turned into the opening corner, still in the same order, but on the opposite side of the circuit is where the leaders already heading down towards Church Corner are out of the pictures at the moment, but it's still the same order with Chris Everall ahead of Christian Douglas. What's happening further back? Well, Todd Garner still 5th, but Wayne Spiller has come through to 6th position. So that's a gap of 4 seconds, which is going to be one to watch for the class lead. In 7th position is Alan Dark. 8th is Colin Dunn leading his class, and it's side by side on the circuit. Ian.
Yes, it is. So it looks like David Graham getting back ahead of Derry Davis there at school. So he's done that. Nicely done by the treble 8 Ginetta, and getting back ahead of Davis. So that's for third and fourth, but he's the Darien a little bit more nimble on its feet, and another change for the lead here. That's at the corkscrew that number 17, Christian Douglas, has gone back through to retake the lead from Chris Everall. I don't think he was happy with being pushed down to 2nd position. He wasn't headed at all during the first race, so very quickly he's reclaimed the lead back at the corkscrew there. Yeah. So it's Douglas now leading from Everall with 11 minutes to go.
It's quite robust though, wasn't it? We only caught the end of it, but it looked like he sort of bounced off the side of the Ginetta to get through for Christian Douglas. Before that, we saw quite a big slide for Dave Graham. These Ginettas, not the easiest cars to get around this Anglesey circuit, as Christian Douglas now tries to pull clear enough away, because he knows in a straight line the Ginetta of Everall is faster, but I don't think Everall's going to be close enough here as they head up towards Rocket, so that although Everall brakes as late as he dares to get on terms as much as possible with the leader, but he's not going to be able to challenge there. Then surely through this more technical concluding section of the Anglesey circuit, where Douglas made the move a lap ago, he's going to be able to pull away. Some of the production class runners here a bit further back include 88, which is the 11th place runner Andrew Williams, and 14, the Renault Clio Tyrone Dowsall. So they continue to battle as they did in the earlier race. They are running in 3rd and 4th within their class, which is being headed by Colin Dunn and Rodney Teague in their Renaults.
There's a black and white driving standards flag going out to, I think, 14, which is Tyrone Dowsall there, who's the car on screen now in pursuit of Andrew Williams. Of course, Colin Dunn's got, or had certainly, the Gareth John car behind him as we watch Dowsall try and get up the inside of Williams there at Rocket 1. Couldn't quite make that work. The treaded tyres squealing a little bit as they gather traction. Yeah. Heading towards Peel now.
You don't really see that at many other tracks quite as visibly as you do at Anglesey. There, wheel spinning through that section of tracks on these front-wheel drive cars. And we haven't seen so much front-wheel drive racing so far today, but we'll have the hot hatches out later, so it'll be interesting to compare how they get on around that sequence of corners. But certainly it sounds and looks quite dramatic for these front-wheel drive machines, or a number of places around this Anglesey circuit where they're wheel spinning, trying to get the power down out of these slower corners.
So this battle continues. I can see that Gareth John now ahead of Colin Dunn. So that was expected. Gareth's in one of the slick tired cars, so he was expected to get ahead of the treaded tired car of Colin Dunn, who still leads Class BT in 9th position overall.
Class BS still headed by Todd Garner, but that gap is coming down to Wayne Spiller, who was involved in that incident on lap 1. 2.4 seconds the gap. The faster lap has gone to Spiller at 1:18.3. In that class earlier, it was Gareth John who set the quickest lap, 1:17.6. He hasn't gone as quick as that earlier. Big challenge here, Ian.
From Dowsall, locks up and fortunately doesn't quite get into the side of the number 88 car of Andrew Williams there. So this is the fight that continues for 11th and 12th position, one of the best battles that we're seeing during the course of this race. And a good battle is that for third, actually, because Derry Davis, just looking out of my window, hasn't really let Dave Craham's Ginetta get away. And I think we've also got one bubbling up for 5th place as well, because it looks like Todd Garner is being caught by Wayne Spiller now for 5th and 6th position. So we'll try and pick up on both of those as the race goes on. We're coming up towards the halfway point in this race. You could just see going through the back of shot there the Garner versus Spiller battle for 5th and 6th. But this battle now is being lapped by the race leader.
Yeah, and of course that battle up at Rocket's quite important for a class win and for the championship for Todd Garner, because he lost points in the earlier race.
And I've got a feeling Todd Garner might have made a mistake up there, because the yellow flag's up there at Rocket, so we'll try and pick that up in a second as to what might have happened to Todd Garner, the BS class leader, as we're watching the Ginetta, second place Ginetta come through to try and lap these cars. Dowsall now having got ahead of Williams. You can hear that rumbling 6.2 litre Ginetta come through behind it. Oh, now Todd Garner is still there. The car that was delayed briefly, I think, was Wayne Spiller in actual fact. So I don't know if there's another back marker involved in all of that as well. I'm not sure. But Garner and Spiller have come through in the same order at the end of lap 6.
Bit of grass cut in there for the driver in 11th position, I think, Tyrone Dowsall, in this battle. Well, Andrew Williams did get ahead of him, but he's back in front again as they work lap 6 of the race for these competitors. Another challenge here from the Honda of Williams to the inside. Dowsall gives him some space to work with, but the Renault stays ahead as they come through once more. So these two have battled all day, haven't they? They're battling race 1, a battle again this afternoon, so they've been enjoying their time here at Anglesey on the coastal circuit that we're utilising. They're still side by side as they head down towards the banking.
Yeah, Tyrone Dowsall there kicking up a bit of the dust at turn 1. Now he's already been warned for exceeding track limits, so he has to be careful with that kind of thing. Doesn't want to do it again and pick up a penalty.
Because of what happened between Todd Garner and Wayne Spiller a lap ago, means that on that last lap, Gareth John was 4 seconds quicker than them in third within that class. He is about 10 seconds behind, so it's going to be a big gap to work on, but one to keep an eye on with a few laps still to go.
Here's this battle for third we're talking about between David Craham and Derry Davis, and actually the gap has elongated a little bit since I mentioned it, but Craham there in third place in the treble 8 car. This is also for second and third within the class as well, which is being headed by Chris Everall. This is Class D,
yeah,
and for what's defined as a supercar.
Behind them, Wayne Spiller is right with Todd Garner now as they head uphill, so he's re-caught the Renault. It's a big moment here, Ian.
Yes, and that's for the 45 car. That's Neil Thomas in his MGB, slick-tired MGB in his case, isn't it? That's right. So he loses a bit of time there, and that's actually just in front of the battle for third and fourth as well, which is coming through the corkscrew now to complete its 8th lap.
Here's that battle for 5th, and importantly the lead of Class BS, which is Todd Garner versus Wayne Spiller, the Renault and the Mazda, two very different cars. You've got the rotary engined Mazda RX-8 and the Clio Cup car ahead of him, so Garner made use of a moment on the first lap for his class rivals, but Wayne Spiller has been able to close in on him now with 4 minutes of this race to go. Those drivers have just completed their 8th lap, and in the course of this race, Todd Garner's been over a second a lap slower, but can Wayne Spiller find a way through?
Well, let's see. Should be able to, I think. He is the quicker driver of the two based on the lap times that we've seen already in this race. There's 4 minutes to go, so can Todd Garner keep his elbows out, the driver from Leicestershire, and keep Wayne Spiller behind him in that number 96 Mazda RX-8, the driver from Hengoed. He's heading up to Rocket Complex now, and there you can see locking up was the Mill Street Motors Clio, and I think the answer is that he's not going to be able to keep him at bay because Wayne Spiller has gone straight through there up at Rocket 1, and it looks like Todd Garner has got no answer. So that's for the lead of Class BS. It's also for 5th position overall.
You could hear the rotary engine screaming away, couldn't you, there on the Alpha Live FX mic, something you don't get to hear much nowadays. That Wayne Spiller car, there it is again, just here, and the battle for third continues. If Derry Davies, he's got back up with Dave Graham again, so these two, who are a long way apart from one another in race 1, are absolutely together in race 2, because Derry Davies just keeps finding more and more speed all day in the Welsh-built Darien. As they make their way uphill then towards the Rocket corner. The Janetta's got more straight line speed, hasn't it? So pulls away, but then the Darien through the tighter section here is again closes back in again on the third place man David Graham as they work their way through. For the overall positions, I don't think we've seen Davies only on the podium once before in the top 3, so if he can beat Dave Graham, that will equal that performance. Graham's best this year has been a second, and is there possible contact up the back of the shot there between Spiller and Garner? It looked might just been a bit of illusion of the long distance there, but it looked like it got very sideways up at the top there, but hopefully they've survived that moment. The battle for third comes through. No yellows up there, I don't think.
No, nothing up there, just looking over my shoulder.
It might just be because the corner's so tight, isn't it? You come back on yourself. But for third, up the inside, the Darien goes through at Derry Davies. Yeah,
that's at the banking, isn't it? So that's nicely done by Derry Davies. So we've only got a minute 40 left to go. So we're into the last couple of laps of this race now, I would think. And now we've got Spiller ahead of Garner, but they're right together as they're lapping the MGB. That's just coming past our commentary box now. Also lapping the BMW of Mike Cook as well. But there's the Ginetta back ahead on the straight of the Darien, so you can see that these cars do have strength at different parts of the circuit, don't they? Into the twisty bit now. This should, you would think, favour the Darien. Lots of Dariens go into rallies, are built for rallying. And look, he's got good drive out of the corner there. He's going to have the inside line for Peel. Can he get back through Derry Davies? Yes, he can. So Derry Davies retakes third place.
A great battle this is. I mean, no, the first sector of the track, as it were, will suit the Ginetta again. They're in traffic, lapping the 10th place man, which is Rodney Teague's Renault Clio, who's only 1.5 seconds behind Colin Dunn in the Class BT lead battle. We haven't really mentioned that much, but Colin Dunn not very far ahead of Rodney Teague in this race. But ahead he is, as we've only got 30 seconds or so left on the clock, so it'll be tight whether Christian Douglas squeezes another lap in, which he might well do.
The last lap board's not gone out yet, so I think he'll get one more lap in.
So that's good news for drivers that are wanting a bit more extra time to make a place up. To see out the commentary box window, a bigger gap now between Wayne Spiller and Todd Garner for 5th place as they go through. Derry Davies looks like he's got a big enough gap this time to Dave Graham.
Last lap board does now go out to the race leader, by the way.
I thought he got a bit sideways as he went into the first corner, Christian Douglas, but he just about saved it. It must be a really dramatic car to drive, mustn't it?
Yeah.
Because probably in original form anyway, not got much weight, but perhaps the wings weigh almost as much as the rest of the car put together.
And doesn't it look ridiculous next to that MGB as well? What a contrast of cars, and so nice to see MGBs on the grid. I was at an MG race meeting last weekend, but there's not a single MGB to be seen anywhere. Anyway, we've got the Ariel Atom, the bewinged Ariel Atom, making it look like a single seat, although of course it is a two-seat car, heading into Rocket for the final time. About 4 seconds clear of Chris Evell as he started this lap. You can hear the rumble of Chris Evell just behind him as well. You can just see him in shot there.
It always takes you back to like sort of special saloons when the cars are very extreme.
Yes.
It's got that kind of look to it, hasn't it, this car? So great to have it here today at Anglesey with the 750 Motor Club.
Definitely. And running as an invitation class car, not for points within the Championship. But Christian Douglas then coming out of the final corner, up towards the line. The check flag goes out and he wins for the second time today in the WRDA Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Second place, and the points win, if you like, goes to Chris Everall, though, in number 169 in second place in the Ginetta G55. And then we're going to have some of the cars that are lapped, including Gareth John, who was third in Class BS. He has already completed his race, as to Neil Thomas in the MGB, Mike Cook in the BMW. We've got to wait, though, for the third place battle. That's just coming down through the corkscrew now. Don't think there's any changes there, so it looks like it is going to be Derry Davis that's going to take third in the end. Yes, you can see the green car and closest to the check flag there. There he is, Derry Davis. That's a very good result for him. Third place in this one. He to go with his fourth place. Was also second within the class as well. David Graham takes fourth place. A little bit further back, we will see our Class BT winner go through. That is Colin Dunn. So he takes that class win, so he extends his lead in the championship. Rodney Teague takes second place, and then we've got the BS cars coming through, and that is going to be Wayne Spiller and Todd Garner finishing first and second within their classes respectively. So a great variety of machinery we've enjoyed in the two guest races today for the WRDA Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship, and great entertainment they've given us, particularly in that second race. So we're very grateful for them for joining us here at Anglesey, their first time racing at Anglesey as well, and they've got one more meeting to go in their season, which takes place at Pembrey on the Clubman circuit, and that's on the 9th of October, when I suspect that's the British Truck Racing Association Championship meeting as well. So good luck to all the WRDA competitors for their final event of the season next month. Let's have a look at how that race finished, though, at the end of 13 laps of racing. And it was a win for Christian Douglas. Confirmation there in car number 17 by 4.97 seconds from 169 Chris Everall in second place. Derry Davis, number 5, took the Darien to third position from treble 8 Dave Graham. He was fourth. In fifth place, number 96 Wayne Spiller, who was the first Class BS car home, ahead of number 62 Todd Garner and 49 Gareth John. Alan Dark in his MGB, number 35, he was 8th. Ninth place went to number 19, that was Colin Dunn. He was the winner of the BT class, from Rodney Teague in 10th place, number 7. Andrew Williams and Tyrone Dowsall battled right to the line for 11th position. Neil Thomas and Mike Cook were a couple of laps down, as was Verity Banks in 15th place. Still 5 more races to come here this afternoon at Anglesey. Next up in a few minutes' time, it'll be the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. We turn our attention now then to the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. It's their second and final race of the weekend. The cars are on the grid and about to embark on their green flag lap ahead of a 20-minute race after a rolling start. The grid for this second race has on pole position number 4 Simon Walker-Hansel and beside him number 72 Thomas Fleming. Second row is number 1 Leon Morel and 73 Alistair Smart. The third row 12 Andrew Fido and 117 Miles Drew. On to row 4, it's 16 Ashley Hicklin, who was a non-finisher in the first race, and 92 Phil Knibb. Row 5 is 5 Doug Carter and 11 Phil Brown. Row 6, 7 Julian Griffiths and 30 Mark Grayson. And on row 7, it's going to be 60 Andrew Gordon, 86 Stephen Bell, with 13 Ian McDonald and 24 Ian Charles to round out the 16 Mark Field. Earlier on this afternoon, we had the first race for these cars, and that was won by Tom Fleming on his first appearance in the Bike Sports Championship. He beat Leon Morel by 2.04 seconds, although Fleming not scoring points in the championship, which is good news for Morel, who's contending for the Class B and the overall title. He had a better race than his rival in Class B, Simon Walker-Hansel. He had to drop, or he dropped back to 6th with what we initially thought was a problem, but that seemed to sort itself out. But he was the second of the point-scoring finishers within Class B, and he got fastest back as well, so only dropped 1 point to Morel. And in Class A, Alistair Smart, third overall, and the Class A win, with Julian Griffiths in second within that class and Doug Carter in third. The problem there for Alistair Smart in his quest for the overall title is that there's not enough cars within his class to pick up maximum points, Josh.
There was a fuel pump issue for Simon Walker-Hansel in that earlier race, so he'll be hoping that is solved, because he's equal on points now with Leon Morel, and the pair of them just 3 points ahead of Alistair Smart, although when you get drop scores involved, it's a slightly better situation for Walker-Hansel in that Eco Trailers Radical SR3. Alistair Smart could well wrap up the Class A title in this race. I think if he beats Andrew Fido, that will do the job. We'll keep an eye on that as the 20-minute race goes through.
Yeah, Class B and the overall likely to go down to Snetton, isn't it, in a few weeks' time there. Well, we're 3 weeks away from that meeting, I think. So we've got the safety car having accelerated away from the field to get into the pit lane. The cars doing their best to maintain a 2x2 formation through the corkscrew ahead of this rolling start. Fascinating to see if Tom Fleming can back up his victory earlier on today with a second win here. But he's got Simon Walker-Hansel ahead of him on the grid as the lights go out and the race gets underway for 20 minutes. In the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship, it is Walker-Hansel that holds on to the lead through the first corner, but Fleming looking quite racy immediately. Lock up there from Walker-Hansel. Can Fleming capitalise on that? Yes, he can, is the answer as they come out of the corner. And at Church, you can just see him there. He's gone through into the lead. So Tom Fleming, within the first 3 corners, gets the lead of the race away from Simon Walker-Hansel. Leon Morel is there in third position. Alistair Smart fourth. And Andrew Fido, number 12, in 5th place. They've all got through Church Corner this time, which they didn't manage to do in race number 1.
Yeah, they're absolutely together, those three. Be interested to see how Ash Hickling gets on, who got caught up in that incident in the first race. He had success last time out at Silverstone, but here they come, the 3 leaders, with Fleming ahead of championship equal leaders, Simon Walker-Hansel and Leon Morel. They work their way through. Walker-Hansel's won 4 times to 2 as they make their way through the corkscrew, and Walker-Hansel's slowing, so that's allowed Morel through. So this is a replication of the problem from earlier on today, which could be a real championship deciding day here at Anglesey for Simon Walker-Hansel. That means Tom Fleming is 1.3 seconds ahead of the rest after just 1 lap.
Certainly is. So Morel second, Walker-Hansel third, Smart is fourth, Andrew Fido fifth, and Ash Hicklin in 6th place in the car that was the only retirement, I think, from the first race. It turned out his car got stranded at Church Corner on the first lap. So the cars streak their way past the school building up towards Rocket 1 and Rocket 2.
That's the battle of the first of these two, the Class A leaders, aren't they? Alistair Smart ahead of Andrew Fido, who got caught up in the incident earlier, but did set the fastest lap in Class A in race 1. So this field work their way through here. The earlier race, the lap times were a bit off, so it'll be interesting to see if we get closer to those lap records that have been set a few years ago now. But Fleming flew ahead of Morel, who's the quicker of the two. It is Fleming on a 1:07.08. The fastest lap in the earlier race was a 1:06.2. And here Andrew Fido under pressure from Ash Hicklin, who's there in 6th position in his SR3. And there's Walker Hansel slowing again out of the banking. So Alistair Smart swoops around the outside of him to go through. So for Walker Hansel, he needs to hold off Hicklin really, who is the next driver who can take points away from him.
Yeah, that's right. So it's this intermittent issue, isn't it, for Walker Hansel that's causing him problems at particular parts of the circuit. He's losing a position there to Fido. That's sort of okay because it's not within the class. He's a Class A driver, is Fido. But now this is a deal if Ash Hicklin gets through, which he might do there, and he does do there. So Ash Hicklin in another Class B car gets ahead of Simon Walker-Hansel, number 4, the man from Cleveland, losing another position, and now he's in the clutches of the 117 car, isn't he? Of Miles Drew, who's going pretty well.
Yes, he got caught up in that incident earlier on today, so it was less of a factor on that occasion. As Leon Morel just the best lap of the race, only about a tenth quicker than Fleming though. But for Walker Hansel then he's got Miles Drew who could take points away from him. Then there's a bit more of a gap after that because Phil Knibb is another of the non-scoring drivers, and here's Radical SR3. Lead gap is 1.3 seconds then between Fleming and Morel as we climb uphill now in that battle for this 4th position between Andrew Fido and between Ash Hicklin as they break now into Rocket and get through there safely. At this point of the lap, Walker Hansel hasn't lost so much more time and is still ahead of Miles Drew as we continue then on this 4th lap of the race. But for that Class A battle, Smart is pulling away here. Smart in the earlier race took his 3rd win of the season within that class. He won his other race at Alton Park and Brands Hatch.
Yes, and just wonder if maybe Fido's a bit distracted. He makes a mistake there, actually coming out of the final corner by having to try and keep Ash Hicklin at bay, although they're not in the same class. Morel's improved the laps onto 1:06.48. The best lap in the earlier race was for Simon Walker-Hansel, 1:06.28. The lap record, though, in this class of 1:04.83 within Class B. The Class A lap record of 1:03.90 set by Joe Stables, who was quick in the last meeting at Silverstone. Here's Smart then. So this is the Class A battle. Smart, number 73, and Fido, number 12, with Hicklin in Class B in the number 16 car there in 5th position. Simon Walker-Hansel, number 4, in 6th spot as they turn their way through Peel now and then down towards the corkscrew. These are the 2 leaders then. We've got Fleming Morel separated by just about a second at the start of the lap, but it's looking like it's a little bit less than that now. They come through the final corner. This is to complete lap number 5. Let's see what the gap is. It was 0.99 and just waiting for it to update itself. It's 0.44 as another new fastest lap for Leon Morel, 1:06.2 now just 100th slower than Simon Walker-Hansel was in the earlier race. Tom
Fleming in his 2nd ever car meeting here this weekend. He raced in the Radical SR1 Cup at Alton Park last month.
I should have known that, really.
He's out there in the Valor Racing Radical, but runs a little wide through Church Corner there, but I don't think that really harmed him too much. So this will be again a jump up from the SR1 because this will be a car with more power, more downforce as well, but he's keeping Leon Morel at bay for now. It's been a very impressive weekend for Tom Fleming, but can he hang on here? This is a lot of pressure that Leon Morel is putting on him, and he looks up the inside. Morel knows he doesn't want to get involved in an incident because he doesn't gain any more points whether he finishes ahead of him or not, but he's only had once an overall win this year, which came at Brands Hatch, which was back in July, I think. So they turn their way through the corkscrew at the end of 6 laps of this 20-minute race. So lots of pressure being put on to the race leader, Tom Fleming, here.
Yep, and he's soaking it up very nicely indeed so far. He's got 13 minutes more, though, to try to do that. We've seen drivers try and soak up pressure for long periods of time today, and not necessarily managed to do so. Change for 6th, Miles Drew now ahead of Simon Walker-Hansel, so he's dropped down to 7th spot now, so that could be quite important because that is for class points as well, so that's just something to bear in mind. These are the two leaders heading up towards Rocket once again. They're on lap 7 now of this race. The earlier race went 16 laps, but we had a safety car, so we might get maybe 17 out of it this time, something like that.
In Class A, Alistair Smart still ahead of Andrew Fido. As far as I can work out, that will mean he will wrap up the Class A title today. But obviously the overall championship, which he is still a part of, between he, Morel and Walker-Hansel, will go to Snetterton in, I think, 3 weeks' time,
and that'll be
October.
The same kind of situation we had last year at Snetterton, won't it? And you've got two drivers from one class battling for their class championship, and a driver from another class. Last year it was Morel in the other class, and it was Morel who went on to win in a very dramatic conclusion. So some parallels to be drawn there.
Alistair Smart will be hoping he has a full complement of Class A competitors that weekend, otherwise that might hurt his chances. How's Simon Walker-Hansel getting on? He's come through in 7th, but now he's got a couple of seconds to Philip Brown, who's the next driver who can take points away from him here. So we're keeping an eye on that while we watch the battle for the lead, separated by 0.8 of a second. Tom Fleming did his personal best lap last time through, 1 minute 6.52, and then Leon Morel there in 2nd.
Looking at the lap times Walker-Hansel's able to do, even with the problem that he's got, it's now that lap time is faster than all those behind him now. So he's probably found the level he's going to be at, unless that problem starts to get any worse than it already is. Meanwhile, here are the first and second place cars, Tom Fleming and Leon Morel. It's Fleming from Morel in the Valor Motorsports #1 car there in 2nd position. And then we've got Alistair Smart still there in 3rd. You can see him just going through shot now. And then it's Andrew Fido, number 12, with Ash Hicklin right behind him. So let's try and pick up on that battle, which is for 4th and 5th, heading towards the banking. The Ash Hicklin car with its multicoloured livery on the black background, a new livery he's sporting. Ash, who's been a regular competitor and indeed race winner at Mallory Park at Boxing Day race meetings. Possibly we'll see him there again this Boxing Day as well, and possibly taking another victory there in the sports car race, but we'll see. That's a few months away yet. And here he's trying to get 4th place overall away from Andrew Fido, who would rather quite like to keep that position, although this isn't for class points. It is still a matter of pride, isn't it, to stay ahead of your class, or your rival from another class, in this case Hicklin, especially when you're in Class A, and theoretically that should be a little bit quicker than the Class B car that's chasing you down.
Yeah, it's good to have this intermix between the two classes this year. It's been a very competitive season for bike sports, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different winners now. Thomas Fleming became the 6th different winner earlier on today. Simon Walker-Hansel's won 4, Joe Stables has won 3, and then 1 for Leon Morel, Jack Lees, Richard Wise and Tom Fleming.
Well, a driving standards flag out for number 92, that's Phil Knibb. He's running in 8th position and is 6th within Class B, but he's not one of the point-scoring drivers within that class.
Walker-Hansel's losing places up at Church Corner. Phil Knibb has gone past, which doesn't matter for points because he's a non-scorer. But now that means Phil Brown's quite close to him, so this is out of short. Still getting very close up towards Rocket, and hopefully they can get through there without too many dramas. But Simon Walker-Hansel, the World Championship leader, was losing places.
Yeah, this is that continuing battle for 4th and 5th position between number 12 Andrew Fido and number 16 Ash Hicklin, dropping down through the Cutsky now. That's a great shot, isn't it? Gives you a really good impression of the steepness of the drop there, part of the circuit that these two are heading to. So that's now Julian Griffiths, we could see, I think. Yes, it is.
So he's got ahead of Phil Brown.
He's got ahead of Phil Brown.
That will help Walker-Hansel, who's back up to speed now. So he didn't lose that position to Doug Carter, which I thought he might do, as they work their way down here into turn 1. So Phil Knibb is 7th now, 8th for Simon Walker-Hansel, 9th Doug Carter, and 10th for Julian Griffiths as they work another lap.
I might have expected Julian Griffiths to have made more progress in this race, because he finished 4th in the early race, but for this race he started back on row 6, so he's made a little bit of ground. but not as much as I thought he might have done. So he's now ahead of Brown, as you say. There he is. There's the number 11 car of Brown. So he's the next driver behind Simon Warcancel within Class B, and there's about 3 seconds between number 4 Warcancel and number 11 Philip Brown at the moment. 7.5 minutes of the race to go, and here are the two leaders, and what do you know, they're back together again. Less than 0.4 of a second between them as they completed lap number 11. And is Fleming going to be able to soak up this pressure from Morel? There's a long way still to go, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. He's done a good job up to now. He runs out there over the curves out of Church Corner. They go past the glistening sea, which you can't see on this shot because that's behind the cameraman, but it's quite bright out the commentary box window if we look in that direction. Couldn't really ask for a better day of weather here at Anglesey, could we, for the racing. It's a nice temperature. They can see the glistening sea in the background. Looks incredible scenes, really, isn't it, here for a motor racing event? And I think lots of drivers have enjoyed the circuit, particularly those who are here for the first time. Leaders separated by about a car length as they turn their way through the corkscrew, with still 6 or perhaps even 7 laps of this race to go.
Yep, so over the line go the two leaders. 6.5 minutes, so it's probably going to be 6 laps, isn't it, that they will get, I would think, as they head up towards the banking, as the second corner of the lap is known, and then they head towards Church, which is the third corner, and there is a church just over the cliff edge there, as wide goes the race leader, Tom Fleming. I think he was heading for a church service possibly, but he's managed to hold on. He's still in the lead of the race. That was a fright for him there, and it's allowed Morel to get alongside, and he's got through up at Rocket.
So finally he's got ahead, but can he hold on? So they work their way through here. It's interesting, it's sort of gone the opposite way to the earlier race, hasn't it, where Morel was ahead and then Fleming came past, but it's worked the other way at this point. Although it's not over, with 5 minutes to go, so a quarter of the race to go, and was Morel a bit sideways there as he came out onto the start and finish straight. Well, he managed to carry good momentum nevertheless, so a new leader at 13 laps of this race, and perhaps that small mistake we saw at Church Corner just held him back. And across the line for third here, the Class A battles back on. I think if Fido gets ahead of Smart, that will take the championship to Snetterton in the Class Championship.
Yeah, that time through, Fido was 0.7 of a second faster than Alistair Smart, so he's really narrowed the gap now to about half a second, and he's taken Ash Hicklin as well with him. Meanwhile, I should say that Simon Warcancel is still there in 8th, by the way.
Behind them, Miles Drew, just on a lap time, only half a second slower and the fastest lap of the race. So that's a really good job by Miles Drew, who had them problems earlier. So he's catching this group. I'm not sure he'll be able to catch them before the end, but it's good pace from him.
Yeah, no, it's a great effort from Miles, the Nottingham-based project manager, who is 43 years of age, same as me. Started competing in motorsport in 1998, originally in a Golf Mark 1, sprinting and hill climbing. Back to this battle though, for third position and the Class A victory, Alistair Smart and Andrew Fido. They're heading towards turn 1 at the end of what surely must be the shortest start-finish straight in British motorsport. 4 minutes of the race left to go. Through the right-hander at the banking, this gently banked right-hander, not as steep as it might be, but nevertheless an interesting feature of the circuit. Then through to this fast right-hander at Church, daunting corner, easy to make a mistake there, as Tom Fleming demonstrated only a couple of minutes ago, which ultimately cost him the lead up at Rocket. You can see the smaller car, the narrower car of Smart, the central seat driving position of the PR6 compared to the number 12 SR3 of Fido. It's a bigger car, more imposing car, similar car for Ash Hicklin just behind as well. Smart repelling the challenge at the moment. If anything, there might be an extra car length between himself now and Andrew Fido compared to what we saw on the previous lap.
Simon Walker-Hansel lost another place. He's down to 9th now. behind Doug Carter. Before this weekend, whenever Walker Hansel finished, he finished inside the top 4 and was only outside the top 3 once. But that's all changed here this weekend at Anglesey with these fuel pump issues that he's not been able to get rid of. I guess importantly, he's been able to carry on though, which would have really, if that wasn't the case, that would have really been a problem for him. As this battle for 3rd place for a class win continues out of Church Corner and uphill through School, and then the hard braking zone into Rocket, where Fido looks to the inside. He wasn't quite close enough though to make anything of that, but it was an attempt to get up alongside the class leader. Then Ash Hicklin behind them, 3 seconds back in 6th is Miles Drew, who was the best part of a second faster than them on that last lap, so he might catch them at the end, but I don't think he'll really have a chance to make any moves work.
Down through the corkscrew we go with a couple of minutes left to go then, and it's not really no real signs of a change of position in this battle here, is there? It's probably going to rely on somebody to make a mistake, as it was in that lead battle between Morel and Fleming, and Morel now ahead by 1.8 seconds in the lead of this race. So we're pleased to get an overall win. Always feels good to pass the checkered flag first, even though he scored maximum points in the earlier race. Here's the Class A battle though, and it's Alistair Smart, keen to pick up maximum points in Class A here. Andrew Fido behind him, and Hicklin there in 5th place. Miles Drew, is he catching them? Well, yes, last time he was over a second faster than Hicklin, so he is clashing this group of cars as well, so it could be a 4-car battle by the time we get to the checkered flag, but the last lap board's being prepared. I think it's going to be shown next time our leader comes through.
Yeah, that's right, and the leader's in a bit of traffic for Leon Morel, so he'll want to deal with that successfully. I know he's a couple of seconds ahead of Tom Fleming, but doesn't want to trip up in the traffic. For Alistair Smart, he won't have to worry about that. He's just keeping Fido at bay. He's had a good run out of the corkscrew, so has been able to pull clear as they go on to the 18th and final lap of this race. And Fido now is back under pressure from Ash Hicklin. As you say, Miles Drew just joining them really as the race ends, which it's been a good drive from him. I think the best outing we've probably seen from Miles Drew. He's had a 6th before, it's going to be a 6th again, but lots of pace out of him in this race as Fido and Hicklin run very wide at Church. But that's given Fido a really good run actually, so this is going to be a last attempt, perhaps up towards Rocket to grab the class lead, where he dives up the inside of Alistair Smart, who just about shut the door in time to stay ahead.
Meanwhile, our leader is heading through the corkscrew for the final time, so yes, there's Fleming in 2nd place. Our leader just about to come out of the final corner now, in actual fact, and come up to the line to take the checkered flag. There he is, so Leon Morel takes victory then in the 2nd of the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship races here. He's very pleased indeed with that result. 2nd place has gone to Fleming, but 3rd, well, it's going to go the way of Alistair Smart, but 4th is going to go to Ash Hicklin, and 5th to Andrew Fido in the end, and 6th to Miles Drew, and even that's quite close as they came to the line. With that drama up there at Rocket on the final lap, Josh is just going to double check on the spreadsheet to see what all of this means for the championship. The 92 car of Phil Nibb comes through in 7th place. 8th place is Doug Carter. Simon Walker-Hansel does get home in 9th position, and that's 6th of the Class B cars, but 2 of those ahead of him aren't scoring points, so it's effectively 4th within Class B for Simon Walker-Hansel, so we will lose ground to Leon Morel in the championship here. Julian Griffiths it is that rounds out the top 10. Phil Brown 11th and Andrew Gord 12th, but good drive that from Leon Morel. He was behind Tom Fleming for a while, but capitalised when Fleming, under pressure, made a mistake at Church and took the lead at Rocket with about 7 or 8 minutes of the race left to go, Josh.
And he looks pretty pleased, doesn't he? He's been punching the air for about a minute or two now. But he makes his way into Park Ferment. He's going to be the championship leader as they head to Snetterton on 141 points, I think. Alistair Smart on 135 and Simon Walker-Hansel on 134. But as it currently stands, Leon Morel has a good chunk more points to drop than the other two. So there's going to be very little, I think, between them all as they head to Snetterton in a few weeks' time just put in those drop scores. Yeah, I reckon they'll be equal on points, Walker Hansel and Morell, with Alistair Smart just a few behind. So there's going to be plenty up for grabs there. But that's in a few weeks' time. Let's see if we can take a look at the results here of the 12th round of the championship at Anglesey.
Yes, we can indeed. Leon Morell, number 1 it was, that took the victory then in the ILM Racing Bike Sports Championship. 18 laps he completed, and he was 4.86 seconds clear of Tom Fleming in second place. So he gets a first and second out of the weekend. Alistair Smart, 2 Class A wins for him. Number 73 took third place overall, ahead of Ash Hickley in number 16, who got fourth place on the final lap. Fifth was number 12, Andrew Fido, who lost it. Sixth was 117, a great drive that from Miles Drew as well to equal his best result in the championship this season. In seventh place was number 92, Phil Nibb. Eighth was number 5, Doug Carter. Ninth was the man that was ahead in the championship going into this weekend, number 4, Simon Walker Hansel. And 10th was number 7, Julian Griffiths. Further back, Philip Brown, Andrew Gord, Stephen Bell and Mark Grayson. A lap down, Ian Charles and Ian McDonald. Bike Sports Championship, that continues at Snetterton next month for its final 2 races of the season. But here at Anglesey, we've got 4 more races still to go, with the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship coming up in a few moments. So the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship, the first of its 3 races for this weekend, about to come up. This is how the grid's going to line up for a 15-minute race. On pole position, it's number 37, Chris McCloy, and besides him is going to be number 7, that's Cameron Elder. The second row is number 63, Philip Wright, and 69, Joe Bauer. On the third row, it's 44, Trevor Gregory, and 65, Ben Morton. On to row 4, that's 59, Daniel McKay, and 177, Matthew Mandipira. Row 5 is 58, Paul Jarvis, and 60, Stephen Langton. Row 6 is 57, Joel Arguelles, and number 1, David Drinkwater, and just looking, he is there. Row 7, 93, Charlie Hayes, and 4, Stephen Harrison. Row 8 is 14, Jared Coulson, and 28, Lee Warren. Row 9 is 20, Martin Paget, and 403, Richard Bancroft. The 10th row, 98, Paul Warren, and 47, Charlie Cole. The 11th row, 13, Stuart Kennedy, and 107, Stephen Watson. And on the final row of the grid, 12, Warren Andrews, and that man, 316, Ivor Mayers, yet again. So Josh Barrett alongside me. We've got a slightly smaller than normal field for Hot Hatch, but still the envy of many championships, a 24-car grid, and a slightly different lineup to what we might expect, with the 2 cars on the front row, Chris McCloy and Cameron Elder, and Philip Wright only on the second row today. Yeah,
Phil Wright had a splitter collapse in qualifying this morning, so he had to pit and end his session earlier. And then he said before qualifying they found the suspension they needed to weld that together, so it was a bit of an eventful morning for Phil Wright. He still qualified third, so that should be interesting. But Cameron Elder particularly impressively qualifying second earlier on today. We've seen Chris McCloy on a few occasions, been right there at the front, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on today. With Phil Wright has a good chance of wrapping up the Class A title this weekend, potentially even in the first race if he beats Chris McCloy. That is a possibility. I'd have to look at exactly what needs to happen. Again, in Class B, Paul Jarvis should wrap up the Class B Championship at some point over the course of the weekend. It could come in this first race, but more likely tomorrow. And in Class C, David Drinkwater's already claimed the Class C Championship. And if he wins all 3 races this weekend, he might be able to wrap up the overall title. But that's a big ask. And he had problems in qualifying this morning where the water pump failed. So they've had to go back to Bangor, which is, half an hour or so away. Bought a new water pump. Good job it's Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they fitted that, but he had a bit of a question mark how the engine was, because obviously it overheated with no water going through. So that's going to be one to watch. David Drinkwater, who's won 10 of the 11 races this year in Class C. The overall wins, Phil Wright has won 7. Ryan Polly and Will Self not here. The other winners, 3 for Polly and 1 for Self. So if Phil Wright doesn't win, we get a new winner this year in the Hot Hats Championship.
And the cars onto the grid now. Best of the Class B cars in this race, Matthew Mandipira. He's just ahead actually of Paul Jarvis on the grid, who's got his Saxo back out again after lots of damage sustained at Donington in the previous meeting. You might remember an incident there that brought about a premature conclusion to that particular race. And good news for David Drinkwater that he's managed to get that car back out with a new water pump, hopefully on row 6 of the grid. Hopefully that will hold up from his point of view. So last few cars into position. The 5-second board is shown, and we're looking forward to a 15-minute race for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. It's round 12 and it gets underway here at Anglesey. So up in towards the first corner. It's a good start by Cameron Elder from the outside of the front row of the grid. Phil Wright also not particularly well away, so it's Cameron Elder that's leading, Chris McCloy second, and it's Joe Bauer that's gone through into third place. Philip Wright's dropped back down to 4th position. Another Civic is trying to make a move around the outside. Is that Trevor Gregory, I think, in the number 44 car, so we'll see what he can do. Ivan Mares has already made up a few positions as well from the back of the grid in his BMW in his 3rd race of the afternoon.
Yep, he's been on the podium in the other 2, so we'll see how he gets on in this one with a few more cars against him. As they head uphill then for 3rd, Phil Wright's got a good run there and slots ahead of Joe Bauer. So he's back to where he started. Behind Ben Morton, the Integra also challenging. So Bauer's not had a good couple of 100 metres there, losing a couple of places. But it is Cameron Elder, I think possibly for the first ever time, leading the way in the Hot Hats Championship as the rest of the field work their way through. So you've got these different eras of Civic up at the front, but it's the EP3 car of Cameron Elder, who I think has got the 2-litre engine, so it'll be the slightly lighter compared to the K24 engine cars behind of Chris McCloy and Phil Wright, who don't therefore have quite have a little bit more power, but therefore a little bit more weight as well as they come through to complete the first lap of this 15-minute race. Yes,
like many of the Championship 750 Motor Club runs, the classes are split on power to weight ratio, so Class A is up to 200 brake horsepower per tonne, B 175 and C 145, very close for the 2 leaders there. Chris McCloy almost getting into the back of the race leader Cameron Elder as they headed through. We're going to get a change over for 4th place as well, possibly. Joe Bauer and Ben Morton were side by side there. I think that stayed in the same order. But here are the 3 leaders, and it's going to be side by side, and Phil Wright's going to pick up a big toe here as well, so what can he do? It's McCloy, though, that's got back into the lead. He was on pole position, of course, in an older-shaped car. He's back ahead of number 7, Cameron Elder, and 63, Philip Wright is right with him. The Civic and the Integra a bit further back, still side by side, and these 3 overlapping effectively as they go up to Peel, and it's Philip Wright on the inside line. He's made up 1 place, he's got ahead of Cameron Elder, but he can't make it 2, and actually that's allowed Chris McCloy just to stretch his legs by a few car lengths in the race-leading number 37 car for the man based in Gateshead these days, but originally from Coleraine in Northern Ireland in this 1994 Honda Civic EG, so one of the older shaped cars on the grid.
Good to have so many cars involved in this lead battle at this stage as well, but Phil Wright looking pretty racy. It's Joe Bauer there in fourth, who's got the fastest lap at this early stage, but Wright, as they go down towards the bank, and is chasing McCloy. These two have had plenty of battles this year so far, but it's always Wright that comes out on top so far. He's got those 7 wins I mentioned. Chris McCloy finished second 4 times to Wright, so let's see how this race here at Anglesey goes. Then Joe Bauer's now into third, so he's going really well. He's just got himself up ahead of Cameron Elder, the early leader in this race. Joe Bauer's best result so far has been a 4th over the course of this season. Then you've got Ben Morton in the Integra, he's there in 5th position, and then Trevor Gregory in 6th. Those 6 cars separated by just 3 seconds. Behind them is the Class B leader, which is Matthew Mandapira, who has had a victory this season in that class.
A bit of dust kicked up by Chris McCloy there at Peel. Don't think it's necessarily done him too much harm as he comes into the corkscrew now. There's the Integra of Ben Morton, number 65. That's in 5th position, and he's just ahead of Trevor Gregory, who's in 6th. But Morton, who is 26 years of age, the fabricator from Newark. 8 years in karting. He's in the 2000 Honda Integra DC2, but the lead now under threat because Philip Wright in number 63 is challenging number 37 Chris McCloy, but the driver in third's clearly a one to watch. So he's done a 1:18 dead, which is the lap record. It's the first time this category in this guise has been to Anglesey Circuit, and he is after the 2 leaders. That's Joe Bauer.
Really impressive from Joe Bauer. I don't think he's done that many races before. We know that Phil Wright's so experienced, has been racing for the best part of a decade now. But it's Chris McCloy who leads the way then, the Irishman. And he stays there as they go through the Rocket corner just ahead. But Bauer, who's going quicker than he went in qualifying, is right with them now. Another place lost for Cameron Elder, so he led early on, but he's now behind Ben Morton as well. So his race started so well, not gone to plan since then. But a great battle for the lead, 3 cars in it. We haven't seen so much of this in the Hot Hatch Championship this year. Probably Castle Combe is when we had our most competitive races, when Will Self was up there battling. Here at Anglesey, it's side by side for the lead, and Phil Wright tries to get himself up alongside Chris McCloy. Can he make anything work as they go up towards turn 1? I don't think he can. He's got to watch out though, because Joe Bauer, who's just set another fastest lap of the race, is right there with him. So the 2 older cars really taking it to the multiple race winner this year.
It's interesting, isn't it, that it's this circuit as well, much more technical circuit, a slower average lap time. Lighter cars, I should think, probably be quite well suited to this circuit. These EG-shaped Honda Civics sandwiching the more recent car of Philip Wright, who's done a lot of the winning this season in this class. We're going to get a change for 4th. I can see that out of the window. That is Cameron Elder getting back ahead of Ben Morton, but the leaders are up at Rocket and over the curbs there. A little bit messy that from, and a lot of speed carried there by Joe Bauer. He appeared all of a sudden. Yes, it was a little bit messy from Chris McCloy. They've actually come out in the same order.
I think Ben Morton might have gone off in the background. Yes, he has, and Trevor Gregory's been involved in that. I heard lots of tyre squealing, so there's a lot. I wonder what Morton's
fluid is down.
A lot of smoke coming out of his car.
We've got a slippery surface flag out now, so that'll mean there's oil down. And that's not looking good, is it? So that might need some intervention. The marshals are heading over there now. The leaders are coming through to complete lap number 5 with 8.5 minutes of the race left to go. It's still Chris McCloy, number 37, leading from 63, Philip Wright in 2nd, and 69, Joe Bauer in 3rd place. 4th now is the car of Cameron Elder. 5th is going to be Matthew Mandipera, who's our Class B lead, up in 5th place overall. So that's really good for him. And he and Paul Jarvis are a long way ahead of the next Class B car, which is Jared Coulson, who's down in 11th position overall.
Should mention Class C is led by David Drinkwater and is lapping as quickly as he did in qualifying. So obviously all is well with his car. And with Phil Wright potentially not winning this race in Class A, that's even better. Here's the oil, and yeah, that's not great, is it, going on there? Everybody looking up, but they got through the corner. But yeah, if Phil Wright doesn't win this race, and David Drinkwater does within his class, that'll make his situation even more positive than it already was. But it's a great battle we've got up front. You can see there, standing just in view, the Ben Morton helmet in view there as the leaders come through into the corkscrew, and lots of tyre smoke there from Phil Wright as the bodywork was rubbing on the tyre as they go through the compression of the corkscrew. I hadn't seen it on previous laps, so we got a good view of it there.
Yeah. It's a circuit that really does put a lot of stress on the car and the driver, more so than other circuits as well. It's the gradient, the just variety of corners that we have in a relatively short lap, just 1.55 miles here at the Anglesey Coastal Circuit. There's a lot packed in to live some very good racing, and here's a battle a bit further back that involves the 14 car, does it not, of Jared Coulson, who is the third place car within Class B.
I don't think he is anymore.
No,
though.
Charlie Hayes now ahead, isn't he?
Yeah, so
the compact.
He's going well. Charlie Hayes, I don't think we've seen him on the podium yet. And then behind them is Joel Algaias, who went really well at Brands Hatch on a one-off out in Hot Hatch. Well, now it's a two-off because he's back again. Obviously enjoyed himself at Brands Hatch, and he's trying to get himself back ahead of Jared Coulson as well. And Coulson, I don't think, had the best of exits there and goes through. And just at the back of that group, you can see David Drinkwater leading Class C. Second in that class is Ivor Med from the back of the grid. He didn't get a proper lap time in qualifying. He's only 3 seconds behind Drinkwater is Ivor Med from the back of the grid. What a drive.
Brilliant drive, and another trophy as well. I hope he's got enough room in his luggage. Up the inside there goes Coulson, and he has got the place away from Joel Argillis there, so that's a change once again. Nice little scrap going on between those two. And just behind them, you've got the Ford KA, haven't you? Well, the Ford car of 28 Lee Warren. That's actually a Class A car. So the car's up at Peel, 5 and a bit minutes to go. About to see that group come down through the corkscrew. Still, you've got the slippery surface flag being shown there just to warn the drivers that there is some fluid down on the circuit. There's been through that circuit, through that part of the circuit 2 or 3 times now since the oil has gone down, though.
Ben Morton did a good job to get his car into a place of reasonable safety, didn't he? Just behind the tyre wall where the marshal post is, so that means we have been able to carry racing. There's Drinkwater, there's Mayers not far back. Just remind you, David Drinkwater started 12th, Ivor Mayers started 24th in this race. Drinkwater has been a fair amount quicker on the best laps, but a really good drive this from Ivor Mayers, who has been on the podium a few times this season, a couple of times, but it's he's there in second place.
We're just watching this battle going on. It's the 107 and the 403 Clio. So this is Stephen Watson and Richard Bancroft. Bancroft has got ahead of Charlie Cole in the compact and is now going, it looks like, going around the outside of Stephen Watson as well. And they're chasing after the Corrado of Stuart Kennedy as well, the Class B car. So nice little battle going on between these Clios. And it's lovely to see the Corrado back out again.
And fantastic views as well as Snowdonia in the background, which is really clear now at this time of day, isn't it? We just saw that on the pictures as well as they go through church. So really dramatic scenes there. Great racing on track and plenty of picturesque to look in the background as well. But yeah, great to have that Corrado out there. Probably the oldest car on the grid, I think. So yeah. Stuart Kennedy running well in 18th position in a car that's great to see out there. The overall lead, by the way, has gone out over a second now. Chris McCloy's pulled clear after that long battle we had early on. Phil Wright second and Joe Bauer still in third. Matthew Andapira still leads Class B. He had 1 win so far, which came at Brands Hatch, but he's now 2.5 seconds ahead of Paul Jarvis, who's had to rebuild his car since the last race because he was involved in an incident at Donington Park. So
this is the battle a little bit further up again. So this is 10th and 11th and 12th and 13th. So it's Charlie Hayes in the 93 car at the front of this group. He's third within Class B at the moment. And then you've got Jared Coulson, who's fourth within Class B, and Joel Arguelles, who's fifth in Class B. And then you've got the Class A car through next, which is Lee Warren. So they are heading up towards Rocket once again.
So the first 3 in this are battling for third in Class B, aren't they? There's a bit of contact there as Jared Coulson got into the back of Charlie Hayes. He tried to avoid it though, didn't he? Got on the brakes hard and meant the contact was very light. So Hayes still there in third, but Coulson's very keen to try and come back through, and he's had 4 podiums this year, has Coulson. I don't think Hayes has those, so he's keen to hang on there in what is third in the class. And good to see the KA going better here this weekend in the hands of Lee Warren, isn't it, there in 13th position.
Yeah, that's car with the transponder issue, hence you're not seeing his name on the timing tower just there. But
is Drinkwater slowing behind them? The championship leader behind them is slowing to a degree, so Ivan Mares is getting a bit closer.
It's a 1:24.72, so that's 3 seconds off his best lap time.
Meanwhile, it was almost very abreast for this battle into the banking. Novice driver Charlie Hayes still ahead of Coulson and Argales, who are pretty much side by side, and Coulson hangs on.
Black and white driving standards flag going out to car 403, which is that clear of Richard Bancroft we saw embroiled in a battle with Stephen Watson a few moments ago. So he has been spotted exceeding track limits, I think.
Trevor Gregory gains a place here around the outside into 7th. He gets himself up ahead of Stephen Langton. Remember, he had that moment when Ben Morton did earlier on.
Yes, right. I was trying to work out what's happened to him.
Look at the dent in the door as well on Gregory's car. So damaged for Trevor Gregory. I wonder if Ben Morton got into him somehow. I don't.
Or possibly another car might have done. I'm not quite sure if anyone was immediately around him, but we know that there was oil down, so there could have been some secondary contact, couldn't there?
See that view in the background, which is hard to keep your eyes off.
Yes. Paul Jarvis, we just saw him going through the foreground there, so he's in 6th overall, just ahead of this battle for 7th and 8th between Gregory and Langton. And then you've got Daniel McKay there as well in the Ford Fiesta number 59.
For Class C, Ivan Mares is even closer to David Drinkwater. I think they've got 2 laps still to go as they go across the line. So could we see a third different win of the season in Class C? Drinkwater obviously is having some kind of problems. On the last lap, Mares was 2 seconds faster.
Yep. So the last lap board now going out as well. It's just gone out to the race leader, Chris McCloy. That's crept up on us, hasn't it? Because only 35 seconds of the race left to go.
And he's Phil Wright getting closer again.
He was 6 tenths quicker that time through the gap, down to 9 tenths per second. Here's the leader then, up at the banking, Chris McCloy. And he's got back markers ahead of him. This is not what he would have wanted to see, is it, going on to the final lap? Because he's going to get these possibly up at the banking, which is not necessarily present, unless he can clear them before then. He'll have a go, but this is the battle involving the likes of Charlie Cole, isn't it? And those Clios and Stuart Kennedy as well. So it's the battle for 18th, 19th, 20th and 21st. He's got past 1. Philip Wright's trying to go with him. Be helpful if he can get a back mark between himself and his rival Philip Wright here for Chris McCloy, but he's not been able to do so far. Blue flags will be waving to let the back markers know that faster cars are coming through. And there's still 2 more to clear. And Peel, Chris McCloy, has got past both of them, and he's done it. He's done it. I think that's probably decided the race, because Philip Wright was a bit delayed there. So down through the final couple of corners they come at the corkscrew. There's Joe Bauer, who's actually getting quite close to Phil Wright there, but the checker flag's going to go out, and it is a new winner then. It's Chris McCloy who wins the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. First race of 3 here at Anglesey. Second place goes the way of Phil Wright. Third place goes the way of Joe Bauer.
Yeah, that's right. And while that was all going on, Trevor Gregory had an off at the last corner. I think parked his car up, so that's a bit of a drama. Meanwhile, Calman Alder comes through in 4th position, and the next car will be our Class B winner. For the second time only this season, Matthew Mandapira sees the checkered flag first. So Class A and B, the championship winner-elect kind of loses out, don't they? So Phil Wright's lost out, Paul Jarvis has lost out. Will David Drinkwater lose out because Ivan Mares was catching him? See if we can pick them up when they come into the final corner. Let's see them in a moment. They'll be coming up towards the corkscrew, so we'll see if we can get them. Here they are now. I can see if we can pick those cars up. Yes, they're through
the corkscrew now and about to head up towards the line. It is going to be David Drinkwater that is going to hold on to take the Class C victory, but a good drive that for Ivan Mares to get second place from the back of the grid. But where does that leave things with the championship, with Drinkwater getting that Class C victory? Josh, I know you've now just going to do some spreadsheet work to try and calculate all of that that's gone on, but Drinkwater winning Class C, Ivan Mares second, and Martin Paget third within Class C today. The third place driver in Class B, by the way, that was Charlie Hayes, who had that good drive in the BMW with Jared Coulson and Joel Arguelles.
So Drinkwater's got an 18-point lead, I think, over Wright now. So it's just sort of extended it, but it makes it even more possible for tomorrow, doesn't it? going into that for the overall championship to be decided in Hot Hatch. Don't think the classes have been wrapped up here, have they? Because Chris McCloy beat Phil Wright and Matthew Mandapira beat Paul Jarvis. Just check the Class B points, because Mandapira got the fastest lap as well, so that should...
He did. So
so that means none of those championships have been wrapped up today, but that means tomorrow it's quite likely. Let's have a look at the results of the race.
Yeah, so Chris McCloy, 7 times a podium finish for this season. This is the 8th, it's his first victory, so well done to Chris McCloy, number 37 in the Honda Civic. 12 laps completed for him. Second place, number 63, Philip Wright. He was 1.62 seconds behind. In third place, it was number 69, Joe Barrow. Quite a gap back then to fourth place in the end, our early leader, number 7, Cameron Elder. Fifth place, our Class B winner, was number 177, the Clio 197 of Matthew Mandapira. He was ahead of number 58, Paul Jarvis, who was 6th. 7th and 8th was 60, Stephen Langton, and 59, Daniel McKay. Then in 9th place, number 30, Charlie Hayes, the 3rd of the Class B drivers, with Joel Arguelles in 10th place, number 57. 11th, that was the number 28 car, Lee Warren in the Ford car, from 12th, number 14, Jared Coulson. Then in 13th place overall, our Class C winner, number 1, David Drinkwater. Ivor Mayers, 316, took 14th, and number 20, Martin Paget, 15th. And then we get into the drivers that didn't make it to the end. Trevor Gregory, a late retirement, although we did see Stuart Kennedy, Richard Bancroft and Stephen Watson complete the race, albeit a lap down. And then Charlie Cole and Warren Andrews, I think, also made it to the end, but Stephen Harrison and Ben Morton did not. 2 more races for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship tomorrow. 3 more races this evening. Coming up next in a few minutes, the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. So race number 10 of the day is for the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. That's not an example of one, but an illustration of the venue that we're at here at Anglesey Circuit this weekend. Let's have a look at the grid though, set by times in qualifying this morning. Pole position number 27, Danny Andrew. Besides him, number 77, Eddie Moyer. Second row is 71, Jonathan Lister, and 37, Ben Powney, who we've already seen out in action today in the F1000s. Third row is 66, Lucas Batt, and 35, David Winter. Row 4, 7, Daniel Court, and 55, Simon Court. Fifth row, 99 and 25, that's Martin Shelton and David Bowen. The sixth row, 1 and 23, Colin Marshall and Samir Abid. The seventh row, 80 and 3, that's Rob Ollie and Callum Barnes. And then it is row 8, 47 and 74, Lewis Spencer Smith and Stephen Manley, and 88, Peter Wood at the back. After an amended grid, so we have 17 cars on the grid for this Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship race. It's the first of 3 that we have this weekend. Cars almost onto the grid. Josh, but briefly, what's the championship situation?
It's Jonathan Lister leading the way by 24 points over Danny Andrew. And when you look at drop scores, it also kind of brings in Simon and Daniel Court into the situation as well. With 3 races here this weekend, it's an important weekend, I think, to see how the championship is going to go before we head to Snetterton as the conclusion. We've had 5 different winners this year. And with a good grid here at Anglesey, I think we are set for some good racing over the next 15 minutes. Yeah,
green flag waved at the back. 30-second board is now shown. And very quickly, we will get into action. 5-second board is raised. The red lights are about to be turned on for a 15-minute race. They go out now. Away we go. Good start by Danny Andrew from pole position. Also a good start by Jonathan Lister from the second row of the grid. But he can't quite get ahead of Eddie Moyer there, who had his maiden win at Silverstone last time out. Heading on up towards the banking then for the first time. We should have a good slipstream racing prospect here. Mistake by Danny Andrew there. He locks up. That allows other cars to get close to him on the inside line, including Eddie Moyer, but I don't think he managed to make it through there. So a bit of a shuffle possibly among the pack as they come through Church, but it is 77 that leads. 27 that leads, 77 in second place, so that's Andrew from Moyer, and those two actually a little bit further ahead of the rest because Lister has lost a position, hasn't he?
Yeah.
On the way up, as now Eddie Moyer locks up. They both lock up as they head. They're both onto the runoff area, and they both lose places. So the two leaders are now down to third and fourth, aren't they? I think it looked like they might go down to 4th and 5th, and that means that the leader is Josh
Jonathan Lister, who was behind David Winter. You mentioned how he'd lost that place, but he used the toe to get through. But Eddie Moyer, he's had an adventurous season, really, hasn't he? With some success, but he had that late braking move and kind of took Danny Andrew wide with him. But they survived the moment. Is that going to be a little look into how this 15-minute race is going to go? We've had 5 different winners. Ben Powney's won 3, Jonathan Lister and Danny Andrew have won 2, and Eddie Moyer and Daniel Sibbons has won 1. And the whole field come through with no real gaps between them at the end of the first lap. Lucas Batt's going really well, isn't he? Novice driver still, inside the top 5 here. This is the best showing we've seen from him. He's had a 6th earlier in the year, but that's when we had a much smaller grid, possibly at Pembrey, so he's right up there. He's gained a lot of pace, which is great to see. Yeah, Lister leader running a little bit wide, but just carrying the speed through Church. I think that he's the one giving off the toe this time here.
And Lucas Batt, who you were talking about, he's had an off onto the grass on the exit of Church in the background as well. So the pack have caught up with him side by side for second and third. David Winter and Danny Andrew. Then Danny Andrew in the blue car on the outside line. Can't get through, has to tuck back in behind Winter. I mean, while there's an off there, that's for number 1, Colin Marshall, I think, up there at Rocket. We watch then the leaders turn their way through Peel for the second time in this race. It's 71 the lead, Jonathan Lister. He's the man that leads the championship by 24 points from Danny Andrew coming into this weekend. David Winter, who is 5th in the championship, is second at the moment. Oh, and another off there for Colin Marshall. That's 2 within the space of 3 corners that he has had. So an eventful race for him as the leaders come through to end lap 2, and it's another green car like Marshall, but it's Jonathan Lister that leads the way.
Yeah, that's right. And it's 5 for the lead, really, with David Winter there in 2nd, Danny Andrew 3rd, Eddie Moyer 4th, and Lucas Batt there in 5th place. And a small gap has emerged behind him. And Colin Marshall has got back going, so that's good news. There was a bit of contact possibly involved because he's got a little bit of damage. And Lucas Batts just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:18.6.
That was despite that off. So the stonemason from Chesham is chipping away at the leaders there as they head up towards Rocket once again. We're looking at the battles a little bit further back, including the number 3 car of Callum Barnes going through. But we can see a change up there, is there? It looks like Eddie Moyer is now ahead of David Winter. So Danny Andrew is second, and David Winter, the driver that's dropped back to 4th then. Lucas Batt is within this group of cars as well. In his first season of racing, got the driver of the day in his first race, did the 21-year-old. He'd done some sprinting and hill climbing before he's come into circuit racing, but really this is marking his announcement into the championship because he is contending in this lead group of 5 cars for victory.
Yep, so great stuff. And then you've got, 3 cars in the next group, headed by Simon Court, then Ben Powney returning after having to miss the previous meeting, and then Daniel Court is up there next. So it's the 2 championship leaders right at the front, and then you've got some interlopers really, because David Winter's there 5th in the championship, Eddie Moyer is 6th in the championship, then Lucas Batt much further back, 14th in the championship, all in this leading group as they turn their way through Church Corner, where Littleton takes that wide but really quick line once again, and that gives him good momentum. But then the tow comes into effect for Danny Andrew, and can Andrew challenge here as they head uphill? He looks to the outside of Littleton, who brakes well on the inside and hangs on, but Eddie Moyer, he's the last of the late breakers again up there at Rocket, but this time he's making it into an overlapping situation with Danny Andrew, but slots back behind. So both Andrew and Moyer have gained one of those places. They're past David Winter since they had that off-track excursion on the first lap of the race. They're with Lisetta now, who, as I said earlier, has won 2 races this season. They came at Croft and he won the most recent race at Silverstone.
Yep, so they're coming through to complete lap number 3 of the race here. These low costs with the Mazda MX-5 running gear, hence Mazda 7s is what they're known as. And many of these chassis have been converted from low-cost chassis. Some have been built up fresh for this particular competition as well. And it's possibly a step up for drivers who've perhaps done low cost in the past. Many of these drivers have.
Ben Powney
is slow. I was going to talk about Ben Powney because he wasn't in that leading group of 5, despite the fact that he's been a 3-time winner this season. We know last time that car was out at Silverstone, it was in the hands of Autosport journalist Stefan Mackley, and it didn't go particularly well there, but you can read about that in last week's Autosport, still available on the news sites. Meanwhile, for the lead, it's almost 4 wide, I think, going up to Rocket Corner this time. And how is that all going to sort itself out? We'll pick up on that in a second. It's Littleton still ahead. It looks like Andrew and Moyer are side by side for 2nd and 3rd. Oh, and Danny Andrew just a bit off the road there at the exit of Rocket 2. That possibly allows the rest to close in. David Winter 4th and Lucas Batt still 5th as they head down towards the corkscrew with 8.5 minutes of this race left to go. It's Littleton still ahead, the man that leads the championship, and this is exactly where he wants to be.
Ben Powney's got his car back going again, although he's slowing again, so perhaps not all is well. But with those battles of the leaders, the courts are starting to close in, aren't they? Simon and Daniel, the brothers, they're in 6th and 7th position. So we've pretty much got 7 cars for the lead here in this. So we head towards the second half of the race, onto lap 6 of it, being headed by Littleton then, by this small margin, but he's done the job so far to be really quick through Church, where the others can't get past him, even with the tow up towards Rocket. But on this occasion, Andrew's got a good exit to Church as well, so I think this could be the moment where Danny Andrew reclaims the lead that he had briefly early on. Again, it's 2 by 2 as they head uphill, the inside for the lead for Danny Andrew. Can he get the car stopped though when they get to the top of the hill, because he snatches a break, runs wide, so Littleton has a chance, but he can't make it. Behind, Eddie Moyer defends David Winter off. Then you've got Lucas Batt and Simon Court up next.
Yeah, it is 6 for the lead. Now, almost it looked like David Winter was waving Eddie Moyer, or the other way around, wasn't it? Eddie Moyer waving David Winter through there as they headed towards Peel that time. So not sure what's going on there. So it's Winter 3rd, Moyer 4th, Lucas Batt 5th, and then it's Simon Court 55 in 6th position. He was very much in contention last time out as well at Silverstone. I think he got one podium finish out of the 2 races, but he was pretty rapid at Silverstone was Simon Court, as was his brother Daniel, who's in 7th place here, not too far behind. Samira Biddy's 8th, Martin Shelton 9th, and David Bowen rounding out the top 10. Here are the leaders though, round the banking, 6 3/4 minutes left to go. And it's Andrew, number 27, from Lissitor, number 71. Andrew, 2nd in the championship, so really needing a result here ahead of Jonathan Lissitor to take points away from him in the quest for the championship. Danny Andrew, last year's champion, of course, when he had the fight for the title with Ben Powney that went right down to the wire. That was decided at Snetterton. And this season's championship is going to conclude there as well.
Andrew went wide there, Ian, so he outbraked himself again, a bit like the first lap. And Jonathan Lissitor retakes the lead. Danny Andrew had got the fastest lap, which is a new lap record, 1 minute 18.06, beating what Ollie Batten did a few seasons ago. But now the Master 7 strength has grown. But whenever Andrew leads up in towards Rocket, he goes off. Not sure if the first lap was totally of his own making, but that one seemed a little bit more to go in that direction. Simon Court's got 5th, I think, away from Lucas Batt. That's just allowed the top 4 to get away a little bit. So it's Lissitor from Andrew, from Winter, from Moyer there in 4th position as they head down here into the banking for the 8th time, heading towards into the final third of this motor race now. The top 7 cars are still separated by just 3.7 seconds, another illustration of a very competitive, good actioned race from the 750 Motor Club. We've had a few of them already today, and it's Lissitor who leads. That means he's the one giving the draft off uphill towards Rocket. So is this going to be Andrew's opportunity to retake that position? He pulls to the right hand side of the circuit. That's the outside line. They both brake late, but they've got to be careful not to brake too late, like we've seen previously in this race. They're will to will. Lissitor's on the outside. That means Andrew's got the inside for the second part of the corner, but Lissitor trying to carry the momentum right around the outside. They're still absolutely level. Surely Danny Andrew can utilise the inside line again to claim the lead, this time at Peel, but David Winter, Eddie Moore right there too, Ian.
It's brought David Winter and Eddie Moore back into it, as you're saying. So 4 cars for the lead, then a bit of a gap back to Simon Court in 5th. Lucas Batt is 6th. Moyer there, the farmer from Lincolnshire, up the inside to take 3rd place away from David Winter. That's compromised Winter a bit. That is Lissitor that's run wide there, isn't it? That in the green car it's difficult to see from head on, with the sun now setting behind that shot, or in front of that shot, I suppose.
Admittedly, I was looking out the window. That helps.
It does help, yes. But it is Andrew then from Lissitor in 2nd, Moyer up to 3rd, Winter 4th, Court is 5th. So you've got 3 similarly coloured cars, but distance 3rd, 4th and 5th, and then Lucas Batt in 6th place.
Somebody else who's having a good race behind this is David Bowen, who I think is having his first ever race. He's there in 9th position. That's a really good debut from him. But it's all about this lead gaggle as they turn up here into Rocket. Who's going to brake late? Well, it looks like they're pretty... Well, they were single file, but then Lissitor has a little look at Danny Andrew. We've got, what, 3 laps to go probably at the end of this one. So they're going to start working out when they want to be ahead.
Yep, so these, the leading sextet. You mentioned David Bowen, who's there in 9th place from Kent. So he's had another sort of 9-hour journey to get here as well. He's of A& Sports Cars Limited. It's the ex-Ollie Batten car, this one. But David prepares and runs Mark 1 and Mark 2 Escorts in the Historic Rally Championship for a customer. Leaders, though, are over the line again. 3 minutes, so probably 3 laps to go. And I think Jonathan Lissitor's just had the track limits warning flag, which is no surprise after what happened on the previous lap.
He wants to be careful, doesn't he?
Corner. Yeah, he does, because 5-second penalty here could have a big difference, couldn't it? It would drop him down to, I think, 7th place from 2nd, where he is at the moment. And he's obviously keen to get back in front of Danny Andrew here, who is leading the way through Church Corner, number 27. We've seen him race in low cost. He's been a champion there. He's also raced in Sports 1000s too in Mattel. We're going to get a challenge for 3rd here from David Winter. Yep, we are. He's alongside and past Eddie Moore before you can even say it on that occasion. And Simon Court carries a lot of speed up towards Rocket as well. Lucas Batt still there in 6th in the Dave Boucher prepared car. And 7th is still Daniel Court, who's just not quite latched onto this leading group. He's about 1.7 seconds behind bat at the moment.
Where Lissetter's only had the 2 wins, he's been really consistent on the podium. We've had 8 podiums in the 9 races we've had so far, 3 seconds and 3 thirds to add to those 2 wins. Nobody else has scored more than 4 podiums, and that is why he's the championship leader. And that's why he really has to be careful not to exceed track limits again and get that penalty that is a possibility with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, absolutely right. Last lap board is being prepared. It will be shown next time around. Will it be shown to Danny Andrew or to Jonathan Lisseter, though? There's one car down the pit lane.
Sam Beard, 23.
Yeah, so he was inside the top 10, wasn't he, at one point? So, somebody been the driver data specialist. He's dropped out of the race.
Somebody else who's going well is Callum Barnes. They're in 10th. That's a really big improvement from like 12 months ago, isn't it? Where he would regularly get laps. So it's really good to see those kind of improvements.
Yep. And another log jolly because he's the 20-year-old from Newcastle that's only started racing at the end of last season.
Top 2 have braked away, and Danny Andrews braked too late, hasn't he, into Rocket, and gifted the lead to Jonathan Lisseter. And Lisseter's going to have a big lead because, as I said, the battle for third was quite fraught coming out of Church. So that means there's a real battle behind. There's some smoke pouring off one of the cars, I think, here, Ian. And out the window, Callum Barnes, who we've just been saying, has had a big spin.
Oh, and Simon Court's out of the race. Did he pick up some damage in all of that? Looks like the left front has broken. There's Callum Barnes. Well, I was going to say recovering from his spin, but then he's had another one. Let's try and pick up what's going on with the leaders, though, because they're about to come through to take the last lap board. Yes, they have indeed. So Jonathan Lisseter, it is that's gone on to the last lap in the lead of the race. And I'll look at the gap. Should update in a moment. Yet, not 9/10 of a second is the gap, which perhaps is going to be enough. Is it? Second place is Danny Andrew now, and it was important that I think he got back in front of that third place battle that was going on, although that may have caused some subsequent contact. Then it's Eddie Moyer third, David Winter fourth, and Lucas Batt fifth.
So is Andrew close enough to pick up a draft to get him somewhere close to challenge by the end of the lap as they head here up towards Rocket? I don't think he can be close enough at Rocket, but could he be close enough for a lunge in the final couple of bends? So that gap, which was 9/10, is less than that now as they head here into the left-hander. Behind Eddie Moyer's held on in P3, then Winter, then Batt. So Daniel Court lost out as well. So was it the 2 brothers that perhaps had a coming together on that previous lap? Anyway, there's a couple of corners to go. Yep,
there is indeed. Lisseter out of PL, then down to the corkscrew for the final time. Shouldn't get past him unless he makes a mistake. Through the right-hand element, and then the final left-hand element he will go. Yeah, Danny Andrew not close enough to do anything about him, so a third victory then of the season it is for Jonathan Lisseter. He goes level on wins with Ben Powney now, who's been a retirement from this race. So Jonathan Lisseter, number 71, takes the win in the Yokohama Master 7 Championship race from number 27, Danny Andrew in second. 77, Eddie Moyer is third. 35, David Winter is fourth. 66, Lucas Batt is fifth. Daniel Court, number 7, is in sixth place. 7th place goes to number 99, which is Martin Shelton. 8th, number 25, David Bowen on his debut. Then I think 9th is going to be the number 88 car, which is Peter Wood. I think that's on the back of the grid. And 10th place is number 80, which is Rob Ollie. So that's how the top 10 finish. Lewis Penstone Smith will be 11th. Callum Barnes, I think, 12th after his various dramas towards the end of that race, Josh.
Yeah, the other impressive thing here for Lisseter, he's the only person who's won at more than one circuit, because both of Andrew's wins came at Pembroke and all of Powney's wins came at Brands Hatch, whereas Lisseter had already won at Croft and Silverstone, and now he's added Anglesey to that feat. So a good job there from Lisseter. 3 wins at 3 different venues, and he just kept his head, didn't he, up there at the hairpin, where Danny Andrew had a couple or 3 offs, I think, over the course of the race, but Lisseter always braked early enough, got the car turned into the corner, and that's what helped him to win it. Obviously he had some good driving on the rest of the lap as well that's given him that, but a great race from the Mazda 7s, and we've got this triple header here this weekend at Anglesey, so we expect 2 more great races like that tomorrow, and hopefully we can see Simon Court get back out there, because that 7-car battle for the lead was fantastic to watch. Lisseter will get a couple more points over Danny Andrew. Andrew got the fastest lap, so that lead gap will just extend a fraction going into tomorrow. Let's see if we can take a look at the results of that one.
We can indeed. 71, Jonathan Lisseter it was that took the win at the end of the 12-lap race for the Yokohama Master 7s. From in second place, number 27, Danny Andrew. Third place went the way of number 77, Eddie Moyer. So he has another podium. Fourth, 35, David Winter, and those four covered by just a little over 2 seconds. Fifth, number 66, Lucas Batt. I think an excellent result from him. Sixth, number 77, Daniel Court. Then Martin Shelton, 99, David Bowen, 25, Peter Wood, 88, and Rob Ollie, number 80, rounding out the top 10. Further back, a good result for Lewis Penstone Smith, 11th place for him. Drama for Callum Barnes on his way to 12th place, but generally an improved drive from him in number 3. And Stephen Manley was also on the lead lap. We lost along the way Simon Court, Colin Marshall, Samira Bidd and Ben Powney. So 4 cars there, probably needing a little bit of work before tomorrow's 2 races for the Yokohama Mazda 7s. Still 2 more races to come here at Anglesey Circuit this evening. Next up, it's going to be the BMW Car Club Racing Championship in a few minutes.
I need to do a battery change when you've done it.
So cars being released out onto the circuit for the second of 3 races this weekend for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. It's going to be a 20-minute race. We've already had one today, and that was a victory for Graham Crowhurst from Wayne Lewis and Lee Pearcey, who won Class 6. Other class winners were Ivor Mayers and Andrew Pywell. Let's have a look at the grid for this second race. Then it is based on the result of race 1. So on pole position, it's number 15 Graham Crowhurst, and alongside him is number 7 Wayne Lewis. On row 2, it's 61 Lee Pearcey and 30 Dan Harborough. Row 3, 59 Jim Benson and 66 Mark Colmer. On the 4th row, 16 Andy Wynn and 48 Mike Nash. 5th row is 8 Bill Redrop and 23 Tom Singleton. On the 6th row, it's 71 and 96 Jordan Sayward and David Morris. On to row 7, that's 82 and 316. 82 is Saranga Sottijuhari and 316 Ivor Mayers. Row 8, 68 and 31 Gareth Thomas and Paul Laramie. The 9th row 4 and 870 William Lake and Philip White. On row 10, 79 and 17, that's Sergei Maniv and Andrew Pywell, with 6 Sam Walton and 26 Paul Cook mooted to be at the back. And I was just looking over my shoulder, and indeed Paul Cook is there. He was a retirement from the previous race, the only non-finisher from the race that we had earlier on this afternoon for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, with 21 cars making it to the end. So it will be interesting to see Paul Cook fight through from the back of the grid. Good news for our respective class leaders in the championships in the earlier race, because both Graham Crowhurst and Lee Pearcey took victories. That wasn't the case in the Cup class though, where Gareth Thomas was beaten by Ivor Mayers by about 3 seconds in the earlier race. So Ivor Mayers it was that took maximum points there and closed the gap to Gareth Thomas in the Cup class, which is the real budget entry class for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, with identical 325 Ti compacts to a very tight set of regulations, real budget racing, and an excellent way into the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, which is racing for the first time at Anglesey this weekend. The club's headquarters are in Aberystwyth, so home ground really, albeit quite a long way away from that part of the Welsh coast that we find ourselves on Anglesey. Well, they've regularly held track days, the BMW Car Club, in the past, and will continue to do so as well. A couple of drivers to note. David Morris, who's previously raced in the Cup class, he's moved to Class 6. He finished 12th overall in the earlier race in his 325 Ti. And Paul Laramie, he's racing in Neil McDonald's hire car this weekend, so not his usual car. He had engine issues with that in the last meeting at Silverstone, so a couple of changes there to note. But we have another race in prospect, good race in prospect, Josh, the second of 3 this weekend for the BMWs.
Yeah, that's right. Like you mentioned, Paul Cook coming through the field is probably going to be the highlight of the first few laps of the race. He did this at Donington, it didn't take him very long, did it? So I suspect a second place finish would be his aim here. The championship didn't really change, did it, the situation after the earlier race? So 16 points between Crowhurst and Pearcey remain, with the 2 points between them on drop scores. I think Graham Crowhurst could wrap up the M1 title, the class title in this race, if he finishes. So I think that is likely. Otherwise, everything else will continue on into tomorrow in the BMW Car Club Championships. And see the silhouettes of the cars now with this lowering sun. I think it's also, isn't it, with the brightness off of the sea, which is giving this kind of effect. Yes. Although the race is starting not sort of the time that was originally expected, where perhaps this would have been a bit more, more obvious. It's
not as dark as it looks, I think, is the message that it is. I cannot really look to my right hand side of them, because the sun is reflecting off the sea. So if the drivers, they head out of Church Corner, I imagine that is a bit of a problem. The sunlight reflecting off the sea. It's beautiful. I'm very glad that we've got that, but not necessarily easy to see. And 5-second board has been shown. Red lights go on for the penultimate time today here at Anglesey Circuit. They go out. It's not a good start by Wayne Lewis. Not a brilliant start by Graham Crowhurst either. It was almost Dan Harborough that was leading into the first corner in his E30.
Paul Cook's got involved in an accident here and he's off the circuit. I thought he was going to have a bit of a crash there, but he avoided that, but he's lost a lot of positions that he had gained already.
We'll pick up on that in a minute as we're watching second and third overall. Wayne Lewis has dropped back to fourth place. Saranga Shrihari and Thomas Singleton have got themselves together there, and Singleton spins. Jordan Saywood just about manages to avoid him, so it's all a little bit chaotic in the first couple of corners of this race, which is being led by Graham Crowhurst. Lee Pearcey there in second place. Wayne Lewis is third. Dan Harborough is in fourth position in the E30. There's a gap back to fifth, and we'll try and pick up who that is in just a tick.
Andy Wynn,
It's Andy Wynn in the 16 car, just ahead of Jim Benson and Mark Colmer in the M3.
Oh, and Harborough's been off, hasn't he? He's run over the grass. Oh, and now Jim Benson's getting into the side of Andy Wynn. This has been a dramatic first lap, hasn't it? We haven't finished it yet. But the top position is now back to where we were after that slow start for the front row men. There's Paul Cook, who almost had a much bigger incident at the first corner when he got into the side of somebody. As he, there's not as much room really here, is there, as there is at Donington?
No.
Getting off the line, but he avoided that. And now though he's near Mike Nash, who's had an off.
Yes.
Well, who hasn't had an off on this first lap? That might be
not many. Oh, and who's that? That is
Bill
that's
Redrop.
the 8 car Bill Redrop, who's almost ended up on the opposite side of the circuit between Church and School. He's trying to spin that car around on the wet grass. It's not really working for him, but he's going to get back out into the race, I think. Which way is he going now? I think he's going to pull off, I think. Yeah, he's going to pull off behind the barriers. I was trying to work out what Bill Redrop was doing behind me. He's pulling out of the race. I thought he was going to end up missing half a lap there.
No, well, we have got through that first lap. Hopefully things are calmed down a touch now. But it's Graham Crowhurst that leads by 3.5 seconds. We saw there Jim Benson just get the better of Dan Harborough, which is for second in Class 6, as we see Bill Redrop get out of his car. There's Ivor Mears, he's out again. He's already been on the podium in every race that he's been in today. This is his fourth race of the day. I think he's leading the class again by the looks of things. He's there just ahead of the 4 car, William Lake, who didn't go so well in the earlier race. We've seen him win quite a lot lately at Brands Hatch at Donington and at Silverstone in the Cup class, but he was a little bit further down earlier on today.
So Jim Benson here, second in Class 6 ahead of Dan Harborough, but Harborough giving him a good workout here in that fight for second and third place. Gap back to Andy Wynn in class, that is. Andy Wynn in fourth place within that class, in sixth place overall, just ahead of Mark Colmer, who now has Paul Cook. Well, behind him when I say that. It might have changed by the time I've
Cook not come through.
Ah, you're right. Paul Cook looks like he may have dropped out again.
Ivor Mears is 11th now, such the issues been for other people.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Cup cars that far up the order. I think some of that sorted itself out, but you're right, we've lost Paul Cook again, haven't we? Again, didn't see what happened to him. He may have pulled straight into Parc Ferme.
He was involved in a few moments, really, wasn't he?
Ah, that's where he is. He's there with Andrew Pywell, and that's up at the top of the hill, I think, isn't it?
Well, they shouldn't have been together on the track, should they?
No, it may have been that independently they've managed to get themselves there, including young Andy in the Class 4 car.
I wonder how Bill Redrop had his off. I wonder if that could be related a bit earlier on in proceedings. But yeah, that first 2 laps really had a lot happening, and we've lost a number of cars because of it, unfortunately.
Yeah, we only lost one, which was Paul Cook in the first race. Already we've lost 3 from this one. We're only just about to complete lap 3 of the race. Yes, we just have completed lap 3 of the race for Graham Crowhurst. He's just come through, and he's got quite a comfortable lead now over Wayne Lewis in second place. Yes, it's already 10 seconds. That's good going, isn't it, after 3 laps?
Yeah, we had 16 laps earlier on. Crowhurst has gone quicker than he went earlier by about half a second as well in this race. A 1:13.5. Average speed of over 75 miles per hour.
Jim Benson's going slowly. Jim Benson is going slowly. We can see that out of our window there he is, the 59 car. One of the front runners, regular winner in Class 6, but he has problems now. He's going to be passed there by Andy Wynn and Mark Colmer. He's going to pull off another retirement.
Well, who's going to finish this race? That's a bigger question, because we've lost, as we've been mentioning, quite a few cars already. Good job we've got till tomorrow now to get the cars back out.
That's right.
Going. So there's now a 3rd place in class for Andy Wynn. which is something I think he has managed once so far this year. And he's in combat with the M-powered car of Mark Colmer, the M3, as they turn their way up towards the corkscrew for another time. And then there's a gap back to Mike Nash, who we still have a moment early on. David Morris, you mentioned at the beginning of this, having his first outing as a six-cylinder competitor. He's going to be in 8th position now, I think, as he comes through, ahead of Sarge Sofashari. So he's having a better outing too, because he had that off in the earlier race. And then Ivor Mares is in the top 10 now in the Cup Class car, but he hasn't got a big gap to Will Lake, so the Cup Class battle here could get interesting, because Will Lake is lapping at similar times to Ivor Mares. There's only 1.4 seconds between them, and here they come.
Yes,
I think, or a bit further back.
A bit further back actually. Well, that's the Gareth Thomas car. He's in 13th place. You could just see up the road. Ivor Mares, the gold-coloured car, and then the silver-coloured car behind him. That's William Lake, which is appropriate, isn't it? Gold and silver in that order at the moment. They are making their way past the school building now and up towards Rocket once again.
Who's got the bronze car?
Yeah, that's what we need. Needs to be repainted, Gareth Thomas, doesn't it? He's just behind Philip White at the moment, who lists his favourite circuit as Anglesey because of the fantastic views. We saw him go off in the first race. I wonder if he was a bit preoccupied by them. But he's absolutely right. It is a brilliant circuit to be at. And he's here just ahead of Gareth Thomas, who's third within the Cup Class. And just behind him is Paul Laramie.
Weather conditions just right for that as well today.
Not sure it's going to be the case tomorrow, but we'll see about that in the morning.
Yeah, we've got one day that works, so better than nothing. So the battle Gareth Thomas is in is pretty close, with another Cup Class competitor, which is Paul Laramie. Thomas leads the Cup Class Championship by a reduced, it was not actually a reduced margin, because it was Sam Walton, who he beat earlier, who is his closest rival, 29 points behind. But then Ivor Mares there in third. If Mares has continued his form this weekend, he should end up second in the championship. But it could be the case this weekend where Gareth Thomas might wrap up the Cup Class title, but that won't happen, I don't think, till tomorrow. But this Packer car's heading up towards Church Corner. Quite a large number of cars involved in this battle, headed by car number 70 of Philip White in the BMW 325. Then you've got those Cup Class cars of Gareth Thomas and of Paul Laramie. Then you've got Sergei Minev's 325, and then the 328 of Tom Singleton, who had that off at the start of the race up there at the banking. So he should be able to recover, because he finished 10th earlier on today. So Singleton should have the pace to get through this pack over the next few laps.
Yes, Singleton only started racing in 2020. He's been in Class 6 for the past couple of years as well. He also did a Burkitt Relay last year as well. There he is, the number 23 car. Didn't have any racing experience before he got into this, really. And it's a 1997 328i Coupe that he races, prepared by Automac. Originally bought as a road car, then converted to a track car. Some sprinting with Javelin before starting racing 2.5 years ago now.
At least for the people that have retired, they've found a mate to join them.
Yes.
Because for Bill Redrop, he's got Jim Benson to have a chat to. We've already seen Paul Cook having a chat with Andrew Pywell, wasn't it?
Here's Tom Singleton, who's trying to go around the outside of Paul Laramie there for 14th place, and also a class position that would be as well at the banking, and he's sealed the deal at Church Corner indeed. So the 23 car has gone through. Head Philip White with Gareth Thomas behind him. There's still only about 0.8 of a second between Ivor Mares and William Lake, by the way, just up ahead of this battle. But they're now about 5 seconds ahead of it, aren't they, in their gold and silver cars respectively. We'll see if we can pick them up in a moment. We should see them in the background. There they are, just heading towards Peel Corner now. That's the gold and silver car of the Cup Class leaders in 10th and 11th overall.
Gareth Thomas run out wide there, as that's going to give Singleton a position easier than what it probably would have been otherwise. So he's only got one more car to pass in this group. And a problem there was there behind. Yes, there's lots of fluid coming out the back of the Laramie car, I think. You can see that pouring out. So is he continuing? Because that's going to be a real problem for everybody else behind him, I think. He is continuing.
Yes,
I'm sure there was fluid coming out of that car.
Let's have a look as it comes past our commentary position here. Nothing there. Maybe just one of these things that happens under load.
It looked like there was sort of something being dropped on the road. Perhaps that was just Perhaps again, that's the light making something look as it doesn't necessarily actually is.
5th and 6th here, Andy Wynne and Mark Colmer. Colmer, of course, in one of the M1 class cars, so theoretically should be a little bit quicker, but unable to find a way past Andy Wynne at the moment, who is 3rd within Class C.
Let's see what the track looks like out of here, because this is where I could spot it in the background. And they turn. Yeah, there's something on the road there.
There is
isn't
certainly something on the road there. Whether it's anything that's particularly slippery, not quite sure. It could just be water, I suppose.
But the problem potentially for the driver was it wasn't doing that when he come across the line, wasn't it?
No.
So as he run out of whatever the fluid is.
Yes, could be an issue for Laramie. We'll keep an eye on that. 9 minutes of the race left to go, so we're into the second half now, and that's Colmer and Wynne.
What's happened to the lead gap?
13.5 seconds. It was a long lap that for Crowhurst, wasn't it? 1:25.
So did he go off on that fluid potentially?
Possibly so. We'll try and pick up what's going on with Graham Crowhurst. He's still got a comfortable lead of, say, 13 seconds.
Yeah, it was about 30, I think, wasn't it?
It was much higher than that. It was 20 seconds at the start of the previous lap.
Okay, so
that's watching White and Singleton now, I think, going through, isn't it?
Here's Crowhurst coming out the final corner, so we're checking his lap time, but it could well have been an off. Because we know the track is slippery at certain points.
Well, that was 1:17.6, so back to a much quicker time, although still 4 seconds out of his best, which is a 1:13.55.
But that's probably going to be quicker than what Wayne Lewis is doing.
Yes, he's in the 1:18s, he's done 1:16s in this race. Lee Pearce is in a 1:18.4 on the last lap, but is capable of a 16.
Battle continues between Philip White and Gareth Thomas for 13th. And Thomas, I was having a little look there at Philip White in his 325. His 6-cylinder car, though, I thought it would have a little bit more power, but it didn't seem to pull away at all uphill.
Just ahead of these, Ivor Mayers is now a little bit further ahead of William Lake, 1.25 seconds between them. So that's a change, well, not a change there, but a difference. And here you can see Gareth Thomas up the inside of Philip White there, and he's been pushed along by Graham Crowhurst as he comes through to lap. Oh, no, that's tight, isn't it? Crowhurst manages to get past both of them on the way into the corkscrew, though.
The Cup class leaders are pretty close as we pick them up here. Ivor Mayer's that 1 second gap he had is certainly not that now.
Yeah, it was over a second. It's now 0.4 of a second. So Ivor Mayers won the Cup class early on. He's now under pressure from William Lake here in number 4. Of course, Ivor's done a lot more laps of William Lake of the circuit today, having taken place already in the Porter and Hot Hatch races as well, and qualifying for those races. He'll be out again in a minute in the final All Porsche Trophy race of the day as well. So he's having quite the afternoon of it. He's heading out of church up through school now, up to the left-hander.
For William Lake, he's going over a second faster than where he went in the earlier race, so he's certainly improving. Perhaps didn't do any testing first time here. Wayne Lewis is slowing. The second place man's got damage to the rear of his car. You can see out the window.
Yes, bumpers dragging, isn't it, behind that car. But here are the leaders in the Cup class turning their way through Peel now, down towards the corkscrew. It looks like a better exit out of Peel for Ivor Mayers there. And he puts a few more lengths between himself and the rival. And of course, they're now going to get Crowhurst coming up to lap them as well, which will be a metaphorical cat among the pigeons. They turn their way onto this miniature stars and finish straight now. There's enough time, though, for Graham Crowhurst to get up the inside of William Lake and pass him. He'll dispatch Ivor Mayers by the time they get to the banking, but the gap between first and second in the Cup class has gone out a bit as a result of that.
Yeah, not by very much.
No.
And they've got Thomas Singleton catching them for a position on the track, who had that off on the first lap. He's pushing on, isn't he, as he runs out wide. So they head up towards the right-hander at Church, and they're pretty close now. Can William Lake spring a challenge? But it might either be helped or not helped by Thomas Singleton, who's going to try and get past at the same time as they come up towards Rocket here. So 10th, 11th and 12th on the road together. The first two of them battling for a class win. Ivor Mayers brakes really late. Can he get the car stopped there at the end of the straight? He can. And Thomas Singleton slotted in between himself and William Lake. So that particular corner worked in the favour of Ivor Mayers, it seems.
Looked like it. So Singleton now splitting the two Cup class leaders. He should be able to get past Ivor Mayers as well, though, before too much longer. He's in a 6 cylinder Class 6 car, which is higher specification, should be a bit quicker than the Cup Class car, and indeed he's done that, and that brings the two quite close together. And there's a black and white driving standards flag going out to number 70, that's Philip White, and also possibly to Sadish Rahari as well. I think it was a number ending in 2. So we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, Singleton's now up inside the top 10, of course.
Yep, and the mares and Lake battle can continue amongst themselves, and Lake looks to the outside into the banking. A number of drivers have said about how difficult Ivor Mares is to pass, so this might not be overly easy for William Lake. All those years of Formula 4 1600 racing, multiple Scottish class champion Ivor Mares. So knows how to win his class as they turn their way through. The driver in the BMW backed by Taylor Yates handbags is leading the Cup class, but by the smallest of margins now as they climb uphill towards Rocket with 4 minutes of the race to go. To the outside goes William Lake. Surely he's not going to go right round the outside there.
No, he's not. He doesn't is the answer. So Mares fending him off, doing a really good job here. Lake piling the pressure on though. He has done a 1:21.91 in this race. Mares a 1:21.88, so the best lap times are very similar indeed. Gareth Thomas, we should say, is still third in the Cup class, about 9 seconds behind these two. In the lead, Graham Crowhurst has gone back out again to 27 seconds. He's back in the 1:14s. After a couple of dodgy looking laps, he's looking a bit more comfortable again in the lead of the race, number 15, Graham Crowhurst. Wayne Lewis still second. Lee Piercy dominating Class 6 once again. He's 13 seconds clear of Dan Harborough. But the Cup class, that's altogether more exciting.
Yeah, that's going to go right to the wire between these two. They head down towards the banking. They both possibly went a little bit too wide in, but it didn't really matter too much as they come out of the corner then and head up towards Church Corner for what is their 13th lap of the race. And again, the toe is going to come into effect as they climb up the hill for the chasing car, which is William Lake. He pulls to the right-hand side, but isn't able to make anything of that. Can Mares get the car stopped? The first of these cars he can. And therefore it just continues where it left off really, with Ivor Mares ahead of William Lake. And the experience of these two drivers is so different, isn't it, Ian? With Ivor Mares has raced for years and years, and I think William Lake only in his first season. Yeah, a newcomer to racing, but he's acquitted himself pretty well with a number of victories already this season. I don't think he's done all of the events. There's Mares, there's Lake, and they're coming through with about 2 minutes of the race left to go. Meanwhile, Graham Crowhurst is at Church Corner. There's 1 minute 57, so he might get 2 more laps out. Well, we'll certainly get 2 more laps out of this, maybe 3.
Yeah, probably 2, I think.
Probably 2, I think that's pretty right.
So 2 more laps for Ivor Mares to stay ahead of William Lake. The fastest lap between these two drivers during the course of the race is just 0.03 of a second difference, going in the favour of the current leader.
It's black and orange mechanical warning flag now gone out. Now, I presume, I can't see the number, but I presume that's to Wayne Lewis, because he's still circulating. Yeah, it is Wayne Lewis, and he's got this bumper dragging, and so that's to warn him that he should visit the pit lane to get that seen to, get a scrutineer to check it over before he's allowed back out onto the circuit. So that would certainly cost him his second place on the road in this race.
Just watching the car go uphill, it's sort of attached in the reverse manner, because it's completely 180 degree angle to what it should be. It's just behind these two cars. We might be able to get a shot of the Wayne Lewis car, who's got this black and orange flag, just behind these two cars on the road.
Last lap before's gone out to to Graham Crowhurst, I should say. By the way, he's at the banking now on his last lap.
Okay, so we'll see if Wayne Lewis reacts then. 'Cause I guess you're supposed to come into the pits with within 3 laps, aren't you? But they might not do 3 laps. We'll see in the flag. But let's see, he's not as close to these two cars as I thought he would be.
And he is coming into the pit lane, so I think he has seen the flag on the previous lap. So whether he goes back out again or not is a moot point, because there's not too much time left to go.
No, but it might, because you do set the grid, don't you, for tomorrow's race, set by the results of this one.
So it would be in his interest to get back out there, probably.
Yeah, and he probably wouldn't lose huge amounts of positions. Or
no.
Too many, anyway.
No, but
so Lee Pierce is going to get second overall here. His best before today was a 4th. He got a 3rd earlier, and he's on set for a second now. Oh, is it? William Lake's gone off. Chasing Ivor Mares, William Lake's gone off at Church Corner.
Meanwhile, the leader, Graham Crowhurst, is about to become the race winner. There is the William Lake car, but the checker flag is made ready, and it's 2 from 2 today at Anglesey for Graham Crowhurst in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And second place, therefore, will go a long way back to Lee Pisser, but it looked like there was damage on the front of William Lake's car there. There it is, yes. You can see there's damage.
I'm not sure if that might have happened when he was spinning across the grass, or whether...
Yeah, possibly it has done, yes, as they get sort of dug into the grass. So whether that was any contact with Ivor Mares or not, I'm not quite sure. We could put two and two together there and make a very incorrect sum.
For Crowhurst and Piercy, they're both going to achieve all they can do, so that means a championship situation for the overall just stays where it is. But Graham Crowhurst will wrap up the M1 title there. As
Ivor Mares comes through and he takes the Cup class victory, he's very pleased with that. No sign of any damage to the back of his car, we should say, so that fully adds credence to Josh's theory that the damage to William Lake's car was done when he went off onto the grass. And Lee Piercy now has come through to win Class 6 in second place overall as well, 48 seconds behind the leader, Graham Crowhurst. And then third is going to be Dan Harborough. Don't think Wayne Lewis got back out into the race. So yes, Dan Harborough in third, and then fourth I think will be Andy Wynne. But we'll get the official confirmation of all of the results later on, and we'll see how it affects the grid for tomorrow's race.
See the recovery teams are getting ready, because there's a rather lot of BMWs in different places around the circuit at the moment.
We have more BMWs than we have recovery vehicles to collect them, so hopefully some of them can make their way back under their own steam at the end of this race. We have one more race to come here this evening here at Anglesey. That's for the Calm All Porsche Trophy, which we'll bring to you shortly, but there'll probably be a slight delay before that race comes to the grid with this recovery work to be done. Flash of the lights there though for Graham Crowhurst, a good day's work, 2 wins out of 2, and he's got one more race to come tomorrow morning before he heads back to Kent. And lucky for him, the race is at 10:15 tomorrow, so he'll still get back home in time for supper with that 9-hour drive ahead of him. So Crowhurst heads into Parc Fermé, and I think the cars will either be sent straight into the paddock or they may be checked over after the race. But let's have a look at the results from this one. And it was a 20-minute race. We had 16 laps completed for Graham Crowhurst, number 15 the race winner. 16 laps indeed, I should say. And he was 48.1 seconds behind our second place driver, number 61 Lee Piercy, who also won Class 6. In third place was number 30 Dan Harborough. In fourth place, number 7 Wayne Lewis. Although we just need to get confirmation of that because he didn't actually take the checkered flag because he was in the pit lane. Fifth was number 16 Andy Wynne. Sixth, 66 Mark Colmer. Seventh was 48 Mike Nash. 8th was 96 David Morris. 9th was 82 Saranga Satish Rahari. And 10th, 23 Tom Singleton. Ivor Mares 316 won the Cup class, with Gareth Thomas promoted to second place within that class and 12th overall after the late demise of William Lake, who actually finished 4th in that class behind Sam Walton in the end. Philip White was 13th, Sergei Maniv 14th, and Jordan Saywood 15th overall. And a few non-finishers there: Paul Laramie, Jim Benson, Paul Cook, and we saw on the first lap we lost Andrew Pywell. Also, and not forgetting our friend, whose name I have forgotten, which is awkward, Bill Redrup, who stopped on the first lap. Anyway, that's the BMW Car Club Racing Championship for today. They're back out tomorrow at 10:15. I'll be revising everyone's names overnight, and we'll have, very shortly, the Calm All Porsche Trophy to round out today. so it's our final race of the day, the Calm All Porsche Trophy, second of 3 races this weekend for these cars, 2 sprint races today, endurance race tomorrow. This is the grid. On pole position, it's the number 47 car of James Coleman, and alongside him is the 51 car of John Walker. On the second row, it's going to be number 60, which is going to be driven in this race by Callum Lockie, and next to him it is the 55 car of Jonathan Leeson. The third row is 25, that's Jamie McHugh, and 44, Sam Callahan. On the fourth row, it's number 40, that's James Harvey, and 35, Daniel Crago. On the fifth row, 56, which is Tom McHugh, and number 9, Christopher Campbell. On the sixth row, it's 30 and 31. 30 for this race is Edward Sampson, 301 is Fernando Coutinho. On to row 7, that's where we have 316, Ivor Mares, and 15, Philip Waters. The 8th row is the number 41 car, which is being driven by Carl Rossin in this race, and 69 is Richard Jones, and row 9 is going to be number 68, Andrew Peck, who again will have a 10-second penalty, and we understand because of him missing the noise testing prior to the qualifying session this morning. But he did come back quite nicely in race 1 to finish in 9th position in his SP3 car. Only race was won by James Coleman in his SP2 Porsche Boxster. In fact, it was Porsche Boxsters that rounded out the top 3 as well, with John Walker 2nd and Sam Callahan in 3rd position. The best of the SP1 cars was Jamie McHugh in 4th. Roger Coy won the SP3 class in 5th. The James Harvey car, Porsche Box S, won the Porsche Racing Drivers Association in 6th place. And the SP4 class, effectively Porsche 924s up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne, that was won by Philip Waters. So that's the way the first race went. Another 15-minute race ahead of us here, Josh.
Yeah, and we've got a few different drivers, as you highlighted there with the grid compared to the earlier race, and probably the biggest change of what could be interest, I think, is Callum Lockie out in the 968. That Roger Coy went well in earlier, I think got a top 5, but I wonder how high up Callum Lockie can get. He qualified 3rd this morning, fractionally behind John Walker. So James Coleman might be a bit out of reach for him, but a 2nd place finish is a possibility here, I would have thought, in that front engine car. We've had 6 different winners this year, so we might have our first double winner potentially of the season. Donington Park, Matt Carlhenny and Toby Barlow shared to win. Brands Hatch in the shorter races, Gary Goodwin and Colin Tester were winners. At Fruxton, another longer race, Sam Callahan won, and at Snefton, John and Christian Walker shared their car to take a win. And then, of course, earlier on today, as Ian said, James Coleman was the winner. So an interesting racing prospect here. And can Ivor Mares pick up his 5th trophy of the day to equal his weekend tally from Brands Hatch earlier in the year? So watching out for him as well in Class 4 for the 924s.
He's got 4 more races tomorrow, hasn't he? As well, BMWs, hot hatch, Porsches, and another hot hatch race tomorrow as well. So if he doesn't do it today, he's got 4 more chances tomorrow. He might get a trophy in every race.
I don't know if he's got enough room in the car to go home with.
Yeah, well, it's great that he's such an enthusiast that he does all of these races. I'm sure there's more races he could have got that car in, or one of these 2 cars in this weekend. Road Sports, Club Enduro. I'm sure they would have left him in the Welsh Sports and Saloons as well as a guest. So I'm sure he could have. He's not really tried hard enough, possibly, my opinion. Anyway, 15-minute race ahead of us. Those are the 2 cars on the front row. Red lights go on, and the race about to get underway. It does so now, and it's a good start this time from the car on pole position, which wasn't the case earlier on. And so it is the 47 car of James Coleman that leads. The Welsh flag is dropped to get the 10-second penalty driver away. And here is the leader, challenged by John Walker there, who went a bit deep into the corner, ran a little bit wide, but has held on to 2nd place with, it looks like, Roger Coy, is it? Into
Callum McLeod.
Callum Lockie, even the Roger Coy car, into 3rd position.
Yes, so he hasn't got the power in the straight line in the Class 3 car. It's busy here though, isn't it? In the mid-pack, 3 abreast there through School, through the kink, flat out. But Walker extremely low on the brakes. He's not going to make the corner. He's going to make the corner. Is John Walker. But someone that doesn't. That's the 944 Turbo out there, Jamie McHugh, who had a good race earlier. He's going to drop to the back, therefore. He's had that spin up at Rocket. But for the leader, that's James Coleman. But yeah, John Walker, the former caterer man, was late on the brakes to get close to the leader. Then Callum Lockie there in third position in this car that he used to use for coaching, but Roger Coy decided he would like to go racing with it with Callum, so they're doing a race apiece today. And the top three not separated by very much at the end of the first lap, just 1.6 seconds. Then Sam Callahan comes through there in fourth position.
Yep, so they're making their way around the second lap of the race. That's Walker under pressure from Callum Lockie there in number 60, leading his class.
Looks like Philip Waters might have got involved in something, because he's come through right at the back, even behind Andrew Peck, who had that penalty.
Yes.
And Ivor Mayers is a bit further back than where he should have been too, really.
Yeah, so Carl Rossian is leading the class 4. Up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne cars. There's a nice shot of the cars as they head up towards Rocket once again. This on the second lap of the race. 12 3/4 minutes of it left to go. See some cars alongside one another there as they head into the left-hander. We're now watching these cars from our vantage point at the top of the hill. It looks like there is a bit of a shuffle going on. The number 9 car is in a big scrap there with 35, so that's Daniel Craig, but it's the 9 car of Chris Campbell, who is 57 years of age, from Gornal in the West Midlands, although from Derbyshire originally. A big rugby fan, and he started racing approximately 10 years ago, but has never done a full season so far, hasn't Chris Campbell.
James Coleman, the leader, just equalled his lap from earlier, 1 minute 17.38. He's 1.6 seconds ahead of John Walker. But Chris Campbell, who you mentioned, must have made a really good start, because he started, I think, on the 5th row of the grid. But he runs there in 5th place, just ahead of Daniel Craigo and Tom McHugh. So you've got these similar cars. You've got the 2 9044s and the 968, all in Class 3. And Ed Sampson, another 968, is joining in as well in this front engine Porsche battle as they head through School and then uphill towards the left-hander at Rocket, the hard braking area. But it's Campbell hanging on there, who you were just telling us a little bit about.
Yeah, and he's had a rough couple of years. He spent 7 months in hospital isolation fighting leukemia in 2021. He's only raced there for that year was Brands Grand Prix. And then just before this season kicked off, he got a deep vein thrombosis, which he had 6 months off. So this is his first race this season. So he's doing all right. Had a good race earlier on as well. He was 10th in the earlier race, and a little bit further up the order this time, trying to keep a cast of 4 or 5 cars at bay, including Daniel Craigo, Tom McHugh and Edward Sampson here.
Yeah, majority of them all in the same class, battling for second in class behind Callum Lockie. And I don't think they should expect to be near Callum Lockie, the very experienced man, but they're having this great battle to be best of the rest within that class, which features these front engine machines. And the Class 1 car that's off at the start, Jamie McHugh is working his way through, so he's probably got the pace to pass all these cars, I would have thought.
Yeah, he finished 4th in race 1, so he should do, shouldn't he, really?
Yeah, that's right. Campbell's had a big slide there, hasn't he, as they go through Church, and that's going to give Craigo the opportunity, I think, as they head uphill to challenge. Craigo's won the last couple of meetings in this class at Fruxton and at Snetterton, but they're side by side. So they both tried to brake late, but Chris Campbell's doing a great job here, isn't he? So it's great to see him on the mend and enjoying himself at Anglesey with this battle that he's heading amongst these similar cars around him. But he's gone a little bit wide perhaps at Peel, but that'll give him the inside line for the first part of the corkscrew, so that shouldn't work too badly for him.
Really good scrap this, isn't it? And Campbell doing a good job of holding everybody up here, but he's going to have McHugh trying to come through before much longer. Jamie McHugh, that is, in the 25 car. So we'll see how that shapes up. They come over the line again. That's to complete lap number 4 of the race. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was really 6 cars involved in this, including Jamie Harvey in the number 40 car at the back of that group. The 39-year-old director from Cardiff, who started racing 4 years ago, and who bought that, or built that Boxster, I should say, in lockdown. I suppose he had to find something to do with his time. 3.2 litre car prepared by Student Motorsport and Rocket Dog Racing.
Not sure what happened to McHugh there, because he got past Daniel Craig around the outside of the banking, but by the time they got to Church, he'd slotted in back behind him again. Oh, there's a car on the grass. It had a big moment in the background. I think they saved it, which is quite remarkable. I think that might have been Sampson in the other white car. Yeah, he did save it. That was well held, because that went well in excess of 100 miles per hour. He just dipped a tyre onto the grass and got very sideways briefly, but he caught it, so that was a job well done.
It was. Certainly looks a little bit worrying for a split second there. Now, is Campbell going to lose the place here? Is second place in class to Daniel Crago. The two of them are side by side as they come into the corkscrew. That time it's a very smoky looking number 9 car, isn't it? Crago's going to be down the inside here. It almost comes to a dead stop there. So they're still side by side as they come through the final element of the corner. They're going to be side by side over the timing line as well. It's just going to be the 9 car with its nose in front, and importantly the inside line for turn 1 as well. Here they come. It looks like Jamie McHugh's going to get through as well there, although is the 9 car a little bit too wide? There's 3 of them side by side as they head to the banking. McHugh's car should be the fastest, but they're heading into a braking zone, so that doesn't really matter. So it's Crago now that's gone through, and Campbell's lost a couple of positions.
Yeah, I think he backed out of that, didn't he? He was going to get very tight into the banking. And McHugh hasn't got the better of Crago there, has he? Although out of the corner, Crago runs wide. So McHugh's turbocharged Porsche 944, is he going to finally get into 5th place here? Through school he has, so he's through into 5th. He's got himself up ahead of Daniel Craig, who importantly in all that got past Chris Campbell as they turn their way here into Rocket. Now it's side by side behind them between Tom McHugh and Ed Sampson. Sampson is making the move work. Meanwhile, there could be a battle for the lead coming on, because John Walker set a couple of fastest laps and is just 1.7 seconds behind James Coleman. In the earlier race, James Coleman won by 15 seconds. But this race, he's got the attention from John Walker and of Callum Lockie, who aren't very far behind.
Yes, they're just heading on to the back stretch now for the 7th time. We're watching this group of cars coming through to complete lap number 6, and it is a different order now, of course. It is Jamie McHugh ahead of Daniel Crago and Chris Campbell. So that sort of flipped around from the order it was a lap ago. 6.5 minutes left, so into the second half of this race now. Edward Sampson 8th, Jamie Harvey 9th, Tom McHugh, the rear of this group in 10th place. And again, Andrew Peck has come through nicely from the back up into 11th place, and we should say in Class SP4, Carl Rossin still ahead. He's 7 seconds clear of Ivor Mares, and it looks like he's lapping faster than Mares as well at the moment. But it was a slow lap from Mares last time round.
Yeah, we didn't see Carl Rossin in the earlier race, did we? So he's showing his speed in this one. The leaders have just gone through to complete another lap as the battle for 7th continues at Rocket. And it might be another place loss here for Chris Campbell, who's been making these really good starts today, but he might drop off of a class podium there, because I think Edward Sampson could have got ahead of him. Meanwhile, the lead gap, what's that? It's 1.5 seconds now, with a third of the race still to go. Callum Lockie's not able to live with the pace of the Boxsters at the moment, so they're just pulling a little bit clear. But here's that battle still going on as they come down into the corkscrew, still headed, or now headed by Edward Sampson, so he did get ahead. They're all being caught by Andrew Peck, aren't they? The driver who started with that delay at the back. So how many of these can he pick off before the end of the race? In the earlier one he got 9th, he's currently 11th, but he's lapping a good couple of seconds quicker than these cars ahead of him now.
Be interesting to see exactly what he can do. So that's Peck in the number 68 car, just closing in on this group. 56 car of Tom McHugh is the one that's immediately ahead of him. Peck in the 968 and Tom McHugh the 944 S2. 4 3/4 minutes to go. Round Church they come, and Peck we should see here demonstrating we'll see him demonstrating some superiority there. They are of course in the same class, so will he be able to get through and past Tom McHugh? Not yet, he can't. So those leaders turn their way through Rocket once again. Coleman leading by 1.39 seconds now from John Walker. So the gap coming down little by little every lap. That's the 9 car of Campbell with 40 Harvey behind him. Then it's McHugh and then it's Peck, still in that same order.
Yeah, that's right. So that's going to go to the end, and Peck find a way through on these for the end. James Harvey hasn't made the progress we thought he might have done, because he did finish 6th in the earlier race, and he's not been able to get past this front engine battle at all as they work their way through turn 1. He's ahead of Tom McHugh now, but that's the only one he's really passed. And McHugh might lose this place into the banking to Andrew Peck, and he does get through, so the top 10 now for Andrew Peck as they turn their way through. As the leaders come across the line with what looks like another reduced gap to the eye, and as the screen refreshes, it's 9/10 of a second. We get another fastest lap from John Walker, 1 minute 16.84. I'm just starting to wonder if John Walker did do both of these races or whether Christian's had a go, because it's going over 2 seconds a lap faster than in race 1, which either means he's made a big improvement, or who we believe to be driving the 2 races may not have been the case.
Yeah, well, we were advised it would be John in both, but it could well be that Christian has driven it in this second race, and he's the younger member of the family. He's only, what is he, 18 years old is Christian, just going into his first year at Loughborough University, and good luck to him with that. And he's in this 2001 Porsche Boxster S. Of course, their picker is their mum, Anne Walker, and Charles Ive, of course, has done lots of preparation work on that particular car. The car we're watching, though, is just turning its way through. That's the Leeson car, number 55, turning its way through this corkscrew.
Behind this group is where the leaders come through. So the leaders come out of the corkscrew. James Coleman ahead of, we'll go with John Walker, as that's who we're being told is at the wheel, as they turn their way through a second apart. Here they are then. They've pulled 5 seconds away now from Callum Lockie, so he hasn't quite managed to make a position during the course of this race. But it's Coleman and Walker, with traffic to deal with over the last 2 laps of this race. We started the penultimate lap. Through Church Corner they go. And the first car they're going to lap in this group is the Fernando Coutinho Boxster, I think. Yep. As they head up towards Rocket for the 11th time.
Yes, with a minute and a half to go in this race. Philip Waters just going past our commentary box, still at the back of the Class SP4 group, in 16th place overall, 3rd within that class. There's the very smoky car, that must be Chris Campbell, is the number 9 car, trying to keep, I think Tom McHugh that was at bay, and Andrew Peck haven't got ahead of them now. There's the 55 car going through, then it's the race leaders, isn't it, making their way through, so they'll get the last lap board this time. James Coleman ahead. Won the early race by nearly 15 seconds. It was a second ahead at the start of the lap.
Side by side, because of a mistake made by Coleman.
No, that was the back marker. That was the
Sorry.
back marker that they were lapping, with still Walker there in 2nd place, and the gap between them 1.49 seconds. So it has gone out a little bit on that time. They are going on though to their final lap of the race.
Yeah, I got caught out that time by the light levels as they come up across the line. But yeah, so for Coleman, he's actually got a bit of a bigger gap, in fact, hasn't he, over the chasing car. So it looks a little bit more certain for James Coleman, but John Walker isn't giving up just yet, I don't think. There's no more lap traffic for them to deal with. It's all setting us up nicely for the longer race tomorrow, because we've got some cars that are got a quicker driver than the other. We've got some drivers that haven't actually raced today. So that will be interesting. I know particularly Jonathan Leeson's co-driver qualified well this morning, so interest to look forward to in the longer race tomorrow.
Yeah, so we're just waiting for the leaders to come back towards us, and the gap has come down, hasn't it, on this final lap. Walker, whichever one it is, John or Christian, mounting an attack on James Coleman there as they come through, but the checker flag is going to go out. It's going to be a second win in the day for James Coleman, much more hard fought that time over a Walker in 2nd place. John or Christian whichever one it was at the wheel of the car in the end. And Callum Lockie in third place, only about 5 seconds or 7 seconds in the end behind the race winner in the first of the front engine cars. Sam Callahan, it should be. We've not seen much of Sam, have we, during the course of this race? They're in 4th position.
No, he had a lonely race where he was quite close to John Walker in the earlier race.
He was.
He's lapped quicker than he did in the earlier race. It's just the pace at the front got quite a lot faster.
Yeah, so Sam Callahan comes across the line in 4th.
I noticed in that Andrew Peck had caught Edward Sampson, which would be for 3rd in Class 3. So we wait for them to come through as James Coleman works his way around his slowing down lap. Yeah, so here comes McHugh out of the corkscrew. So he's pulled away now in 5th. Craigo is 6th, which is 2nd in Class 3. And then there is the gap. And it is Andrew Peck. He's got himself up ahead of Edward Sampson on the very last lap to get onto the class podium. So a hard-fought drive there, and well driven by Andrew Peck to get what would be 7th overall. 7th
overall, Sampson 8th, James Harvey 9th, and Chris Campbell will round out the top 10. Oh no, actually Tom McHugh gets ahead of him on the run up, and Campbell therefore the last finisher within the class, having been 2nd in that class for a good chunk of the race.
That group, and if they have good racing over 40 minutes tomorrow, they're going to be interesting to watch.
A reminder for the marshals that are here at Anglesey that the Calm All Porsche organisers would be delighted to welcome the marshals for a complimentary drink in about 20 minutes time at the Calm All Porsche awning in the paddock. So a tremendous offer by the organisers to all of the marshals here at Anglesey. Many, many thanks to them for all of their efforts during the course of today's racing. We look forward to your support again tomorrow. There go the cars into Parc Fermé at the end of the race, and let's have a look at how the last race of the day finished. It was then a win for James Coleman, his 12 laps completed, and he was 0.4 seconds ahead of John Walker in the end, so 47 from 51. Callum Lockie, number 60, took 3rd, winning his class. 4th was number 44, Sam Callahan. Jamie McHugh in 5th place, number 25, was another class winner, ahead of Daniel Craigo, Andrew Peck and Edward Sampson. James Harvey was 9th in car number 40, and he won the SPDA class. Tom McHugh took 10th. 11th was Chris Campbell. 12th was Jonathan Leeson. Carl Rosson it was that was the Class SP4 winner in 13th position. The Fernando Coutinho, then Ivor Mes and Philip Waters 2nd in Class SP4. Well, that's all of the racing here today at Anglesey. There's more to come tomorrow. We get underway at 9:45 with the first of 9 races. That'll be the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. We also have the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. They have 2 more races tomorrow. No, they've just got 1 more race tomorrow. The Eco-Carbon Master 7 and the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship also have 2 races. We've got 1 more race for the Carmel Porsche Trophy, which is the 40-minute race, and we'll conclude our weekend with the 125-minute race for the Kiwa Club NGO Championship. Thanks to Josh Barrett, who's been alongside me on commentary today, and thanks again to all of the marshals and all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club and the Anglesey Circuit staff that have helped to make this meeting possible. I'm sure you'll appreciate why it's been a more muted Alpha Live stream than normal today, but thanks to all of the Alpha Live crew as well. We'll be back with you tomorrow at around about 20 to 10. Do join us then. But for now, from me, Ian Soman, on behalf of everyone at Alpha Live and the 750 Motor Club, we wish you good night.